Okay,
Hey
Edge.
everyone,
What up?
welcome to the final day of Tetrio World Championship.
Second to final,
I mean
my
the final
friend.
weekend. Sorry, that's what I
That's
meant.
right.
My bad.
That's right.
We've been having some production stuff we've been struggling with, but it's all working out. We're good in the hood now, so no big worries.
Absolutely.
And we're excited for an exciting day of competition, I think.
I can't wait. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm gonna be watching while doing everything in the background. I'm excited to see what's going on tonight.
It's gonna be super fire. I can't wait.
I think it's really funny. Edge, I think you're conspiring with Osk. I know that he was in the voice chat earlier. All I'm saying is, right as you went live, that's right when I died in quick play. I'm just saying, this is the fact of the matter. I know that you two are working together. I forgive you this time, though, because you did it for the content.
I mean, who do you think is adding all these special features into the game for this tournament? It's kind of obvious that they're colluding. I don't think it's so conspiratorial of you.
Real.
This is just part of the agreement. It's just how this works, though, around these parts.
That's right. I mean, to be serious though, I don't know. I've been popping in and out all day, listening to all the work that's been going on, and there's a lot of really awesome people that have been doing so much behind the scenes that you guys have no idea, and definitely part of that would be Oscar. But although you're seeing a lot of what he's doing, it is quite incredible. I'd say the amount of just effort that they all go to make all of these things possible and look as awesome as they do.
Edge is kind of the GOAT, I can't lie. He's really crushing
That's
it,
my
doing
dog.
so much work, so...
That's right. Edge was strong enough to reunite us, Modest. Can you believe it?
I know, it's been 2 years, but here we are in late 2023, and we're back.
We're so back. We are so back.
We should probably talk about the merch drops, right? That's something we got to do. Just don't want us to forget, I feel like I would forget that, so...
Look, I'm kind of offended on, everyone else's behalf. How could you forget how awesome these t-shirts, keychains, and mouse pads are? I'm just saying, bro.
I know, this is, look, early onset dementia's rough out here, but that's why I'm making sure to get it now, I don't want to forget about this awesome stuff. We got the keychains.
For a second, I thought you meant early onset dementia, I'm gonna get it now, get it out of the way, and I'm like, bro, what? Okay, but no, you meant just putting the... Okay, that makes
all good.
It makes a lot more sense. Yeah, they are really nice. I've heard that the keychains have been super popular. I'm probably gonna go grab one myself here later this evening.
I'm gonna type prize pool with an exclamation mark in the chat so you too can get one of those keychains. And yeah, get those keychains before the dementia sets in. Honestly, good call. I can't lie.
that does remind me though. Yeah, the proceeds of some of these merch items are actually going towards the prize pool. Some of that, if I remember correctly. Edge, please say something in my ear.
I'm saying something to the people I'm on right now.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, hey.
What's up, folks?
Well, hey, you know better than all of us. You tell them.
I've done it. I've manifested the voice of Edge into reality.
That's crazy.
I'm so glad that someone finally figured it out. They've been trying for so long. I finally talked to the people. What's up, everyone? I hope you've been enjoying this TWC so far. It's been a great time. And right after these prize pool shoutouts, I'm just gonna shout out people who've been buying the merch over the week when we have been streaming. We have a bit of a pre-show surprise for everyone. A little bit of a game, if you will, to pass some time before we get into the matches.
Yeah, so I've heard.
This idea, I can't believe I got talked into this. All right, so let me grab my reference here because there are so many of you who've been supporting the prize pool and purchasing this merch. I just want to say thank you so much, all of you who've been supporting not only the prize pool but also the event itself, and Osk, who's also receiving these proceeds. So you're supporting the game, you're supporting the event, and you're supporting the players by purchasing this merch. Very much appreciate it. Prize pool's now at over $2,800. Last we checked it was at $2,700. So over $100 passively when we're not streaming. It's not something you see in a lot of tournaments. Just people going on supporting. So thank you all. I'll be reading this off based on Discord usernames. We got Salad with the Tetrio keychain, Azura with the Tetrio keychain. I just realized my plan's about to backfire because of streamer mode. We got Ads with the Ads bought like basically everything. Bought a TWC desk mat, the regular mouse pad. I don't know why you bought both. You got 2 desks, man. Trying to flex on us.
Yeah,
Bought a
one for
TWC
the summer house, you
I need
know.
a mat for my or a desk, a mouse pad for my desk mat.
Yeah, it's true. So buying all the TWC apparel and a Tetria logo keychain. I'm gonna disable streamer mode just for this. We got Interrogator with the TWC keychain. We got another TWC keychain purchase. Commando with the TWC keychain. D-Rod with a TWC shirt, keychain, and Tetrio keychain. We got Jameson with the whole assortment as well. All the TWC merchant and Tetrio keychain, and Alcazar with the Tetrio keychain. $2,819.87 in the prize pool. One of the biggest of the year. So thank you guys so much for supporting the World Championship. Let's see how much more we can butter up our top 16 players throughout this event. Really do appreciate it. As well as
Make 'em
promo,
rich,
one of the
baby.
players with the raid. Bringing some viewers in here. Thank you so much.
Cheers, buddy. That's
but
my
now-
dog right there.
It might be time. Might be time for our little game. Are you guys ready for me to explain the rules? I'll be on still to host this as well while we're here.
Let's go. I didn't
right.
expect Jeopardy, but you know, here I am.
Well,
What is
the
being the
legends are
best?
happening.
Throwback. So it's not Jeopardy. So basically, what we have is we have used public AI to generate an image based on the name of a tournament, player, or like community name, for instance. So you'll have an image and 3 clues, and you'll have 30 seconds here on the commentator's desk to guess it. See if you're correct.
Wow. No pressure on us, you know.
Nope.
But hey, looking
chat,
like
you
a
can play
fool,
along.
you know, that's part of the content. So
Yep. So if you guys
It's
are
like
ready,
jump
we'll
scare.
transition.
Some moose made me come here. He said I was supposed to play it. Hello. This is
All right,
Ben.
we got another
Oh,
player.
we got
The
Ben.
more the merrier. Welcome, Ben.
surprise
Moose made me
contestant.
join, so hello. Let's see it. Looking forward to this.
All right, are you guys ready? We can just get into it.
I'm so
Not
ready
at
since
all,
I heard
but
there's
let's do
this.
it.
Since you told me this was happening, I've been waiting. I've been dying to
All
see
right.
these.
So here's our first one. So we have this image here.
Okay,
This
come
is
on.
a player, lives on the moon, makes cool
I wonder
games,
who
and
this
don't
could
DM
be.
him support requests.
No, I
we
have
got?
no clue. What do you mean?
This has got to be Jeff Bezos, surely.
This is mine.
This
This is mine.
Yeah.
I think it's mine.
Who's the guy that made Puyo Puyo Tetris? Who's the guy?
Hank Rogers.
Yeah, it's Jezevec 10 actually. Who you're thinking
Oh, banger.
Shout out.
So true.
You know, I really think it's funny that like the one that we will get that's kind of obvious. We're doing
I know,
it.
it's gonna get so much worse from
The
here.
rest,
surely.
the rest of them will be that, but serious.
All right, so
Yeah.
we got our first guesses in. All right,
It's definitely
the
odd.
answer.
Let's lock in an actual.
Why is that
date.
there?
Oh,
Whoa,
my
whoa,
God,
No.
No.
Technical
This is
issues,
so
guys.
tragic.
Dude, all
That's
right.
not-
This isn't the developer of
what you are.
OBS, all right? He's not cool enough to live on the moon. He screwed me over.
Oh,
Okay, so this is Ask.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah, we
actually
can-
lock in an
yeah,
answer.
let's resolve it.
So
for,
this,
you know.
so this is us. Okay, I have a new method here. All right, we have a new method. All right, so this is
There we
Ask.
go.
Cool.
Wonderful, Deb. All right, I'm improvising here. All right, so let's
How many
start off with
points
our
do I
next
get?
one.
this is
So
just
here's
an
the next
example.
one. All right. So this is a legacy tournament. It's been held over its course by 3 different organizations, and
Oh,
it's
okay.
moved from Gestures to Tetria.
Yo, this is your baby.
Is
Wait,
it?
so-
I didn't know it was a
Is
possible.
it though?
Bro, you're telling me it ain't the Star Cup right there, bro? Come on.
Dude, on Wikipedia,
Yeah.
this is the
Yeah,
only
that's
tournament I've
gotta
earned
be,
money
right?
from.
Let's go. Ben's earning.
earned-
There's gotta be.
I've earned
Ben
$5
making
from
bank?
a tournament according to Wikipedia. This is the one tournament that I
Let's
earned
go.
$5 from.
That's
These
also,
are on Wikipedia.
that's also
dude.
fair. That is one Radical Cup.
We have a
That
tournament.
is cool, dude.
Radical
fair.
Cup. I am not a tourney. All right. So
This is Star Cup, yeah.
Yeah,
so you all
it
got
has
it.
to be.
This is Star Cup. Apparently, this is how Willie J discovered the scene, which is crazy. I don't know why it was this one.
Dude, Star Cup's been around forever. Actually, so cool.
Yeah.
We love Star Cup.
Big fans. Thank you all who have supported the many iterations of this. It's why I'm here.
It's like
But,
the brunt of my Liquipedia results.
Wikipedia.
like-
That's all that
Yeah.
Wikipedia. Let's see if this is on Wikipedia right here. So,
Oh, I wonder what this
yeah,
is.
Tetris Effect connected. Beast and Shen invented the name Moose's Swan Song.
Yeah, honestly, the AI image is really funny for this one. Interpretation.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You did a
Okay, I
good
get
job,
it. I get it. Yeah, that is
Yeah.
really funny.
This is perfect.
That is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we should rebrand right now.
Just like use this as the new logo. Like remove the black background. It's perfect.
You make that the trophy.
Wait, actually,
Right?
so
Yeah,
true.
like this one looks sick. I can't lie.
It's
I
just
put
like a
this in my
bunch of
living
wood
room.
glue clobbered onto this. and, Like,
Zoner battlers. Yeah.
Bad
Who will
lyrics.
be the ultimate
So-
zoner battler?
true. But yeah, this is Square One Tetris Championship. Great event. Held it earlier this year in May. We got 2 championships this year. Held by the community. It's kind of crazy.
There's a lot of championships. I know Shen's doing one too. Like,
Yeah, that just finished
Wait,
last
one
he-
just
weekend.
ended, right? Yeah,
Oh, okay, the tech stuff. Yeah.
yeah. Too many
Like-
championships,
I
man.
know. I was about to say, wait, another one.
But it was Summer Ties Splash.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Summer Ties. Alright, here's our next one.
Ooh.
Watches Bleach, listens to Arabic rap, and can deadlift 500 pounds.
Wait. I should probably
This
know
is
this
so
one.
sick. I mean, the picture makes me think Firestorm. It's got the lightning bolt, but I don't know if if they actually fulfill all these qualities.
I know
Arabic
Firestorm
rap
can
would be
probably
new to
deadlift
me.
500.
I'm trying to guess by the
I think it's
Arabic rap, honestly.
This sounds like Firestorm.
Yeah, the Arabic rap is definitely a firestorm thing. But can
I'm
Firestorm
not
Lift
sure.
500?
I would not be
600?
surprised.
Are they
I'm pretty
stacked like
sure.
that?
I'm pretty sure they can lift 600.
Hmm. Well,
This is like not brain dead. This is actually somewhat difficult.
Wait, 600? That sounds like some yapping, I can't lie. 600 is crazy.
Just by the image, it does seem like Firestorm.
I think
All
that's
right.
definitely
I
misdirection.
think I'm locking in Firestorm.
Are you guys punching in
but,
Firestorm?
I will lock in Firestorm.
We're gonna look silly, but you know what? Sure.
You guys are right.
There, oh hell yeah, let's go.
This is Firestorm. Been around for so long. One of the first tournaments I ever watched had FS in the grand finals, so
That's a
FS
common.
been around for so long.
Yeah, that's a common thing, isn't it? At that
Yeah, it
time.
really is, especially from like
Remember-
the time period.
You remember FSQMK? What a classic series every time.
I saw Firestorm in chat. Can you explain that Arabic rap? Wait, what?
Can you spit some bars for us right now?
Wait,
I
actually,
mean, can you just send me some music? Like that sounds good, bro.
wait, I'd be
Yeah.
so down. Let's play this during TWC finals.
Arabic rap slaps. That's all we got.
Yeah, I can't- it's like the.
Let's make a
background song.
highlight reel for Firestorm, and it's just gonna be Arabic rap playing in the background.
That would
Banger.
go hard. I can't lie. Like those
Eh.
combo videos, old school. You know,
Ooh.
like that would go kind of crazy.
Yeah, we need a back on that. But yeah, we're gonna move on to the next question.
I wonder who this is. We didn't get revealed this earlier or anything.
Wait, this is adorable. What the heck?
Yeah, how did the AI come up with
No,
this?
no,
honestly?
the eyes are fucking freaky. Okay, I'm not gonna. Lie.
Besides for the eyes, I do not agree with the eyes either.
I mean, the eyes are weird, but I don't know. I don't think they're that bad.
I think it's just some typical anime eyes, and I don't see any problem with this.
Name
other than
sounds like a cow sound. Likes sharp stuff. Hates PPT. Mr.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
almost
definitely-
leaked.
I didn't know the
Moose.
PPT fact, to be
I-
honest.
I really read
Moose.
maybe sounds like a cow sound, and just didn't think. I just didn't read it at all, like 3 times. But yeah, that's the giveaway, isn't it?
What even was the prompt? Yeah, like how does
Probably
the
just
AI
put-
come up with
Probably
this?
just put ooh a couple times in there.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be anime cow like knife. I don't know. Think about it. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the knife. That's true. I didn't even think about that.
Some
Well, I
combination
mean,
of
we all
Ringo
knew-
I
and
didn't think of the knife. The knife is a good. Yeah, that's a good
kinda-
point. That's a good
some
point.
kind of combination of Ringo in there. You know, just.
Hmm.
But yeah, OBS foiled me. Software hate it. But we got promo with
Yup.
is that the correct 7 O's?
The Ringo knife guy.
Tomato.
Just get like 2 or 3. Like you don't need this many. Like You know how
I
many
know.
tournaments have been foiled because I typed the wrong number of O's? And like the overlay breaks?
Oh my
Yeah,
This
god.
guy is out for me.
Dog
you
about to
hear
make a
that?
macro on his computer just to make sure he gets it right.
Peak
Imagine
hater
you had the
behavior.
promo name macro on your computer. You've been pronouncing promo wrong. Maybe. But,
Well, he's
I
on
don't know
tonight
if
if
that's
the
in this
comments
row.
want to adjust for that, yeah? We can't do that from now on.
So, this is a community. It's named after a wrestling event. Weeb organization.
Okay,
Prefers to
come
play
on.
Puyo.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Dubski. You're watching it right now.
I think I know what this is.
Yeah.
Alright.
Actually, let me
least I have a
think.
hundred.
That image also
But-
kind of bangs.
No, I-
though.
That
Okay.
image is really well done. Like, I can't lie. AI is going places, it looks like.
Yeah.
Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. We'll have to see who this is. I mean, we
Yeah.
can realize this one.
Yeah.
Chatted this earlier.
It's
Minecraft.
Underdog Pub. Yay.
Yeah, let's go. Oh,
That 3D Tetris goes so hard. We should use that for an overlay sometime.
3D Tetris.
No, like look at the background.
I know what
It's
you
like
mean, yeah.
Tetris, but
Yeah, it's like a cityscape, but also they did it out of
It's
blocks.
almost like they
It's kinda clever.
it's almost like that's a Gestures Cup graphic.
Oh my
It's
god.
crazy.
oh,
You guys never noticed the like at the top of the top 8 bracket on Gestures Cup? It's like a skyline made out of Tetris pieces.
I just didn't realize it
Yeah.
was the same one.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
Oh,
like the
okay. I
light
thought that's
colors,
what you were
though.
saying. Okay,
Like
okay.
the
I'm
cloud,
sorry.
I
Yeah,
like the
same
cloud's a nice
concept.
touch. You know, it's a different vibe, you know? Jason
Mhm.
Cup's got the dark, sleek look. You know, this is the happy-go-lucky
Yep.
monarch.
Why is
Oh,
this
wow, I
name
wonder
here?
what...
okay, so that's wrong, right?
That picture
No,
is
that's not the actual
crazy,
name.
by the way. I
I
can't
know.
lie.
No, this is the image that came back for it.
Oh my god,
What?
it's look on the right side of the image. It's the Tetrio Cup. Oh my
The
god.
cup,
Oh, I
yo!
see. These were in back. Okay, I see what happened. You're saving these.
What happened?
I really like how backwards it is. Hold on, this is gonna make a beautiful little picture right here. Why don't I just take a little
What?
screenshot?
What is that cup? Like I've been staring at that thing
It's
for
the
That's the
Tetrio
Tetrio Cup.
Oh my, bro!
You see, the worst part about this is that like the guy's arm is backwards. Like you see that, like the
Yeah, wait!
No! Stop!
Surely that's
No!
another guy. Surely that's another person, you know, behind the
Oh,
first
yeah,
guy.
yeah, yeah.
It's someone else's arm.
Surely.
Oh my! It's a block stacking torn. Oh my god!
Yeah, it is a block stacking tournament. But who do we have for here? We got a literal
Okay,
devil
fine.
prefers to BM. Keyboard is always broke.
I know who that is. I know
The
who
picture
that
is
is.
crazy. Like the horn,
picture
the
do go
red
crazy.
eyes are insane too.
All right, I'm just gonna drop this right here in the commentator channel.
Oh, there is a commentator channel. Oh yeah,
Trio
please,
Cup.
please archive that. That's gotta stay.
Why is it so funny?
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of this. All right, so you guys have your guesses. Chat's been popping it.
It's definitely. I agree with chat.
Chat's probably right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's off those answers. There's like 5 different answers. It's often.
All right, and we'll see.
Okay,
It's
the
good old
broken
Dio.
keyboard is gonna say the broken keyboard is what told me.
The broken keyboard
Yeah.
sells it.
That's clutch. It's clutch.
Always
Without
bro-
that, it's not as easy.
It's just like, listen, bro can defeat you on bare exposed circuits. Bro does not need anything else.
Yeah.
He doesn't even need a real keyboard.
What's the prompt?
Yeah, that's what I was
I don't
wondering. Like,
know.
surely
I
don't
think
put
you
Diao
know.
and get this right.
No, we did a little bit more to kind of give a bit of a storytelling kind of approach on this. All right, here. Now we got another one. This one will be interesting. This might actually trip some people up, I think.
Challenge mode.
So this is a tournament. It's a new rule set. Towers. This is a TWC major qualifier.
Tricky Tower. I'm sorry. It's not.
It's not.
That's
Not
immediately
Tricky
what mine
Towers.
went to. Like Tricky Towers, Pizza Tower.
Chat keeps spoiling me. I need to hide this chat.
Tilted Towers, bruh.
I was gonna say I was thinking IFT. I didn't even know IFT high rise was a thing.
Yeah.
You know.
I would not have gotten that one, honestly.
I think I played in that.
Yeah, I
I
played
think
in that. I don't remember the name.
I think I got top 16 in this one.
So you guys have narrowed it down to an IFT. I think the convoy is going for high rise. There's some people saying elevate.
There's
some
some
people
elevate
saying
believers. I mean, a
High
high
rise
rise
is
has got to be a
closer.
tower, right? Like,
Well, I think okay, it's a qualifier. So you can say which one
Let's
is like the serious rule set one.
yeah. Okay.
But yeah, this is it is high rise and OSW is wrong. Elbows.
Dang. Cringe is tragic.
I would believe Elevate. I think Elevate would still make sense. They're both
It
pretty
makes sense,
similar.
yeah.
What up, Davo?
Davo.
High rise
Yeah,
sells
that's
it
the
better.
Davo, another champion commentator.
Yeah.
Huge raid. Big clutch.
Oh, they were okay. Westell to the rescue. They were indeed both. All right. Well, I wouldn't have done.
That's good to know, you know? Yeah.
It really
We're
came down to
washed
the
out here.
50-50.
Free Steam's been great, Davo. We got another question. So here we got a tournament. Moose always misspells this. First Tetris anime poster. Modest commentated this event. Allegedly.
Allegedly. Why does the picture look like it's straight out of like a League of Legends or something?
You know,
It's me?
did I commentate this with Modest?
I'm
I
not
feel like
actually
a-
sure.
I'm trying to even think what I commentated however long ago.
Is
I
this
can't-
This is not Tetrio.
no.
No.
I think this is PPT.
Yes.
Does this involve chat close? By the way, is this piece? Oh, I'm not gonna say it, but
PCO? Is that because that's what I was thinking?
okay.
I don't actually know.
I could buy that because like the art. I don't know. The art style makes me think of art. Like
I see puzzle pieces, which is why I immediately thought of Puzzle Cataclysm Open.
yeah.
But like,
But where's the
what-
Cataclysm? Yeah.
Okay, you
I
ever
guess
play
that's
World of
what
Warcraft?
misspells.
No.
Like the picture tells me nothing. I feel like. as
Okay, well, it kind of looks like this. I mean, not really, but like the art style is kind of like big
Yeah.
and cartoony like this.
I played
Also-
Hearthstone.
Also, yeah, that too. I was gonna say like maybe it made the jump with that. I have no idea.
So
I just don't click. Don't click.
one
Wait.
picture,
Wait.
I'm
Wait.
waiting.
Wait. Let us
I'm
talk.
waiting.
Let us talk. I'm just making my guess based on the puzzle, but I don't know if I'm like hyper fixating on that.
Wait, me going to Modest Tomatoes Liquipedia page or whatever.
Hey yo, bro's doing research.
Who even
She's
knows if
doing
this
research.
tournament's on there though, right? That's another thing. Also, whether the casters are even listed. Like Liquipedia is pretty still bare bones.
Bro, you in here?
She's
Okay,
doing
to be fair,
research.
it doesn't help though.
Doesn't help.
I got no idea.
This image actually does not help. I'm confused, and I'm
The
not
image
looking
is
at chat.
very difficult.
First Tetris anime poster. I think that sells PCO for
hella
me.
has that's
Yeah.
what I'm basing it off of. Also because I remember commentating a PCO.
The first fun fact doesn't help. Moose misspells everything.
Wow, way to go!
No, like
crazy.
he makes a point of it. He's misspelled every single poster.
yes,
he's
every
released or
every
something.
poster that Moose has made, there's one typo on it.
There's exactly one. Like he doesn't even keep it a secret. It's a well-known fact.
You're typing WTF in the chat like you don't say this yourself, man. It's
Okay, I'm not reading chat, but Moose, I'm
Moose
not
just
calling
said
you out. You call
WTF
yourself
in the
out.
chat. All right.
Also,
I'm
you
gonna
put me
need
on
to,
here.
Reveal. Be locked in PCO.
I'm gonna lock in PCO. I have no other
I
ideas.
can't think of anything better. It's tough.
Let's
Well,
go with PCO.
You guys are correct.
Yes!
Cataclysm open.
Whew. That
Oh, let's go.
That's a hard one.
That was hard.
That was definitely.
Thank goodness for the puzzle hint.
Yeah. The next one, I don't know if it's gonna be any better. Let's check.
Uh oh.
Well, this is fun. This is what the.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I know. Okay.
I mean,
Monkey
if-
Ball.
Listen, if we didn't put
This
the,
picture is crazy.
Oh, okay.
if we didn't
I
put
played
the,
in this. I
Makes this
played in
harder,
this.
but
you know, if we didn't
This
put
is
the
French
quotes or the hints on the side, I don't know what.
yeah, that's.
I wouldn't have. I don't think I would have gotten this from the image, but like I said,
I
Monkey
see.
Ball.
I see where the image is from.
It's so funny.
How do you Reagan? Reagan.
Yo, that's a bit of a different name than I remember.
Dude, why are these, well, these are all really good stickers. Though.
It's the Reagan. I can't, bro. I actually can't.
All right, so you guys have any specific tournaments you're gonna name for this?
RBB.
I think yeah, this range is
This is
Hey,
RBB.
RBB.
RBB makes sense to me, but also, what's it called? You know the fists raised up? They look like they're like revolting. That could be
Bash.
Renge-volution, or yeah,
You,
Bash.
you think it's Revolution?
I don't know, man. But like that wasn't so monkey ball theme, was it? So,
That's why I was thinking. I remember Range's was definitively monkey ball themed to the point where I was
It was
like, bro,
very
can you
monkey
do
ball.
this?
Were there skits for Birthday Bash?
I
actually
think
don't remember.
all of them had skits.
Okay, so that doesn't narrow it down.
I'll do
No.
Renge-volution to be different. You know what the heck?
Okay, so
You're
we got
thinking-
one in for Rengevo.
Rengevo, yeah.
Rengevolution.
Oh wait, this is hard. It could be Bash or Revolution because that also looks like a revolt. You have a point.
Right? That's about like what I'm basing it
I
on.
am changing my mind.
I'm keeping it with Birthday Bash, dog.
Okay, so we got.
I think I will switch parties.
Okay, RBB. Are we locking it in?
I think one
Rengevol.
RBB, 2 Rengevos. Is that it?
Yes, I will lock in Rengevol.
I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it RB.
It's
I have my
Okay,
dissenting
so it's a-
opinion of the
it's
court.
A split panel.
You're totally. Yeah, it could be either. I have no
All
idea.
right. It is the original Rengevolution.
This is big.
Ooh.
Ego remains intact here.
Though I wonder
you-
what would have happened if we did do
Oh,
RBB.
Renge. Okay, Revolution and not Revolution.
I was about
Yeah,
to
I
say,
know.
what if you put Revolution? What would the prompt be? Like,
The reason I didn't see a D in the like 85 letters at the bottom, so that was
Okay,
my
but it does.
logic.
Okay, yeah, it makes total sense why the image. Okay, I understand now.
dude, the reggaeting though, that's actually so good.
Regnenden good, dude.
The reggaeting of all time.
Oh my god. This next one's kind of a roast. Okay.
Uh-oh.
We got this one. I'm so sorry. Originally
yeah,
on hard
hard to
drop,
watch.
hard to watch.
Hard to
Nobody
watch.
knows when it will come back.
Okay, out of respect, I'm not answering this one. Come on, nothing is hard to watch, bro.
Free my man Blink out here. I can't lie.
Well, hard drop has one series, so I think I have one answer. Right?
The thing is like HDO 12 wasn't hard to watch.
I
I felt,
feel like HDO 12 like bang.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't-
how I remember that one. So it's like, which
Who said hard to watch? Who wrote that?
I didn't write these. I know that. So yeah, it was originally on hard drop. It was hard to watch, and nobody knows when it will come back.
It's HDO.
All right, we have one in for HDO.
I'd agree with an HDO. I'd agree.
is there like a specific tournament, or is it just the tournament series?
It's a series.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, I don't have much to add.
All right.
Wait, originally?
Are you
Wait,
ready to
stop.
I feel
Originally
like
on
we're
hard
getting
drop?
tricked. This is what I don't like.
Originally on hard drop.
That is
Jacer's Cup
what it
was
says.
on hard drop, and then Jacer's Cup moved.
And
Like,
people did
twice.
complain about the look of Jacer's Cup.
I'd also,
Wow.
yeah, okay, I'd buy it
That's
because
the
the
thing that
image has the
happened.
cup. Also,
I think we.
Yeah, the cup is the cup. I don't know. I'm gonna go. I feel like it's probably Jacer's Cup because look, Jacer's Cup's been dead for a bit, right? There was definitely big complaints in the early days, especially about how it looked, and then it fulfills the other prompt and it has a cup. I don't know. I feel like that's
Yeah. I think that originally on hard drop just makes it not possible to be HDO.
because that's still on
And
hard
the
drop,
image
and that's
doesn't
too
make
dead.
sense.
Like that's so dead, you don't even think to generate a.
No offense, Blink, if you're here. Sending love.
All right, are we ready
HDO
to
13 is
reveal?
gonna go crazy.
Jacer's Cup, lock it in.
Yeah.
All right. Yep, there it is.
Ooh.
I was a bit
Oh, that
worried
was
when you
close.
guys
We
were saying
clutched up.
HDO.
We clutched up on that. That was scary. That
I
was
got
scary.
worried. Like the first one got me really worried, man.
Mm.
All right, here's the next one. Oh my god.
Uh-oh. I hear those giggles. This can't be good.
Why did we do that?
I'm just looking forward to this.
Why did we put this on?
What?
Bro! What?
How does the AI come up with this? I really want to open chat now, but I don't want to spoil myself. I'll look at chat after.
bro, what am I? Come on, dog.
What?
Come on.
Noobs. What's the prompt?
This This is the Church of Rabbit Stacking or whatever.
Well, that's not down stacking, is it?
Say, I did not write these.
Bro, Moose, come on, dog. You can't do this without telling at least one of us who this is supposed to be directed at. I just feel bad now.
Right-wing propaganda.
I don't even know what the
What?
origin of that.
Okay, I still have chat closed.
Okay,
I'm
Underdogs Cup
actually
would be
gonna
a
check.
tournament, right? Because
I have no
so
idea.
noobs,
It's also a
noobs
community.
I feel is big. Yeah. Oh, that's true. It is a community. That's a good point. Right wing propaganda.
The noobs narrows it down a little because it's not my server.
Wow.
Pause America.
That's
nigga.
crazy.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, but if you go to my server and you see noobs, something is wrong.
Dude, right wing propaganda.
What?
Right-wing propaganda.
Caboozled Pie notorious ties to the conservative faction.
Notorious Infinite Downstacker.
This is a reference to something.
Infinite down stacking. This is This is probably the most difficult one yet. I feel.
Oscar,
It really
does
is.
Donald Trump play Tetris?
I saw that. That's crazy.
All right.
Cotris is infinite
I knew
downstacking,
it,
but it
Cap.
doesn't fit the prompts. And there's only tryhards on Cotris.
All right.
Yeah. No, this
Yes,
can't
Eddie
be
is.
cultures. I feel
Wait,
like
wait,
this is
wait.
Guideline.
This is probably guideline, yeah. Oh man, this is hard. I'm having trouble.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm thinking Taz or Underdogs Cup.
Bro, you're
There's
mean.
also-
Yeah.
You're mean as hell.
Can this be Taz?
It is. TAWS is a community.
It is. I think it fits the criteria. I'm just thinking, like,
What
based
does
off
the image mean?
And right-wing propaganda. Those are the things I haven't placed yet.
Is there another amateur community? Is there noobs? Why did you even write noobs there? I'm so confused. I would be honest.
All right.
I
You
think
guys
it's-
want
I'm
me
having
to run
trouble.
it?
No, wait. Okay, let's lock in one guess before we run it. Fine, I'll lock in Taz.
You're logging in TAWS.
I'm locking in UC because I'm a hater.
All right. We had a split opinion.
I don't know. I'm locking in Taz because I don't know.
I also don't know. We're probably way off the mark.
Yeah. Might be like ITS or something.
Hard to say.
All right.
Or like, who's just throwing shade on someone, I don't know.
All right. We're gonna run it. It's
Run it.
Underdogs Cup.
Let's go.
Just kidding.
What's the
We'll, like, for that.
wrong?
Damn,
I-
that's insane.
I don't know, man.
What's the prompt? What did you... Moose, what did you write for this?
I have no idea.
Bro, I don't know, dog. Where did any of this one come from? I don't know,
Alright,
man.
here, we
What
got
was
this
going
one.
Sign,
on?
sign, hop on dust.
Up on dust?
Crazy.
Yeah, hop on
What?
dust.
Oh, wait, is it the voice of Modest? Not Modest, Frey? Oh my god.
Player.
Here, I want Frey to put some pics in from now on. We got this next one. We got a player,
Yeah, this
Mario
one's hard,
villain?
right?
Tetrio Cup champion, plays
Can't pick
PPT.
Cues, I can't hear anything. Struggle. No.
Okay, I know
I
who
hear
this is.
Frey in the background already, but...
I know who this is,
Bit of
but
a
I
spoiler.
don't think anyone's gonna get this one.
I should know this because it says Tetrio Cup
I
champion.
know!
But...
That's
Where
what
the
I'm
fuck do
saying.
you live, man?
Oh, I'm
I thought
struggling.
we were jump, man.
I am struggling
My
here.
driver just like, nah.
I'll give you. Do you guys want a hint?
good.
I mean, I'm like almost positive I know who this one is.
Go for
I'm
it.
thinking it's a certain. I'm thinking it's a certain American from Tennessee who like won a bunch of stuff at like, you know, I can't even remember. This is
I
embarrassing.
think it's Blarg.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Blarg.
Blarg fits the image.
I mean, maybe like is that what a Blarg brings to mind? I mean, I could, you know, you could kind of see a little bit.
All right, well,
But
brother.
Mario villain doesn't fit though. I don't
After
know.
this, we have one more.
Let's
It's
go.
Bug.
Let's go. Okay, last one. Let's see it.
I didn't
Alright.
know Blarg was a Mario
Here's the
villain.
final. Here's the final one.
Oh, wait.
Bro, why is that me?
Why still?
Technical issues, but still.
Wait, actually, let me change versions on this. Oh, they just both have your name.
Washed up Genshin.
Used to be tier. I was top 16 in an IFT. Okay. I nearly qualified for TWC. Okay, give me some
Here's
credit.
how, bro, here's how I know Moose wrote these slides. Here's how I know, bro.
Washed up Genshin. Oh my god.
This is Ben. This is Ben, though. That's true.
What
Ben
did you
does be a
put for
big
the?
Genshin player.
What is the prompt? What are you putting for? I'm.
Modest, muted on stream, tomato.
Yo, I'm back. Let's go. I'm free from the shackles. Okay, surely the prompt is something like weeb or like something. Like
Sure.
Gotta be
I'm fine with that.
Genshin character.
Prompt was Genshin Impact.
I knew it, dude. Yes.
Really?
Genshin Impact and nothing else.
Big.
That's not even a Genshin art style.
Yap, yap, yap.
Okay, it's an AI image. Your point?
Fine, fair enough.
Just say I got it wrong. Whoa.
I would have been happy to guess this one. Okay, Moose, is this what you wanted me on? Just
Yeah.
literally for the last one.
I think so.
Bruh. Bro wanted me on just for this last image. I am going to play Genshin after this to spite you right back, Moose.
Bro's already opening up his phone right now.
No, I have it on my PC.
I gotta do my dailies.
I already did my dailies. Wait, I have one
Oh,
left.
no, he does
I have
that
one
right when
daily
he
left.
wakes up.
Okay, I'll do my last daily right after this.
All right, Ben, calm down, buddy.
Hey, it's a good. I like this game. Okay, fine. Everything is fine. With that, we're a little behind schedule. I think we have to move on to the
Yeah, we
next
gotta-
part of the pre-show.
And that's what the special guest is for, I think. You know,
It is. We heard him. He was trolling a little, but
a little bit.
Yep. We're gonna have to give me a second. We need to get the camera for our other guest on.
Yeah, I'm also gonna swap the headset over, so I'll pop out for a moment, and you'll have our beautiful, lovely guest, whose name I won't spoil for the people at home. There you go. The floor is yours.
Oh, it's me. It's the cheese race guy.
it is the cheese
Oh my
race
god,
guy.
it's the Blockfish, not Blockfish guy. Get owned. I'm sorry, Frey. What's up?
What's going on?
You might want to move closer to the mic. You're really quiet.
Shit,
All right,
I
we'll
ain't
go
ever
back here
had-
for
I haven't
now.
mic this fancy before.
Yeah, there you are. All right.
Hey, it's Frey.
Join us. Hold up.
Oh my god, that's my man. That's my Dusk player right there. That's her. That's her right there.
Frey, what brings you? What brings you here this lovely evening?
Well, as I was getting here, I almost got like shot, killed. You know, I run up here with this real shady place. There's this grove of dark trees heading up here. What was up with that? What was up with that?
Things are different in the hood, man.
This is like the weirdest cross between a hood and a suburb, man. What the heck? Alright.
Oh, wait, we might have a cam for our other guest. If Edge can set that up.
Yo.
We don't have one special guest. We have two special guests that I invited on tonight. Going a little overtime with the pre-show, but I'm sure you guys will like this content. Oh wait, that's the wrong link. Oh? Okay. Does it actually work?
We got this.
Alright. Oh,
I-
okay! Hello, Kerr!
I'd have known that they were gonna do this.
This is communism of Sheepbot
hello.
fame.
Figured, I mean, we're talking about it, I might as well show up for it, right?
Are we talking
Alright,
about
floor is
it?
yours.
Yeah, share a
Go
little
for
bit.
it.
Go
Yeah,
for
let's
it.
go for it. Alright. So.
Alright, Kurt, you gotta start us off. I can't
Alright.
follow up what you just did.
Alright, so I mean, I guess I might as well talk about Sheepbot a little bit then. I'm sure most of y'all have seen it. Jed made a banger tweet about it. Sheepbot is a statistics bot that basically takes some data that you can't find on Tetra channels, some more advanced stuff that Big Osk doesn't want you knowing about, and shows it to the masses through leaderboards, radar charts, tables, all sorts of different stuff. It's available on my Discord about me. You can find it across a bunch of different servers. !help will usually tell you a little bit about it. And I think that's the gist of it.
And the issue with like the current Sheepbot is that we don't really have access to some of like the cooler stats. So you notice in Sheepbot there's like a cheese stat, and that's really just like a formula that's estimating this. And now with like the tool that I wrote, and with a lot of help from this guy called CS.net, real amazing coder, we're actually able to get like the raw stats. So if you want to know like how much cheese am I sending, we're not using this like weird 20-line formula to get it. We're actually just looking exactly how much cheese are you sending in a replay. So instead of something that takes like 3 numbers basically and tries to extrapolate a bunch of statistics, we're actually going through a replay programmatically using a parser. Yep, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. And then we're actually getting the real stats we care about. So stuff like, hey, how much back to MPM am I doing? Or, dang, how much like APM is my combo doing? All that stuff we can get for raw, for real, instead of just like getting numbers to get out a bunch of stats that sometimes aren't as accurate as they might want to be.
All of the hard drop spammers showing up as like 24,999 TR. Shout outs to them. But also as well, I've been working with some of that stuff behind the scenes to try to implement some of that into the current build of Sheepbot soon. TM, maybe. Hopefully should be coming up soon, but we'll see. Behind the scenes, some of that stuff is already implemented for specifically TWC, but for future, it may be coming to normal Sheepbot as well. We'll see.
Yeah, so right now, I'm sorry, Dust player over here. It's not exactly open source yet. We will probably be making like an add-on for Sheepbot. I got to run it as my maintainer if we really want to get like the source out there. But the plans are that once we get all this stuff running, it'll be in Sheepbot. So everybody using Sheepbot right now will get access to all this cool like replay starter stuff in the future. At least that's the hope. Still got to run it past everybody. But if that all works out, then that's all good.
Yep.
Yeah, check it out.
Check it out.
Awesome.
Good thing.
Alrighty. What are they talking? What are they talking about? Really makes me wonder. Thank you to the both of you guys for coming on a little bit. We are always really excited to see some of the work you guys do and showing, these kinds of stats. Basically, we're just talking about stuff like this here.
Thank you.
Is that it? Listen to the game.
We having technical issues over here, but
Yeah,
are we?
Trying to censor Modest and Frey.
what's going on with you guys?
Yeah, so you'll notice that we finally got Wasted T out there. Wasted T isn't a funny stat because we can finally be all insecure about how much T pieces are we wasting. And now there's a lot of stuff called downstack APL, upstack APL. This is something that talking a lot of top players we want to know about. And it's basically like when we're downstacking garbage, when we're exclusively downstacking garbage, how efficient are our attacks when we're downstacking garbage? As in, the stat is basically like all the attacks that we generate from downstacking garbage specifically over all the downstack lines that we cleared. And basically this is like, hey, if a player is doing a lot of crazy combos and a lot of back-to-back chaining through garbage, which is incredibly difficult and incredibly impressive, we want to be able to capture that. And now upstack APL, that's mostly just to see, hey, is the player we're looking at just really good at doing that cool back-to-back power stat? And that's something that we really weren't able to specifically with Sheepbot before because we just didn't have a replay parser. And now that we have it, it makes defining a player through statistics and seeing how someone can prove their efficiency in these special ways a lot easier to calculate and quantify mathematically.
Also, now we don't have to worry about doing estimations and the like. We actually just have the raw numbers, so helps out that way too. Also, some stuff that you could do with downstack APL versus upstack is you can actually find out, like, for certain players, or really just across the entire database, like, is downstack actually more effective than upstack? I know that's been a debate that was in Tetrio for a little bit. So now there's actually a way of quantifying that.
And hey, if you get tilted by like infinite downstacker, now you can know for sure how bad they are at downstacking. Now
True.
you know for sure how easily you can get tilted by this guy. That's for sure.
Mhm. You finally have a John.
Algorithm.
Yeah, and a couple of other ones like average back-to-back chain attack. If you want to know, like, hey, I've been focusing a lot on like my back-to-back chains, which is really important in Tetria. It's like, hey, how am I improving on average, and like, what's my APM looking like, and what's my like average chain length looking like? These are all things that are one, like good for quantifying players, and also two, like good for quantifying growth. I think that Kerm's been like cooking up some like graphs based on that, and like just on the stats that we made.
Yeah, I'll have to show some of them at some point. I'll probably put them in Sheepbot announcements just so that everyone can see that. But yes, I have been working on some of that stuff, and hopefully whenever we get that implemented into Sheepbot, then that'll come alongside it.
Shoot. And I think that's basically it for this project. There's a lot of like other stats we're looking at, like, because there's a bunch of goofy ass stats like that. It's like, hey, when we're doing a back-to-back chain, how many times are we shifting the well? And when we're doing a back-to-back chain, how many like garbage lines are we down stacking? And this is just like some of the more fun things, like how fancy does somebody play, and like, hey, how many like fractals does a guy make? It's just like good to have finally be able to get like not only like raw stats that we're concerned about, but yeah, like just like raw playstyle and raw like screen caps that we can finally do. And that's basically it for Parser. And that's basically the roadmap that we're setting up. And that's about it.
I just want to leave with one little comment, if you don't mind. When I made Sheepbot originally, I made it sort of to emulate the sort of graphs that I saw on here. So thank you guys so much for having me on here and basically letting me have a dream come true. I appreciate it a lot.
Right, with that, let's go on to some predictions for tonight. We got some banger matches. And
I'm back.
Skyfire, what do you think is going to happen tonight?
I'm not actually sure, but I mean, I did see the bracket a bit. I did, and some rematches, like apparently OSW versus Westo is a thing again. I mean, that was apparently a match that we did see in the previous tournament before. That was quite intense. I'm going to be bringing up the bracket very quickly so that we can make predictions, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to see some very interesting matchups. What do you think?
Well, first up, we got Promo versus Punpoko.
Oh,
We've seen all these players. These are some interesting playstyles to talk about. We have one of the most aggressive players versus Punpoko, who is very balanced and focuses on timing.
yeah, but I feel as though against Promo, you definitely need a big amount of APM to sort of overwhelm the speed that Promo has been dependent on, because a lot of the burst speed that Promo has can be used to negate big damage, even if it means covering up his inefficiencies, but those inefficiencies still can be there. So I'm sure that if Punpoko has enough pressure and burst speed, then sure, maybe they can get away with it, but I'd definitely say Promo's the advantage currently.
I will also have to predict Promo. I think Punpoko is going to do well to knock Promo out of his comfort zone, but like the kills just might not be there for Punpoko. And that might be a very rough matchup, and good luck to Punpoko. Looking forward to that match. Next up is Diao versus Ibu. And honestly, I think everyone's predicting one player here.
Yeah, I think it's kind of given in a way. I mean, Diao Ickley is people see him as the current number one player if you exclude CZ. I mean, CZ is retired at the moment, but so Diao is sort of taking that placeholder in a way. But he has gotten immensely strong, and we've seen that progress in the last several tournaments already.
Ibu definitely has an uphill battle there, and we will have to predict Diao for that one. But best of luck to Ibu, and let's see if they can put up a fight there. Next up, Dormy versus Still. Oh, think about what?
OSW versus Weston?
That's a bit later,
Which one?
but we can also talk about it. I think that will be one of the closer ones, in fact. I don't know who to
I think-
predict.
That's sort of a gamble in a way. Although I'd say, I mean, given previous performance, Westo did make an upset.
Westo can absolutely
the-
make an upset there, honestly. But that's just
Yeah.
based on Tetra League rankings. I think based on stats, Westo is still favored versus OSW.
Oh.
Like,
Yeah,
we
that's
see
true.
OSW
I mean-
just, like, blast people, right? But Westo is the god of just blasting people as well.
Yeah, and we've sort of seen this in, which there was I don't know, it could have been a Tetrio Cup or a different tournament, but they did fight each other, and OSW was the one favored to win, but then Westo started bursting even faster than OSW, going almost 5 pieces a second, and then started overwhelming OSW. I think it's going to be I mean, I'd say Westo definitely has the advantage, but it's all dependent on the misdrops, I'd say.
Rank-wise, this would be an upset for Westo, but I think stats-wise, it would be an upset for OSW. I'm going to lock in Westo. I believe in the stride. What do you think?
Yeah, I believe in Westo too. I mean, not that OSW can't win, but I'd say the advantage goes to Westo at the moment.
We also have to talk about Fort versus Firestorm tonight. That's a matchup that's going to happen. And that's the other close one that I'm expecting.
Yeah, I'd say it would be pretty close. Both players are generally pretty back-to-back heavy, but I will say that, I mean, I want to give Firestorm the advantage because, I mean, they have been quite the GOAT for a long time. We know that, I mean, we've seen their LST record on Ultra before. It's very infamous, and if anything, even their gameplay nowadays has definitely adapted to Tetrio quite a lot. A lot of big spikes and able to keep back-to-back without stopping. And definitely the sort of reputation that they have might end up making Fort kind of nervous in some regards. But at the same time, though, Firestorm has been known for quite a few misdrops at times, which could end up breaking the pace. So, I mean, if Firestorm is playing well, then I'd say that is favored towards them, but we'll have to see what's going to happen.
They definitely have the consistency, but Fort has the ceiling to beat Firestorm, I believe. So, it would be an upset for Fort. I will lock in Firestorm for this one, but I would not be surprised to see Fort beat Firestorm in 1 or even 2 sets. Like, it could absolutely
believe in that.
happen. We also have
Definitely.
Togaya versus QMK is going to be an interesting one tonight as well. I mean, these are all
Yeah, it's
interesting
gonna
matches, as
be
you love to
quite
say, but
Yeah, I mean, they all have a different sort of play style. It's sort of like in Pokemon, you have different types competing against each other, see what happens.
but Togaya and QMK
to
are
be
pretty
fair-
similar in that regard. Very downstack heavy, very defense heavy. Even though Togaya's been working on offense.
I mean, I've always thought that in this matchup, Togaya is the one that is going to be focused on the offense. I mean, QMK, because of the speed difference, is likely going to have to play a little more defensively, but it's not like he's going to not back-to-back. It's going to be very balanced play style that I'd argue would be similar to ergonomics in a way, but perhaps better control over the board state, better understanding of when to greed, etc. And it's going to be a sort of matchup whether Togaya can actually be able to pressure QMK hard enough while not compromising defense.
Absolutely, this is a battle of not having win cons, right? They're both very defensive, and they need to find some kind of offense.
Yeah, that's the thing. This matchup is a lot more, I'd say, I mean, I want to say it's closer because it's so unpredictable what's going to happen. Both players playing on par is going to be pretty hard to predict. I'm not actually certain.
I will lock in Togaya, but I believe in QMK. I think it could happen. Because QMK pulls out some kind of freaking upset magic whenever he goes on stream.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I think I'd believe in Togaya too. Not to say that QMK would be able to win as well. But I'd say it's bit favored towards Tagaya because definitely the burst speed is going to help a ton. A lot of potential there.
We only have a couple minutes left, so let's move on to our final few matches. Vince versus Dormy. Our favorite OS player versus the CEO of World Records. I'd love to give Dormy a chance here, but Vince, man, you know.
This is too unpredictable. He's
Too
a
unpredictable.
walking library.
Well, not the match outcome. I like, with all due respect to Dormy, this will be his hardest battle yet.
Yeah, certainly. I'd have to give it to Vince for this one, though.
I give it to Vince. If Dormy wins this one, it would be the most amazing upset of my life. I would love to see it, but because it's an upset, it's unfortunate to say that this is unlikely to happen.
Yes,
We haven't
indeed.
talked about Writers versus Ergonomics now that Writers is actually in chat. Hello, welcome. Well, Ritters is favored in this one, so good time to join, I say.
Certainly. I mean, last week we saw some absurd performance by Ritter, and where he's basically almost mastered all elements of the game, and almost felt like he was going into a flow state and then awakened God a bit. But definitely, if he does play like that against Ergonomics, then Ergonomics doesn't really stand a good chance.
And Kabuzo Pai versus Blarg. Can the upset happen? We know Blarg is one of the favorites to win this tournament as well, but Cab is no... What was the word for this? No pushover? Yeah. Cab is a terrifying player.
I mean, I think that Cab can take off a couple of rounds. He does have the spike potential, but whether he has the consistency and game sense and mechanics is a different question. I mean, he did say he was a bit rusty at times, so but who knows? Maybe this last week he could have spent some time grinding.
Alright, with that, we've talked about our matches, and let's turn around to our casters for the main event. It is now 7 PM EST. Welcome, TGK Commando, to the stream. And we are going to start with our matches tonight.
All right, here we are.
Oh,
Here we are.
At the same time. Hello, Commander.
Hello, TGK. How are you doing tonight?
I am looking pretty formal as I can be. Let me plug in my headset charger real quick because it sounds like it's low, but I am pretty excited tonight. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I've had a pretty eventful week, and it's time to cap it off with, the main event of the TW scene,
Indeed, and look at all these players, man. Just look at how far we've come. We've seen some amazing upsets. We've seen some close matches, long matches, short matches, but we have come to the penultimate day of the TETR World Championships. We have a lot of representation from all sorts of players, and especially some pretty close ones in this bracket in the round of 16.
Yeah, it's really nuts that we're down to 16 after it's been 4 days now, and we're now on day 5 or 6.
I'm not good at estimates anyways. Let me adjust my camera a bit so I can. Ooh, better angle right here. Kind of. It doesn't matter. I'm in a square box anyways. But I've been waiting all week for this kind of thing. This has just been a fun tournament. But seeing this getting close to conclusion is going to be wild. And especially the first match, I do wonder where it's gonna go.
Yeah. Indeed. But yeah, I mean, we've got everyone. We've got lots of different people. Sorry, a little too excited. We've got lots of different people here from several different parts of the qualifying rankings. I mean, we've seen some pretty big upsets. We've seen maybe matches that are maybe a bit too unsurprising. But of course, the only way to find out who will come out on top is to proceed with this. Only one can win. 64 people came in, and only one's going to come out as the champion.
Absolutely. And of course, when you mention upsets, Commander, can we talk about Ritteru versus Blarg for a sec? That was the one bracket that I was not expecting to see, like, ever.
No, not at all. I mean, Ritter has had to work for it, but I mean, wow, like that is definitely the most surprising upset we've seen.
Like in all of the entire bracket.
We did also have Toga versus Fortisim. That was also a...
Oh, don't give me PTSD from that. No. That match lasted about as long as the bracket itself, man. That was
Well, I mean, if anything, that just tells us like anything could happen here.
And another reason why Deuce is the best mechanic in like all of competitive Tetrio, like tournament wise, because we've seen a lot of deuces. We've seen a lot of tiebreakers. This is about, as like I said, like the one time. This is about as peak as we're gonna get with this entire tournament. If not,
I think we're gonna be seeing the best of the best here tonight. Like, just in like terms of matches, you know.
And considering that this bracket is also going to be longer because it's not just like a first to 11. No.
It's a first to 11 best of 3.
Oh.
Which means, you know, up to 3 matches of first to 11s. And I believe we're getting started with the warm up.
Beginning.
Okay.
But even though we've seen plenty of warm-ups before earlier in the tournament, though, we won't be showing because, it's not because we want to keep it a surprise. It's just we want to give these players time and patience and privacy, you know?
Yeah. But I have to say, I will say, once we get started, I think you guys are going to be in for a real treat. That's the only way I can put it, you know?
It's gonna look beautiful, I'll tell you what.
Yep, and warm up is complete. I think the players are ready.
Oh boy!
We just need to wait for the game to start.
Right, and I'm pretty sure we've all analyzed what all these players have done before the entire matches. So if you've listened to Ben and Skyfire talk about a lot of these matchups, you should definitely know where it's going to go from here. Pompoka versus Promo, which is going to be our first match of the night on TWC 2023 round of 16, best of 3, first to 11. I can definitely see where this is going to go, but I've definitely seen Pompoka play before, and despite a lot of things, I could definitely see them holding a lot of defense in comparison to Promo, who is just known for a lot of 6-3 efficiency. Just in general.
It's definitely going to be hard. Like, it is a very tall order to try and, best the literal best in the TWC qualifiers and, like, seeded number 1 in this entire thing. It's definitely not going to be easy, but, you know, as we've seen in the past, there are a lot of upsets. Anything, again, is possible.
Oh, boy. And
honestly, I'm very anxious, and I'm not even playing right now.
We haven't even started the bracket.
We haven't even started yet. This is the first match of the round of 16 tonight, and like I'm already a little jittery. I'm a little tense. It's
just a little bit of a creepy crawly shimmering down your spine. This is a tournament that we're going to be talking about, and it's going to take a lot of hours.
I have to say, I don't think anyone, like you, if you think you're ready, please take that back. You are not ready for what is about to happen here tonight for the round of 16 here, Tetrio World Championship.
And we have 400 viewers on the line too, and also take a look at these special graphics.
Take a look at this.
My lord. Oh, look
yes!
at this!
Yes! Oh my goodness!
At that. That is
Look at that!
gorgeous.
I like there are no other words for this. This looks absolutely astounding. I am so glad we were able to show this off. Yeah. Graphics all here courtesy of Osk. Oh my goodness. Man was sitting in the kitchen for who knows how long and came out with not only a meal, one hell of an experience, you know?
You wanna know what I love, Commando? I love Promo's name. Just, you have to emphasize the pro. And, of course, we are gonna get started.
Here we go.
TWC
There's the countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Tetrio.
Yeah, here we go.
Pampoko with the Gamoshiro promo, going with that. Going with that TKI.
Standard LST, kind of a standard method. Ooh, nice T-spin donation, and that's going to be a quick first round there for promo.
Very strong start indeed. Promo takes it, and
but first of many, you know, like
the inevitable.
Many. Let's just emphasize the many part here. It's gonna be at minimum 33 rounds, like at minimum like 22 rounds at most, like
Pompoko?
So much. Ooh, and look at that down step. Look at that! Oh my goodness! Just a sudden spike caught Promo off guard.
Promo was over here trying to like do some mechanical T-spin stacking, but Pompoko with the building up damage of that multiplier spike was just enough to secure a tie already, and we've seen Pompoko hit some pretty insane down stacking in this community.
Yeah, like seriously. Pompoko has that well open and is just going to start stacking on the side of it. Nice kite on there. Ooh. Gives a little bit of efficiency. Keeps that back-to-back a little bit longer. But Promo, yeah, with a nice counter there.
Can't exactly open up the well on the opposite side. Pompoko just all of a sudden tops out, all thanks to an unfortunate overhang. And, Promo fixing up a bit of a mistake there.
Manages to clear it off very quickly. Nice fractal to follow it up. Huge spike right there. Ooh, yeah, and Pompoko's not going to be able to counter that.
Pompoko! That's looking pretty rough right there, and Promo is still taking a fairly strong lead in the first of many, and Pompoko...
Starting with LST here on Pompoko's end. Flat top TKI.
Ooh,
nice color clear.
Oh my. I'm pretty sure
and then a huge 19 spike. Yeah, putting Promo in a bit of a nasty situation. Has to do a lot of down stacking to try and recover. Nice counter spike there.
Pompoko barely making it out of there. They just really need to keep everything together in order to really secure back the ground, which they so do. Very good tanking by Pompoko too. As Promo with a messy board. Oh dear, this is not looking good for him. But
ooh, yeah, very close to the top there. Down stacking, not enough though. Pompoko's pressure was just too much that round. Closing the gap 2-3.
Yeah, Promo is really starting to struggle a bit, but I'm pretty sure all those nerves wouldn't get to him as Pompoko is really keeping up the defensive pressure, as we so see from them. Which I should mention, Pompoko has been really good at being able to identify T-spin setups the best they can.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely need that kind. You definitely need that kind of eye if you want to get some good efficiency going. And Pompoko's board state was just not good to keep down stacking. Promo was able to catch him off guard.
Yeah, Pompoko just had the down stack, but didn't find the right solution, and Promo was able to use that perfectly. And
yeah,
Pompoko's really having a hard time with this.
Bit of an awkward stack from Pompoko.
Yeah, and Promo over here going at almost 4.
Alright, Pompoko is definitely taking it a bit slower, but, you know, still mostly able to keep up with Promo's pace.
Yeah.
But not good enough. Promo's back-to-back there, getting up to 15. That was just huge. Love to see it.
Indeed. And look at Promo go with that 6th streak as well.
Yep, and 6-3. Max. Good mix of speed and efficiency here.
really like Pompoko's
No.
continuation with that TSS, being able to convert off of it, and Promo is still going at the speed.
Yeah. Bit on the ropes here. Oh, counters it back to Pompoko. Pompoko is now in a bit of a nasty state. Okay, in a kind of in a stable situation, but you can't exactly rest here.
Yeah.
There's not really any room to breathe.
Every frame.
Yeah, especially with a huge spike like that from Promo. Things are that one misdrop caused Pompoko to slow down a bit too much, giving Promo the win that round.
Yeah, Promo is severely dominating this matchup, and Pompoko is doing their best to do something with their setup, especially with the Gamashiro that we've been seeing a lot from them. Seems like they're opener of choice.
There's been a lot of that opener around these parts these days.
I mean, it's another really good PC loop. I feel like it's just a modern like usage of what's best in the Tetria meta at the moment, which is basically PCs and back-to-back T-spin chaining, which we so proudly see from a lot of players, especially like Pompoko. But
yeah,
compared to someone like Promo, it's just that's completely different. Promo doesn't abide by the
I see an STSD in the future.
Ooh, but
there was a T-spin double. Look, huge spike from Pompoko. Definitely putting Promo in a bit of a weird situation.
But Pompoko doesn't back fix their misdrops.
Yeah,
over
Pompoko's board state. Oh, it's not quite enough. 2-7. Promo has a pretty clear lead here. But I mean, we did see Pompoko take a few games, so it's definitely not impossible.
Yeah, it's all about that practicality and the execution that Pompoko so desperately needs. Just like that.
Look at that! See, just
like
as we speak, Pompoko takes it.
That was a reverse commentator's curse. Oh my goodness, Pompoko.
See, I was just reading Pompoko. Like, I knew that was happening. No,
that made every English teacher in America happy.
That was a very good counter spike.
Ooh, Pompoko waiting to take their time with this. Gonna be able to send just a bit of Promo, but Promo with the speed game over here, just taking a lot of back-to-back damage.
Yeah.
It looks kind of scary for Pompoko, but Pompoko's waiting.
Pompoko's in the red. Oh, that S piece just cut off a lot, and the O and hold was not helping either.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate, Pompoko. Also with the team misdrop, that wasn't.
The team, yeah, gonna be a rough start for Pompoko. Could be a quick KO, but I mean,
but Promo is clearly building up something for sure.
Yeah. Doing a lot of up stacking and then setting it up, knocking it down. Pompoko has a bit of time here to do something with their board.
Ooh, very good pin spike by Pompoko. That's going to be a bit of cheese to Promo. Promo clearly starting to set up some very solid 5-4. This is a relatively scary board to go against if you're Pompoko.
Oh, that missed T-spin! And the eyepiece. That was just a string of bad events. Promo's gonna be taking another point. 2 more until this first set could go to Promo. But I mean, we could see a huge comeback here.
Also, I apologize if I called MS2 Gamashiro. I wasn't clearly paying attention too much, but it definitely looks like Pompoko has been using that a lot. Trying to hardest to deal with that sort of thing. And
yeah,
Promo,
I'm gonna be honest, I can barely tell the difference sometimes. It's alright. Ooh,
but Promo with
look
the
at these
multiplier.
attacks! Pompoko with a huge back-to-back, nice! Taking that point. Slowly closing the gap here, coming back.
Alright, Promo. With the TKI continuation, Pompoko already top.
Oh my god, the quick spike! Taking it already. Yeah, Pompoko could take this back real quickly.
I feel like what I see from Pompoko, it's all about that patience game, and Pompoko desperately wants to look for those options as soon as possible, like that. Even when one mistake is enough, Pompoko can just find a solution to all sorts of things. But even
Yeah.
then, with all the solutions, you're gonna have to fix
Oh
something
yeah,
that
this
made your
this board
so-
state's too awkward. Yeah, that left side was looking a bit too vacant. But here we go, set point. As you could see from the beautiful overlay. It's not match point, it is set point.
There's a clear difference there, chat. Patience from Promo.
Ooh, okay. Playing this, playing it slow, taking their time.
Promo
And look at that, down stacking towards the bottom.
Oh, a very good Iceman by
Oh my
Pompoko.
goodness, that eyepiece.
It's a very good find by Pompoko, and they're really gonna dig to that sort of
Yeah.
solution afterwards. And Promo
Keeping-
was just getting higher and higher.
Ooh.
Ooh, but very good recovery by Promo.
Okay, that awkward O piece on Pompoko's board. Yeah, Pompoko's at the height disadvantage here, and those misdrops certainly aren't helping.
Oh, but very good fix by Pompoko.
Managing to find some good spin tucks, good use of the 180s.
Promo has a fairly clean board right now. The 5
Yeah.
is really starting to work in their favor.
Starting to down stack.
Uh-oh. Oh, very good fix overhang by Promo.
Ooh, yeah.
Pompoko.
Good efficiency from Pompoko. Yeah, solid spikes. Oh, knocking Promo up. Promo's on the ropes. Has a nice well, though, to complement it. And Pompoko's board.
no,
Oh, this is looking
Pompoko.
too messy. That is the first set.
That is unfortunate
Oh, my
for Pompoko.
goodness.
And that will be the first set out of 3 if we ever so get to see 3. Because
Yeah. And, I mean... do we have to point out what just happened at the end of the round there? Well, I think, yeah, everyone's going crazy over the graphics. And, well, how could you not? That's all I have to say.
majestic.
I'm sorry, that was just so clean.
So clean.
I didn't want to say anything until this set was actually over, but oh my goodness, Ost.
That is
What
what I
were
have
you-
to call. That is pristine.
Dude, we're sitting there night and day in the kitchen. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. And Boggle Togo with the 5 tier 1 sub donos.
There's been so many subs going around.
Oh my
Seriously.
goodness.
Alright, and here's the next round.
Alrighty, and Pompoko always starting off with another usual, the TKI, a promo.
Yep, into LST. Left-hand side LST, but that T misdrop cuts things short,
yeah.
and those misdrop. Ugh. You hate to see it. You hate to fumble at the beginning and then top out, but of course, new set. This means kind of a new chance to take another set of games. And Pompoko with that nice all clear.
And the color, too.
Yeah, trying to follow it up with another one, but you know, garbage is gonna prevent that from happening.
Oh my god.
You could tell Pompoko was ready to start PC looping.
Yeah, and Pompoko also really hitting it strong with these power stacks. It's just gonna do so much damage to Promo, but the overhand
Ooh, oh, that ZL misdrop!
Oh my god, yeah, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah. What I've seen to notice is that, like, Pompoko's able to keep up pace until those misdrops happen, and once he starts to slow down, like, Promo has that edge over him, and then that's the end of the game.
Strong for Pompoko. Look at their board and Promo in comparison, though.
Yeah, very clean board state. Nice man-made stack here.
Oh, look at that back-to-back, but Pompoko's fairly high.
Down, stacking. Keeping it going. T-spin
T-spin
double. Oh yeah, that garbage queue was looking very precarious.
But Pompoko manages to make it out alive. Now they're being sent all the way back up.
But there's another queue of garbage to deal with. Like, getting out of one rut isn't enough. You have to keep going.
Yeah, Pompoko and Promo. Both of these players are desperately looking for ways to find these mistakes, and Promo just wants to see Pompoko make such an error, but Pompoko is just playing it relatively safe in comparison. Very good forecasting by Pompoko, too. Now Promo is in trouble, really, just playing far too high, but they still fix themselves up, but now Pompoko.
Ooh, Pompoko's just was receiving a lot of steady garbage there, and is still receiving steady garbage, in fact. Like, it is kind of just an endless queue. Pompoko needs to do a lot to try and get out of this. Needs one good spike, really.
Promo over here.
Yeah, and Promo keeping that efficiency going. The back-to-back is was up to 14 there.
Yeah, that was gonna be
And it's
deadly
just-
for Pompoko. And he's
Alright,
still
both players at the bottom of their boards here. Stacks fully man-made. But Pompoko is looking to change that here.
Ooh, this is looking good for Pompoko. Promo's gonna need to delay that quad.
Nice T-spin triple kick.
Oh, what does Pompoko need to do for this?
If only there was an overhang, we could have seen an STSD. And that's gonna... Oh, Pompoko messed it up, unfortunately.
Far too greedy for Pompoko.
But Promo with a nice 3-0 lead. We have seen Pompoko take some games, though. This down but not out.
Yeah, and Pompoko definitely has the strength to really set it back to their favor. Promo with a bit of an eye misdrop, though. Gonna need to delay it a bit.
There's an STSD from Pompoko.
Ooh, that's the one that they were supposed to look for the last round, and then he managed to find it, which is pretty good find for Pompoko, but Promo is looking so much
and then look at
cleaner.
those down stack. Look at that down stack.
Oh my goodness.
Solid combo, but is that going to be enough?
Oh my god.
For now, it is.
Promo with the
Grab this-
misdrop.
Oh, yeah. This is Pompoko's time to like take advantage. This is
Yep.
good capitalization there.
And that's
Holding
what
the
both
shift key down. That was all caps.
And that's what both of these players want. They wanted to just see any kind of error that both of these players can make and just abuse.
Yeah, you need
that.
you need to take advantage of your opponent's shortcomings, especially with a board state like that. That was Pompoko's like perfect opportunity.
Oh, and
But there
Pompoko-
is still a huge queue coming in.
Oh,
Okay. Still in it.
oh, Pompoko.
That's a lot of garbage.
Oh, that hit.
Still on the receiving end. Doing a lot of down stacking. Pompoko's survival really good this round.
Yeah,
Is it going to be enough, though?
Can Pompoko make it out fully? That's the question.
Oh, that
James
L
drop-
misdrop might cut... okay, manages to skim through it quickly. Promo trying to apply as much pressure as possible, but Pompoko's still able to keep it through.
Oh, this is so scary. Pompoko.
Oh my goodness, this is so tense.
Pompoko is just defending for their life. It's just really hard, and that's far
Yeah,
too much.
oh. Unfortunately, to put the tagline from square one, survival isn't enough. That apply like that's from Tetris Effect, but I mean that applies to
Wrong
any
game.
that applies to any any versus like Tetris game, you know? It's survival isn't enough.
And that's what matters.
Oh, those huge spikes, that's just gonna be too much! Promo, that was dirty!
And that's the one thing that's scary about Promo. It's all about that back-to-back burst damage that we so see from him, especially
Yeah, like-
with how clean he plays.
It's like the back-to-back burst damage is honestly just really satisfying to see because it's just a lot of fast, rapid, efficient clears sending a huge chunk of garbage, and it's just like,
Oh,
how is this even
Pompoko.
possible? Pompoko's board state
This is far
managed to
too
find a
much.
few extra lines there, but it just wasn't enough. Yeah, Promo taking a huge lead, more than halfway through this set. Just needs 5 more games, and this match is his.
God. Pompoko's
Pompoko.
just trying everything. Oh.
Pompoko's
Ooh.
like, it seems at times Pompoko's like barely given a chance. But, like, you know, still managing to get through it anyways. Oh, that T misdrop.
Ooh, but good Z-spin fix, though.
Good Z spin, but that's still gonna break back to back. Not always the best, but you know, you have to do what you can.
Promo over here is just looking for that clean 7-2 and does manage to find it immediately. It's all about the speed to really fix it all together, and Pompoko is just looking for some T-spin chaining right here, but chooses to clean all this garbage anyways, because what do you do with this?
Yeah, look at this.
Uh-oh.
Keeping it going. Pompoko's still in this despite the relentless pressure that Promo's been giving him.
Oh, I don't think that's gonna be it.
The pieces aren't in the pieces. It's just not in the pieces for Pompoko this round. Promo's taking another one. Oof.
Oh god, this is a brutal beatdown for Pompoko, but they're still
and
holding
there's a quick
on.
perfect clear. That's gonna be enough to take another game.
And that was, I think that was MS2 too. I think this might have been one of the many times that Pompoko succeeds with it.
Good stuff. Let's see if Pompoko can try it again. No, it's not gonna be able to go for it in time. But I mean, we saw the warning sign on Promo's end.
Oh, Pompoko!
Ooh, and Pompoko! Oh my god! Oh, barely squeezing by, close to the top.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! Oh
what
my
a
goodness!
survival from Pompoko!
What is the What is the survival, man? Oh my!
I didn't know this was like Raiden punching Armstrong over here. Oh my god!
It really was, but I mean, Promo kind of just immediately took it back. Oh my goodness!
This is.
Promo is kind of sweeping the floor right now, but like Pompoko is able to just just get back up, no problem.
What is that? What is that setup for Promo? What is this?
Oh my god! I'm thinking that has to be just a misdrop, right?
That was a fixed misdrop in like the goofiest way, and Pompoko was just making the mistake of their own. But
is Pompoko gonna be able to bounce out of this? Gets a nice T-spin double towards the top.
Oh, that's so greedy, Pompoko.
Oh, that is so greedy. Oh, the T misdrop. That's the big problem with greeting. You can't do that.
That is unfortunate.
That is very unfortunate. Now Promo is 2 games away from taking this match.
Oh my god. And Promo is just continuously putting all the effort that they can. Like these fractals, like this is too much damage.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think Pompoko hesitated a little too much there, unfortunately. Match point, Promo. 2-10. And the misdrop at the start. Oh, that's not looking too great. Oh, that's a quick elimination.
And Pompoko takes 60.
Unfortunately out of that. Oh, that round was not as kind to Pompoko, but man, really impressive displays of survival there. I mean, you can see the round timer down there. You can see several rounds. Like Pompoko was able to keep it going for a good amount of time.
That 2-minute match though, that is a good definition of always remember to defend when your life depends on it. And Pompoko manages to show it the best they can despite their elimination. So that was some pretty good efforts by them. Ooh, boy.
Yeah, oh my goodness. What a way to start what a way to start this bracket tonight, you know?
Absolutely.
This is just the first of many, and I mean, gonna say again, the graphics.
Yeah.
Oh my.
That was just.
Oh, so good. It's so good. Everything about it was wonderful. But yeah, unfortunately, that is going to be the end of Pompoko's run.
Right.
And Promo is going to be moving on to face the winner of, well, Caboozled versus Blark. But we're not going to be going there quite yet. I don't.
Oh, absolutely not yet. Definitely not yet. And,
yeah.
Oh god, that was an unfortunate end, but a good attempt at best.
Being able to put that much of a fight against Promo is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Let's face it.
Right.
good spikes, like good everything there from Pompoko. But I mean, promo was just relentless.
Oh yeah.
That's not easy to go against, and being able to do that well against someone like Promo is still absolutely impressive. And I mean, there's a reason he made it to the round of 16. You know.
Yep. It's just all about that strong showing that matters. Either way, now that match is done and out of the way. How about we move on to our next match of the second seeded player in the bracket, Diao versus Abubu.
Yeah, that is okay.
We've
seen Diao.
We have
seen. Trust me. Okay, saying we have seen Diao is a bit of an understatement. We have seen a lot of Diao.
We've seen Diao dominate the online brackets.
Absolutely just powering through almost every single major in the qualifiers.
We've seen him in Tetrio Cup 16, and he was no force to be reckoned with. He was a force to be reckoned with. He still is. He still has a tournament to play. This is the main series. Almost $3,000 on the line.
Yeah, almost any single Tetrio World Championship qualifier event that had a gold coloring to it, Diao has been to and has taken first, with the exception of TC15, where CZ took it. But yeah, that's and Ebu having to go against that.
It's just
definitely. It's very scary. Very, very scary.
That's like not being able to ask for death, but they're still giving it anyways. That's how Ebu feels, but they're still gonna try.
It is the fight for their life right now. Holy smokes.
When you see a top-seeded player, especially if you're a low-seeded player, it's always a fear. It's always a fear in mind.
It's very I don't. It's really hard. It's really hard to be able to face someone like that, you know, and just feel confident, you know, I don't know what I don't know what else you can really say about it. It's terrifying.
It's like going to a dragon's cave. That's how it is. It's
like going to a dragon's cave equipped with a wooden stick.
It's just going to be grueling for Ebu.
Yeah.
But I could definitely see the effort being put into this, because Diao's just the best T-spinner in Tetrio. It's going to be really difficult to deal with someone who loves to maintain back-to-back one too many times.
Diao is like a tour de force. It's like everything about Diao's playing is just absolute one of the best. I mean, I'm pretty sure Diao right now is ranked second in Tetra League. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And I believe in a tournament sense, they're the #1 best player in Malaysia. And ever since CZ retired, Diao just took that throne.
Yeah, Diao is just like CZ was the best, and then he retired, which kind of leaves it in the line of succession to Diao.
And that's what really matters for someone like them, because when you think about it, this is who you're representing. This is where you are, and you're doing it for them.
Yeah. Waiting. I think we're just waiting for the players to ready up. But
and Diao did say that they wanted to sleep after this. So
Yeah,
Apologies for Malaysian time zones.
time zones are ill. It's an international tournament. Time zones are going to be completely out of whack.
Absolutely. And
Like it's there's no helping it. Like no matter what, like every tournament, like for an international tournament, you're going to have to mess someone's schedule up.
Yeah. Because I remember when I was casting OSW versus Dormy, I think Dormy really struggled a lot because of like the amount of energy
time zones.
lost. Yeah, and the time zones in France are they're awful. They're awful to deal with in an international bracket.
Like that makes me glad that I'm like any time zone where the tournaments are typically organized around. I mean, I can't imagine being up that late to compete in a tournament. That has got to be exhausting.
Right.
And well, I think the match is about ready to begin.
Get ready for the next battle. Best of Peru
Ebu versus
Best
Diao.
of Malaysia. Oh boy.
That's never gonna get old. I'm just gonna say right now that looking at that's never gonna get old.
That looks beautiful.
It's so good. It's like it's just like I don't. There are not enough words in the English language or any other language in the world, I'm pretty sure, to describe how good that looks.
But we are gonna get started with this match. Second best.
Without further ado,
all right.
The first set begins. Ebu with a perfect clear and manages to get it. Let's see how Diao counters it.
Oh, they are taking their time though. Ebu over here, trying to fix a bit of a overhang over here. Does get the quad.
Yeah, very clean well. Nice skim to get the quad.
Yeah, Ebu is just looking pretty comfortable right now, but Diao is looking to build up.
It's only a matter of time until Diao starts, kicking it up.
Oh, yeah, you could definitely see it by the delays.
Yeah.
Diao is pumping up the pressure. Oh boy.
Yeah, putting up the pressure. We're gonna have to see if Ebu can get rid of that. Survival so far is looking pretty solid. But, you have to keep that going for several sets.
Right, and Diao is looking to maintain a lot of back-to-back, setting up the TSS, and Ebu is going for some simple clean 9-0, and it seems like they're playing defensively. Oh!
Oh, no.
Not for long.
It's hard to play defensively against Diao because of just how relentless the offense is.
Yeah, seems like Diao wanted to give Ebu one single chance at trying to counter him, but I think their patience kind of waned, and Ebu is just definitely gonna try to play to their best here. Very good double quad by Ebu. Gonna be able to.
Yeah, Diao is gonna continue. What looks like LST, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Has a fractal set up in the middle of it. Setting up more, keeping that back-to-back steady.
Oh, that looks beautiful.
Up to 14 already. I'm just waiting for. I'm just bracing for a huge spike from Diao. Yeah,
like
there it is, 27.
Right
there it was. I knew it was coming. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
That's terrifying.
And Ebu with the first SDPC of the night, and does
completes it. Enough to put Diao on the ropes. That's an all clear followed up. Ebu's gonna take a game.
Has Diao ever got wrecked over an SDPC once before?
It's hard to say.
God, I've never seen that happen. I guess it's all about the game
there's
of
a color
patience.
clear, but just unfortunately, color clears don't really do anything right now.
Right, but they can still have alternate strategies over here, like the ooh.
Yeah, look at that.
You love the
It looks like Ebu's playing a bit more comfortably, kind of understanding what's going on now and how to adapt to Diao's play style.
Very good downside.
However, adapting and surviving isn't enough.
Yeah.
Ebu needs to Ebu needs to like get rid of Diao.
And Diao is clearly just not letting Ebu have it.
No. Diao is just gonna be like, it's gonna take a lot more than just an SDPC to get rid of me.
And Ebu with a bit of patience game over here.
And both players with a PCO, Diao's gonna be able to get it.
Diao's playing
Ooh, but Ebu had some solid spikes there. Almost got Diao. But, I mean, Diao played it carefully. So, still in it.
Just let that be a lesson that greed doesn't mean bad. It can be situational, and Diao just knows how to time it perfectly. Which it's
I mean, it's a matter of risk assessment. You know, you have to think about like whether or not you'll be able to do it, and if you can, it pays off.
Absolutely, and Ebu just clearly wants to expect Diao to just play so risky, but at the same time, Diao has a lot of self-awareness on their belt, and the mid-game PC from Diao, as soon as I was mentioning them. But, of course...
Ebu's still in a pretty stable spot, though. That's a nice 3-6 well.
Yeah. And
things might change, and Diao actually tops out!
That was a mishold by Diao.
Yeah, that was pretty bad board state from Diao, and Ebu just, you know, takes advantage of that. Very nice.
Diao going with that fractal opener. Very good patience from Diao.
Ooh, yeah, and Diao just tanks it, accepts it, and there's a huge counter spike at the ready. But
Ebu does get
alright, okay, yeah. Both players down stacking back and forth.
Oh, what is that cut copy attempt from Diao? Oh my god!
What was that? I wasn't sure if Ebu was gonna try and go for a side 4-wide there. Ooh, things are looking... Ooh, very close to the top. That made me tense up a little bit.
But Ebu's still around.
Yeah, Ebu's still kicking. Still kicking. Still alive.
But Diao's looking for that counter. Oh.
Yeah, Diao is trying to find any opportunity possible to spike and get rid of Ebu here.
Diao is clearly setting up some solid back-to-back pressure onto Ebu, because all that garbage is still piling up one by one. Not exactly one by one.
Line after line, attack after attack, it is just... There's a lot that Ebu has to deal with. That was a very
greedy.
That was a very tense TSD quad.
Oh my god, Ebu is making all these options and just trying to make their life a lot more harder in this round, and they're just clearly getting away with it, and Diao is just clearly struggling to figure out when he's going to misdrop or not.
There's a T-spin double.
Ebu needs to fix that height difference ASAP, and they ever so
and Ebu has a nice clean freestyle stack there. He's gonna be able to counter spike. Is this gonna be enough? No.
No way.
Well, I mean, Ebu's keeping up a really good back-to-back. Kind of just taking a page out of Diao's book.
Just giving them a taste of their own medicine, I see.
Yeah, it really is. It really is just a taste of their own medicine, indeed.
It's just all about the back-to-back pressure, and Diao is really high.
Yeah, Diao is high up in the stack. Board state has been in the red numerous times in this exchange. Ebu still able to keep going here.
Oh, but that's really high for Ebu, though, because in comparison to board heights, what Ebu is...
Oh, and that 22 spike. Oh, and Diao just immediately counters back. Look how big that was! Oh my goodness!
Oh my god. That was...
that was terrifying.
That was cruel. That was very beautiful color clear by Ebu. Diao is trying to fix this hole that he made for themselves, and Ebu is just speeding up the pressure. Just one mistake is able to really capitalize on that, but Diao is just really easy to notice it.
And it looks like Ebu's doing a bit of LST.
Right, and he's still keeping up that LST too. Oh boy. What is that going to be enough?
Ooh. Yeah, and Diao's just huge attacks start going in. It's too much for Ebu to handle.
Oh my god, Diao.
Man, these rounds have been going on for a good amount of time already.
Right, and Diao
Look at this.
not going for the PC setup, just relying on that quad pressure. just what he wants. Very good wait by them, and Ebu with tons of garbage on their board. They're desperately trying to fix this as fast as they could, but Dia with the 27 spike.
Ooh. Oh my god. Ebu's board state is just... Yeah, that was just terrifying.
It's like sweat clenching from your forehead, just clasping onto it. You just don't want Dia to just all of a sudden burst you with a 20 to 30 spike.
It's situations where people are stacking like really awkwardly towards the top. It's just like, what are you doing? Come on, get out of there!
It's like they want to counter.
Even though if someone like me were in that situation, I probably would not be able to get out of there.
Absolutely, and
so it's really impressive. Like Ebu's able to handle like those precarious situations.
And Bevan looks like, in comparison to Ebu, Diao over here is playing just about as similar as what we've talked about, especially with the scary, awkward stacking that a lot of these players tend to rely on when trying to find a kill confirm. But ooh, but speaking of Diao,
ooh, that's a huge spike. Yeah, Ebu's not gonna be able to counter that no matter what.
Ah, that is... Oh god, this is a brutal beatdown for someone like Ebu, but of course...
Is Ebu just... Okay.
What were we gonna say?
Oh, that was just a very interesting start from Ebu. Like a TKI, and then just weird T-spin double follow-ups. It worked well.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with continuations, and
no,
Ebu...
not at all.
And that is
that was too greedy. That was too greedy from Ebu's end, and Diao had just a huge spike at the ready. My goodness!
It's just always about the power stacking, like mistakes that people tend to make, and Diao is just sending so much pressure.
Ooh, that's an
I saw that PC. That's so much garbage.
Ooh, and
but look at that 6-3 pressure. Oh
yeah,
my!
And Ebu's gonna take another game. There we go, 3 games. That's more than most people can say. Let's face it.
Yeah, with the weight.
And is that stick spin?
No, that was SDPC. Don't worry.
Okay. I don't know why my brain just completely blanked out, and I thought I saw stick spin for a second.
It's okay. I almost felt the same. But I saw SDPC. I'm sure as hell no one would do stick spin against you.
I mean, you could certainly try.
You can try, but it's not really ideal.
Well, just see how it works out for you. Pro tip.
Caster.
Yeah, Ebu. Okay, but
yeah.
That hole in the middle of the right-hand side, just you don't want to see that.
I definitely saw those. L's. I was gonna comment on that, but ooh, wait, is Diao doing? Oh my God, Diao is doing. I think that was a Albatross. Never seen Diao do.
Albatross is definitely a rarity.
Yeah, in TWC 2, this is a super major Diao.
This is we're in for a bit of an interesting ride. And it's only been like 1 match and then some.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, but can I comment about that 40 free down stack spike from Diao?
Oh, I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh my god, I just
It threw up my words for a second. I was trying to finish that thought. And there's another quick round. Set point for Diao here.
Oh my god, that was...
Oh my goodness. What? What are you doing, dude? Good, perfect, clear from Ebu.
Loves damage.
PC looping? Is this going to be a PC loop? Okay, it's definitely... Yep, there we go. It's looping. Is that going to be enough? Is Diao going to be able to counter that?
Diao's not doing anything!
Oh my god, Ebu's going to keep going!
He's still going!
Oh!
But he's not going to continue it, though.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to get it!
It's fine. It's
I think Ebu did prep a little bit ahead of time to get rid of that, but...
God, but... Yeah, with the
Ebu needs to do more.
Yeah, with the canceling.
Doing all of...
What are you
Imagine doing that and having that not be enough. What kind of... Like, that's how you know Diao's kind of on a different level. Like, that's how... Ebu had to do that much to get rid of Diao.
Oh my god.
Like, oh my goodness.
Oh, don't tell me this is Diao trolling. I could have sworn there's no way he let Ebu get away with, what, like 5 PC loops?
Yeah, like, there was a lot there.
Like, that was some insane amounts of pressure that I don't think Diao would have, like, ever accepted if this was a real situation. Oh, what are you doing?
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh!
Okay, there. Oh, good find.
Oh, but is that gonna be enough?
Is that gonna be enough?
Oh!
Not quite. I think I got misdropped. Ebu is slowly crawling back, closing the gap. Unfortunately, no deuce, but I mean, we'd be here forever if that. We'd be here forever if it were a deuce.
I would have an aneurysm if that were to happen, dude. That'd be insane. And Ebu is just slowly coming back while Diao's at match point. But normally, when you see him do this, it's just, isn't that really surprising to see Diao troll in TWC? That's just what he's doing.
Yeah. I'm focusing on Ebu Knight right now. That is a good floating T-spin. That J misdrop. Okay, recovered. But is that gonna be? Oh, just barely.
Oh my
goodness, Ebu.
Ebu
still in this.
makes it out.
At least somewhat. Like, oh my, that was some good survival.
It's like Diao just threw him a bone. It's like, here, you can live. Because I never saw Ebu get severely punished. So this is clearly Diao trolling.
Diao, you can't be trolling here, man.
This is a super major. You have 3K on the line.
You have all.
That's rent money. And it definitely looks like Ebu over here.
Ebu is
just having the time of their lives, and Diao is just, what is this? What is this back-to-back maintaining method? Why are you boomerang? That doesn't maintain
interesting boomer, and then that's a top out. I don't know what was going on there, Diao. What are you doing?
Diao, this is Tetrio. There is no all spin. This is not Tech Mino. Boomerangs don't maintain back-to-back. And Ebu is just clearly having the time of their lives, just like going as fast as they comfortably can, while Diao is just confused. Just confused. Oh dear.
Yeah, if I were in Diao's shoes, I would just like not give an opportunity and try and make a comeback. But here's Diao just kind of like,
just like I said,
screwing around a little bit,
throwing them a bone.
Yeah, really just saying, here, have some free games. But I'm gonna take the match anyway. Well, the set rather.
Oh my god. This is a super major. Why are we trolling? Oh.
Well, I mean, I have to say, like, Ebu still played that really well.
Absolutely. You saw those
like,
PC loops, right?
Like, yeah, that PC loop especially. Like, oh my goodness. That was so impressive.
It comes to show that it's not a bad strat if you just take it and just I don't know what Diao's gonna do in this next set, but I can guarantee you I hope this is not another case of that, but Diao just loves to BM a lot with that sort of thing, you know? But Diao is well aware of his position. So
Ebu just really needs to find a way to take advantage of that, but I mean, Diao could really just stop joking around whenever they want to.
Yeah.
So it's hard, you know?
Which also give me a bit. I'm gonna refill my drink for a bit. You take care of play-by-play for me.
I will.
Ah, that's fine. You want?
There we go.
All right.
Ebu with a PC, and Diao is
waiting.
Just waiting.
Oh, he's just match chatting.
Oh my goodness.
He's match chatting like he always does.
Oh my goodness, man! What are you doing? Stop this!
This is just not salt to the wound. This is just disrespect. But Ebu's living it. Diao's just waiting. Oh god. Oh god. Oh Ebu. Oh no. Oh, those misdrops don't look so fortunate. very good fix. And Diao does in fact take it. Oh.
All right.
Ooh, okay. Mando,
Yeah.
you alive?
I'm kind of just exasperated right now. I'm sorry.
Let me guess, Diao.
I mean, it's really both of them still. Like, Ebu's still able to keep a good survival going around Diao. Like, Diao, of course, has, like, that, you know, that hypnotizing playstyle, but the fact that Ebu's able to counter it to some degree is also very impressive.
It's like just... it's just a no-joke kind of, like, way of playing it, and Ebu's just really wanting to take that match into consideration, and oh, that overlap was beautiful from Diao!
And Diao has a huge spike. Is Ebu going to be able to get through this?
Yeah, because
just barely. Okay, yeah. That well was a bit too kind, I think.
Oh,
but I mean, Ebu kind of really needs everything they can get.
Uh-oh, but Diao's looking pretty high.
That's looking a bit precarious. Bit dicey. There we go. Okay, Diao's out of the thick of it. Now he just needs to send... Well, I don't think he needs to send anymore, no.
Nah, Ebu ran out of options to fix that.
Yeah, they just didn't have it.
Oh, okay. Whew. Right. Got my composure back. Let's
all right.
this.
Yeah. 2-0 to Diao.
Ooh, very good double quad
by
Ebu.
Yeah, Ebu has a nice right side well, gonna be able to just neutralize that garbage.
And both these players really like to...
Diao's board state. Yeah, his board state's looking a little awkward here.
Diao's really easy to capitalize and fix that.
Alright, able to fix it and just the well. But I mean, these garbage queues. Having to shift the well back and forth all over the place.
God, Ebu really needs to fix that.
Oh, nice STSD from Diao.
Ooh.
Alright, and Ebu... Yeah, Ebu is kind of just like... Kind of just clearing lines, doing everything they can to just get through this. T-spin double.
Floating by Ebu. Diao is ramping up a bit of damage. Just plenty of garbage sent to Ebu. And Ebu is not too fussy about it. But they still need to really set themselves consistently. As Diao over here is continuously ramping up damage over here. That quad gonna do so much damage to Ebu, and it's just not enough.
Yeah, that's just... Yeah. Diao's gonna be taking another point there. Let's see if Ebu can take more rounds, because, I mean, we know they're capable of it.
Alright. Diao, very solid T-spin stacking, but Ebu's speed is able to really put a number under stack. And another denied sweep for Ebu, or for Diao.
Yeah.
I apologize. Oh.
There we go. Ebu has been able to take, like, quick rounds off. Oh. Unfortunately, no more PC looping here.
Yeah, but... I hope to God that wasn't pass-through. Ooh! But
what was that?
That was
all the sound effects just stacked up, and we just had a huge attack there. Diao's actually a bit on the ropes. Oh, that misdrop Z! Not looking great for him, and Ebu's gonna take another game. Closing the gap 2-3.
Oh my God! All of that fun seems to be collapsing for Diao, especially with those two games back to back.
This is his wake-up call. Time to stop fooling around and get back into it.
Gotta get back to work.
And getting back to it, he is. I mean, look at that spike.
Oh, Diao with a bit of patience, bit of waiting. Gonna need to figure out a good solution to a bit of cheese. Oh, this is a good ramp up, but Ebu is still putting on.
Just needs to focus. That was some really good skimming from Diao. Like, really good reads on the board state. Oh, does not have the pieces for that T-spin. Things are looking very... Things were looking very bad. And Ebu tying it up
against
3-3.
Against Diao?
Against Diao, you know?
Oh my god, and they're 33 seeded too.
Yeah.
What in the
Like-
world?
I think if that's not an indicator to the fact that like anyone could win this, I don't know what is.
Really? And Diao is really
Like-
starting to struggle with that sort of fact.
This is why I don't like to call the match before it happens, you know? Like, Ebu's putting up a real great fight here. And, like, has taken... Currently tying it up against Diao.
Alright, and
Managing
Diao,
to take a few games. Ooh, Ebu's trying to maintain that back-to-back, but, I mean, moving it over to the well was definitely a better play for the long run.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ebu, very good count to 6. Gonna still maintain a bit of back-to-back.
Yeah, still keeping that back-to-back going.
Yeah, he's gonna
It's
do
almost
what
like it's almost like a mini Diao was kind of just sprouting out from him.
Oh no!
But Diao with that counter spike, it's just kind of like you don't get to do what I do.
Oh my god, Ebu. They had the momentum going until that bit of board miscommunication really threw them off guard.
Yeah.
Now they're playing as fast as
All
they
right.
could.
T-spin at the ready, keeping that back. Still do. Yeah. Had a nice 10 back-to-back there. Like, it feels like Ebu is just like slowly changing, evolving, and like adapting to Diao as more matches go by or more games go by.
Oh, and Ebu gonna almost make it out of there, and Diao over here is he's looking looking a bit strong with this setup. Transition.
Yeah,
back
like,
to a
look at these
fractal.
stacks.
Yeah, the floating fractal too. Oh my god.
Ooh,
that's-
Diao. Yeah, Diao's. It's weird to say that Diao's the one like currently at the disadvantage, and that teamness drop certainly doesn't help. Ebu has to take advantage of that. Like, come on. Oh,
Yeah, I
not
don't
gonna be
think-
able to,
I don't think-
unfortunately.
I don't think Ebu can downstack that. Not really.
No, those pieces were just brutal.
Alright, both these players setting up some pretty strong 5-4 floatings.
Oh, 5-4 freestyles here. Just keeping it going. Yeah.
This is all about who sends the most or who makes the most mistakes. And Diao.
And I mean, nobody's really making mistakes. It's just who can stack faster right now. And
like
Diao
Ebu
is
is
actually
showing-
Diao's been on the ropes for a little bit here.
Yeah, because look at the back-to-back from Ebu.
Like Ebu, did they switch boards for a second? Like, are they like are the names wrong or something? Like, what is Ebu doing? Up to 26 back to back. What?
And that doesn't kill.
Ebu, you were doing so good there.
Ebu, no.
Oh, that's so unfair. Ebu basically had Diao dead to rights there, but Diao just managed to reverse it at the end. Come on, what?
What a turnaround! But we did get to see our first 24 in TWC round of 16. Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, no, that was a really good play.
Oh, Diao almost.
Come on, Ebu.
Almost stopping now.
Yeah,
but
Ebu is just. Ebu's in, like, right now in a comfortable spot, but Diao has a spike at the ready. Definitely gonna be able to do something with it. Ebu manages to cancel it out though. Diao continuing on.
Like Ebu's
Yeah. Stacked a little bit too high. And Diao is starting to run away with that lead here. 4 more games until Diao takes this match.
And no. Okay, good. I was gonna say, but that's a pretty good setup for Diao, especially with that TKI. That's gonna set up another one. Oh yeah, that's
that's a lot.
hefty damage.
It's still technically in it, but
Not really.
not for much longer. Needed better pieces.
Oh my god. I hope to god Diao doesn't start trolling now of all time. This is a match on the line. Anyone could
Good
go out at
C-spin
any
from
time.
Ebu in that opener.
Right, and very good counter for by Ebu. Diao gonna do just about the same. Good cancel. And a mini too to maintain back-to-back, but they're pretty high. They're gonna need to break it.
It's a back-to-back contest, and I mean Ebu is currently winning with 14, ending it there.
Oh!
Yeah. Ooh, counter spike. This is. Oh, and look at that is a pretty awkward Q incoming for Diao, but Diao manages to downstack it.
Oh yeah, I don't think.
Oh, very close to the top, but nope, not enough. Ebu's gonna take another game. It's 4-8 now.
Ebu with about half as many points as Diao. They're still clearly putting up a very strong fight against the best in Malaysia in terms of competition, but definitely looks like Diao is still trying to enjoy this kind of time while it lasts, because this is round of 16 and they shouldn't troll for this long. Cause look at that.
Huge 20 spike.
Yeah, because look what that
Ebu gonna be. What is Ebu gonna do to try and counteract that?
I'm not too sure.
Not a lot. I mean, the board state wasn't really allowing for it. But there's a fractal.
Very
It's a
solid
nice
thick.
Tetris in between. You're putting Diao on the ropes, but Diao has just enough space to keep going. I'm expecting a huge counter spike here.
I was expecting a piece dono by Diao, but they're still making the best of it that they can. Ooh, but they're still keeping.
What's
up
Ebu
with it.
trying to do here? I'm curious.
I think try to set up for some. I think they're trying to set up like a pretty strong spike, but it doesn't seem to pay off.
Oh, that's not. One piece too short. Diao's got 2 more games.
Oh boy, and Diao is clearly gonna do some
all clear.
strong pressure with these.
Not quite able to loop because Ebu sent some garbage there.
Oh, but that looks beautiful for Diao, but Diao cancels a lot of it.
Oh, and that L misdrop. Misdrops the L and is gonna have to take it. Match point to Diao. This is really all or nothing. For Ebu, it's now or never. Like, has to do it.
Oh, very good 10 spike, very good start. Ebu is just playing fairly high. This is kind of scary. You don't need to wait any longer.
Yeah, lots of quick pressure coming in from Diao here.
Oh,
maybe too much. Yeah, that's gonna be too much for Diao to Ebu to handle.
Ebu.
Yeah. Getting names mixed up right now. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's
and that match goes to Diao.
Oh, that was.
Oh my goodness.
That was interesting.
That was, certainly interesting. And Diao is going to be facing the winner of Raiders versus Ergonomics later down the line in quarters.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. Holy smokes.
Whew. All right. I guess now that that's concluded, Diao still doing Diao things. Ebu put up some really strong play.
Some really good plays there. Like they were basically just like how Diao would do it, you know.
Yep, and that's all about just all about the freestyling and back-to-back and whatnot.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, I'm at a loss for words from that performance. Like,
it's like we've seen Diao play a lot before, but against someone like Ebu, who is known for having a lot of, PC pressure and just adaptability, Diao just considers that no contest, but it's still really hard to deal with.
Like, there is a reason Diao kind of just sits at the top by himself.
And that's what all that Zitoge practice does to someone like this.
Yeah, the next match will be Dormy versus Vince, but first I think Edge has a bit of a word starting to plug stuff.
Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. Let our commentators cool off. Wonderful job, by the way, so far, guys. And, give a break before we get our next match started here. In this hype round of 16, we're already 25% of the way done, which is kind of crazy. I've been so stressed trying to start this tournament, get it put together. The whole team has been, but the results have been amazing. I just want to thank
absolutely worth it.
All the viewers, the fans out here right now who are enjoying this content in the tournament. Thank you so much for tuning in. It means a lot to the entire team. We've all been so hyped to see all the positive feedback and stuff like that to the event. I just want to let you guys know real quick, just to give everyone a break, that if you want to support the event, support these players, not only can you go check out the prize pool, donate directly there, but you can also get some t-shirts, some keychains, first Tetrio branded licensed merchandise if you want that, as well as mouse pads of the poster art, which are super cool. A lot of people have been enjoying those, as well as the keychains. So you can go to matchreno.com/TWC2023 to check those out. It's just gonna be so cool when people finally start getting these, and the art's amazing as always. These characters do represent several of the top 16 players as well, and you'll be seeing more art like this sometime soon, I hear. Yeah, there's also something else I have to show for you guys regarding these purchases. So, if you buy merch, or specifically, if you buy the Tetrio logo keychain or the TWC keychain, we're giving away a Wumbo plushie, alright? So you guys who buy one of these.
Yo!
We have not talked about this until now. So if you want a Wumbo plushie, I don't even think we made the command yet, but if you want a Wumbo plushie, go to the prize pool and buy a keychain right now. We're gonna be raffling it off to someone.
I just bought a keychain because I wanted it. I didn't expect to be able to. Okay.
Yeah, and remember, that will be to everyone who buys it throughout the whole event. So, if you bought it before, if you bought it now, or you buy it throughout the entirety of the event, you will be eligible to win. So it's going to be super cool supporting a fellow Tetrio content creator in Wumbo. And from what I've heard, this plushie is really soft, comfortable, great product.
I've seen the plushie in person. It is
so goofy looking.
It's so goofy looking, and it is pretty soft.
And also, shout out to the people at Onage for making this plushie happen. This is such a fun looking.
That's so fun. Yeah, it's funny.
Right.
But yeah, we got this. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that, and then just some other basic plugs real quick. Just some things to share. We got our LAN event coming up after TWC, an off-season tournament, but Tetrio will be here at Snow is Infinite 2024. Powered by our friends over at Hitbox. Tetrio will be here along with a bunch of other puzzle games, not just related to block stacking as well. So if you want to check that out, it's in a couple of months in Toronto, Canada, at the Invictus Game Station. $25 if you want to compete, $5 if you want to spectate. You can get those passes at start.gg/SII2024. And with that, tomorrow...
You should go to that.
Yeah, you should. I'll be there. Moose will be there. A bunch of TOs and players. It's going to be a great time. What's also going to be a great time is tomorrow, right before the grand finals at TWC, our friends at Team TSD are holding their final tournament, Absolute Showdown. So come check this out. It's a Tetris the Grandmaster tournament, which is super cool. I haven't seen one of these ran before on Fightcade, so I'm super excited to see how this works. Several members of the TWC team are going to be on production and making this event possible. You want a TGM documentary, raise that prize pool to $500. I think it's already at $300. And, just support our friends at Team TSD. They made half of our group stage streams possible. They made a lot of hype events, like Tetrio Cup 15 was produced by them, so go support their finale. It's going to be rough to get there, but they want 100 players for this. So we'll see if they can make it. I think they're halfway there. But yeah, just support our guys over there. They're doing an awesome job.
And as always, then as always, if you still wanna participate for for TGM2, you can always download Fightcade. It's free. You can play a lot of fighting games on there, but mainly for tomorrow, you'd be wanting to play TGM2.
Yep, for real. And then a final thing, one of our newer team members at PK, our boy Wiley's putting on this Super Streamer Lobby event on the 2nd of December, so that's happening in just a couple of weeks. Rewards will be given out to people who win in this large lobby. Lots of streamers participating in this event, so be sure to check it out there. The event will be ran. You can find all the streams on the day with the Twitch tag Streamer Lobby, or go to the TETR room. Streamers and players can play. It's gonna be pretty crazy. But yeah, I think that's all the plugging I have for now. Wait, I have one more thing, and
oh my goodness,
I don't think I have the slide for it, but I'm gonna like acapella it. All right. Big shoutouts to the presenting partner of the tournament, Hitbox, for making TWC possible, helping us with a lot of this production. Be sure to check out hitboxarcade.com/PK2023 to check out their all-button arcade controllers and the cross-up as well, which is a more traditional fight stick. Players in the community have been adopting this. World records have been gotten in this game using this device. So, again, just want to shout them out as well. They've been helping PK as well as TWC run for the entire year, making a bunch of the stuff that we've been adding financially possible. But with that said, I'm going to bring it back to you guys. We're going to show a little bit of a stats preview before our next match, Dormy versus Vince HD. And thank you guys for commentating so far. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, big shoutouts to Edge. I mean, going through all of those announcements, but yeah, we are here for the next match. It's it's not happening just yet, but it is going underway. Dormy versus Vince HD. I think if you've been in the community a good amount, you'd know both of these names, definitely. Dormy is definitely probably more of a familiar name to a lot of people. Definitely have a bit of a larger reach, but I mean, Vince has been around for a while, you know.
A true OG at heart. And And of course, when you mention like Dormy being everywhere, I can also think of them. Or them, or him, her, however you think about it. I've always seen Dormy in Osu. Like they're just as popular as in Osu.
I mean, a lot of people do know Dormy from Osu as Ekaro, right? I'm not an Osu player. I don't follow that, nor do I really want to. But I mean. But I mean, you know, like Dormy's a big name, even if you don't know the name Dormy itself.
He absolutely is, and
like
it's just really nice to see a lot of players just be so flexible, and we've never seen proof of that. Like not just from Dormy, but from a lot of other players. Even some that got out of the tournament, but that's beside the point. But Vince, yeah. Vince has definitely been around for, I think, about longer than Dormy, if I recall correctly, or just as long. But Vince, he's always just been, like, such a bright player and just such an astounding, unpredictable, like, ridiculous player to watch, even if you don't play Tetris.
Yeah.
So
I do know when it comes to games, I believe. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but Dormy 10 I think is more oriented towards just like the traditional guideline games. Like you'll see him a lot more in something like PPT or Tetris Effect Connected. And Vince is kind of correct me if I'm wrong again. I think Vince is a bit of the other way around. I think you'll probably notice Vince a lot more in something like Tetris or Jastris.
Yeah, and
so it's gonna be an interesting clash. It is based off of like these stats and based off of their kind of like game history. It might seem like Vince is at the advantage, but I'm not gonna write it in stone. You know, like this is still a toss-up. Both of these players play pretty close to each other. Could still be very close.
Yep. And also, judging by the versus score, it definitely looks like Dormy is a bit favorable, but Dormy, of course, being the more efficient kind of player, you could definitely see where he's going to go in terms of this matchup. But Vince always has that sudden unpredictability, like, status under his belt, which is gonna make Dormy a bit startled for what Vince can have. So who knows? Who knows? Vince is really refined with that sort of tactic.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of Vince, where is he? I don't really see him yet.
Someone mentioned the bathroom, but I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what. I'm not like this is. I think this is the first one where it's like definitely a lot more of a toss-up as to who's going to win.
And you're not like calling shots or anything, because I know
I never call shots. Like I never say one person's going to win over the other. I always like to watch a match and see how it goes in the long run. It is pretty easy. It is pretty easy to see like one player already be like better than the other. But you know, it's always unpredictable. It never goes exactly as planned. Because if it goes exactly as planned, it's honestly kind of lame.
Yeah, and especially if you're someone like Dormy who relies on trying to play for efficiency and cleaner setups and having to rely on adaptability, as a lot of players like to do, like a lot of top players. How do you adapt to Vince?
You know, that's a good question because, like, I mean, Vince has been around for God knows how long. But like, he still have that like air of unpredictability, kind of like throughout.
Right.
It's weird because you know, with someone who's been in the scene for so long, you'd say, they're fine. Like you know their strategy. They can play it, but like I mean, everyone knows how to change. Everyone knows how to adapt to different things if you're playing the game for a while. Yeah.
Vince is taking a very long way to. He's been in the bathroom for quite a long time. Do you think he's like playing Tetris Mobile on his phone, just trying?
I hope not. I hope not. Yeah, I don't like. I hope he's not like. Do whatever you can to try and pass the time when you're going to the bathroom, but don't.
I think that might be Jin's job to play Tetris Mobile.
Alright, but man. While we wait for this match to start up, are there any other ones that are here that you're looking forward to?
OSW and Westall. I feel like that match is...
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. That was the first match I was thinking of. That's kind of... We've seen in the past that's been like a very close rivalry.
Yeah.
And it looks like Vince has returned? Question mark?
Hey,
a lot of people... That's what he said in chat. And I think we're just gonna wait for the game to start now.
I think either warm-up or, like, not. I'm not too sure. But after all, this is a very classic matchup, as I say so myself. Best in France versus best in the Philippines. Ooh. Best in Southeast Asia versus best in Europe.
Who knows? Who knows what'll come out on top?
I do wonder.
I mean... Like I said, it's all a toss-up.
Who knows where this is gonna go? I don't know where this is gonna go. This is Vince that we're talking, and also Dormy. Dormy can know how to like tie things up in a matter of seconds, and it definitely looks like Dormy doesn't want a warm-up. So we are just gonna get straight into it. I mean, after a bathroom break like that, you don't need a warm-up. But even though this is Dormy's choice. We're just gonna get this out of the way. We've had enough talk about
pregame
stuff.
Yeah. So that match will be starting soon. Kind of expediting the process, getting rid of the warm-up.
Right.
Just.
Also, I've been told. I meant to say best in Philippines, not generally SEA. My bad. Right.
There's a lot of good players in SEA.
It's a very dominant region. It's kind of surprising to see.
Lots of good players in all different regions. It really is just, I mean, this tournament is really just a good international clash. We've already seen Pompoko, who I believe hails from Japan.
And that's just from Eastern Asia, which is obviously Japan.
Yeah, we don't need to go through everyone's nationalities or whatever. You've been paying attention. You've been paying attention to the flags and everything.
So I have a really bad habit of that, but either way,
without further ado,
let's take a look.
The screen you've all been waiting for: Dormy versus Vince HD.
Let's take a look.
Still not getting old.
Yep.
I'm gonna say right now, still seeing it every single time.
Look at that star, though. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh. And it looks like Vince almost filling up the entire corners of that star.
Yeah, that's true.
But it definitely looks like Dormy. Well, definitely.
Dormy definitely is on the slower side, just from game experience. But I mean I don't think that's any reason to discount someone.
Right. And it definitely seems like... I could definitely see Dormy do a lot of counterplay measures. And Vince is, of course, going to be able to play just to counter that strategy in general.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows where this is going to go.
I think Vince will definitely be, the aggressive one in this match.
Yeah, because his speed is just unprecedented.
It's really... Someone pointed out, it's really funny to see Vince's lowest stat being pieces per second. Compared to everything else, but...
Alright. Let's get ourselves out of the way.
Alright. Match is starting. You know what time it is.
Oh, you know what time it is.
3? Yeah, there's the countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Tetrio! And Dormy with Beatsy!
And Vince with an immediate perfect clear.
Very good overhang set up by Vince. Got decent damage. Dormy looking to take their
look at this early aggression from Vince. Putting Dormy in the red.
Yeah, but Dormy manages to escape from all of that, but Vince is just...
Yeah, currently able to play around it. Definitely take it. Dormy's definitely taking his time here.
Oh my lord!
Maybe a little bit too much time? There was a small glimmer of hope for Dormy to get out of that, but unfortunately wasn't quite there.
Yeah, Vince really bursted Dormy all the way up. We have Gamashira versus MS2. Dormy with the MS2 and Vince with the Gamashira. Definitely looks like both of these clash pretty well, but Vince with the combo going to be able to... What is this? Vince doesn't choose to go for the T-spin. Interesting. Ooh,
surely it's a strategy. It's a strategy for the long run, definitely.
Well, very good downstack by Dormy. Going to be able to make usage of that TST that he chose, while Vince is playing very skim heavy at the moment. They're looking for all that garbage to really send back, as they so wish to have, but...
Alright, and Yeah, Dormy's just getting hit with non-stop pressure from Vince, but there's a nice counter, there's a nice spike there. Vince able to just neutralize it, though, no problem. Good T-spin triple from Dormy, counting to 4 together Tetris. Or quad if you want to be pedantic. Dormy with a T-spin double. Yep, just keeping that back-to-back going. Let's see if Dormy... Okay, cuts it off there.
Oh, but those T-spins from Vince, though. That's going to be...
Yeah, Vince having a nice T-spin single skim to keep that back-to-back going. Ooh, Dormy! Too close to the top.
Right. Vince is pretty strong in the lead at the moment, and Dormy, of course...
Dormy with a DT cannon start. Okay.
I think that was also new DT as well.
Yeah, it was new DT because it had the perfect clear.
Yeah, and also the S&Z mix-ups, and but Vince
Vince. Oh, look at Vince is. Oh my god, Vince did not like that DT cannon. Did not like that at all. Just was just like, no, we're not doing that kind of thing here.
That was a dirty multiplayer spike by Vince.
That was extremely filthy.
Very good color clear by Vince too, being able to find it. Dormy looking pretty safe with that count to 4. Open up that garbage well. Gonna send a bit to Vince. I'm gonna resort to down second for all of this. Vince in a bit of trouble here. But Dormy is just keeping up the momentum.
Ooh, yeah, and Vince coming back with the aggression. Oh my goodness, that board state was just...
That is unfortunate. Dormy had the defense game, but
I mean, we are still like the ball is still in Vince's court. Like we are playing on like Vince's home turf essentially, with the uncapped speed. Dormy with a nice fractal.
Ooh, been able to live off of this garbage, but they still really need to dig down for survival.
Yeah. Dormy's struggling real hard. He's trying to dig out of that. That J is just too high. Like, I think even with a clear, that would have topped them out.
Yeah, the overlap is just far too scary. Dormy, of course, with the MS2, the usual, and it's already enough to top Vince out. What?
All right, Dormy with a quick spike there.
What happened to Vince at that moment? That was just a sunburst of damage and just a complete murder, but Dormy is still trying to attempt that pressure once again, but Vince is just learning to fix what happened earlier. And he's doing it pretty well.
Yeah. Vince was just like, okay, you wanna top me out quickly with a spike, I'll top you out quickly with a spike. Like,
it's a fair trade. It's a fair trade one way or the other.
It's a fair trade, despite the fact, like, even though Vince is already in the lead by a good amount. Oh my god, and that huge spike. Like, Dormy needs to, like, do something quick.
Yeah, like that.
Manages, okay.
I saw...
Caught Vince at a pretty bad time there. Like, that board state was not great.
I saw that right side mid-game DT from Vince. Dormy just really didn't like that.
Like, you're not allowed to, like... If I'm not allowed to play DT, neither are you. It's just sort of that sort of exchange.
It's just one-to-one to how both these players feel about it, and Vince is just clearly in the lead with this mech and just...
Oh, and that's a huge spike! Caught Dormy off guard. Kind of the perfect situation to catch Dormy and, like, having a really clean board.
Yeah, Vince is really able to making these setups strong, and Dormy is having to rely on all these back-to-back mid-games.
And there's there's an all clear.
What is that fractal continuation from Vince?
Oh,
and the DT? Whoa!
Vince, oh my goodness, chill!
Oh my
What are you doing there, dude? Oh my goodness!
I saw like 3 different like setups in like the span of 5 seconds. Oh my god!
Vince is not having any of this. My goodness, man, chill!
Oh my god, and Dormy even couldn't believe it themselves. They couldn't believe it himself. Oh my god.
Like, what?
Yeah, Dormy's playing fairly high, but Vince is still looking for tons of ammunition, and they're really making the most of it. There's a Kaiden.
Dormy continuing this.
And the mid-game.
Oh, that all clear. That might seal things. Dormy manages to dig out of it though.
That was a very
but I mean, surviving that isn't gonna be enough. You have to top out Vince.
It's the counterplay that matters, and Vince
like with how Vince has been playing, that's gonna be a really tall order.
It's gonna take a lot of effort, especially for someone like Dormy, but Vince is just continuously adding so much more to Dormy. But Dormy is just playing as clean as they possibly could. And Vince with that TST tower!
Yup.
Oh my god.
And the T-spin triple. T-spin double. Alright, keeping this back-to-back going. Solid stuff. Ooh.
Oh!
But I mean,
no.
Vince's aggression is like keeping Dormy on the ropes constantly. Like it's
Yeah, but
Dormy can keep this impressive survival going all he wants, but he's got to get rid of Vince.
Yeah, Vince with the misdrop still, but
Trying
they
to
still
find
managed to
a
fix it.
good opportune position.
There it is!
Like
There's the fin! The fin from Vince! But
what is
Dormy...
Vince on? Vince close to the top here, but able to down stack and gets a pretty solid reversal. Oh no!
That is an unfortunate round end from Vince. Just when you thought you could go out in style.
Yeah.
Not in the best
That eye misdrop immediately ends the round. That is just ugh.
That really sucks. Even if you aren't Vince, that is still pain from a touch.
Yeah, no, that hurt to see. Like, did not deserve to end like that. No round deserves to end in like a bad misdrop like that.
Absolutely not. But Vince is being able to keep up the momentum once again because a 12 back-to-back is enough to kill Dormy again.
Gonna be able to keep the lead and maintain this maintain it, you know.
2 more wins and that's gonna be Vince's set, but
instant 18 spike from
I mean, we've seen it's not entirely impossible for Dormy. If we get another match like the one we saw a little bit ago, like we'll be fine, I think.
And it's set point for Vince. Dormy is still trying her best with this MS2, trying to make this work, but
very close to the top. Nope, that's not gonna be good enough. Vince is gonna take the first set.
What a way to end the set. Vince with the double perfect clear to secure it.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, those rounds were very quick.
Yeah.
And the only one that went up to 2 minutes was the one that Dormy took. Yeah, Dormy only taking 3 games this set, but I mean, I'm feeling like I still have faith in Dormy being able to probably like wear down Vince's endurance.
But
just as long as he can get that far against Vince, you know.
Yep.
It's not easy, but I mean, it might be the strategy.
It's just when you're playing against a lot of unpredictable, like easily changeable players, it's really difficult to really put in the effort because it has a lot more in comparison to someone like Vince, who's just there to just be annoying, just to send lines, just to do pretty much anything like this. Because all these plans can change in a matter of seconds. It looks like we are going to continue on with this set. Dormy is playing pretty good with these T-spin setups.
Off to a solid start, but I mean, Vince has the room to play aggressive. Yeah, that's gonna be really hard.
Yeah, Dormy was also one piece away from just canceling a lot of garbage, but Vince just kept on the pressure. Very good fractal continuation by Dormy, but Vince is able to keep the PC just to get another round.
Yeah,
that hurts.
Looks like Vince is gonna be trying to get those quick top outs, trying to prevent Dormy from like being able to do anything. Is that a Hachi spin?
From Dormy?
Yeah.
Well, you know, sometimes the ult can feel pretty strong, and Dormy has a good.
I mean, Dormy was able to follow it up pretty nicely.
Yeah, that was beautiful, but can Dormy really just keep up the momentum in comparison to Vince? He's just 9-0ing just for the sake of 9-0ing. And the forecasting.
Like, everything... Dormy's playing real solid this round, but, I mean, playing solidly is not enough against Vince. You have to be a little more than that.
Yep, and Dormy is looking...
Ooh, and yeah, that board state's looking a little dicey. Manages to work around it, but definitely still at the disadvantage here as Vince continues to apply pressure. Has a nice clean 7-2 for the most part. That garbage gets sorted out pretty quickly. That's a 28 spike from Vince, and there are a few misdrops in there. Like, this is Dormy's time to, like, take advantage of it, but, I mean, yeah, Vince keeps misdropping. Like, you kind of need... I'm sorry, what was that?
Wait, what did I say?
That was I'm sorry.
What? I wasn't paying attention.
All right.
Vince? Vince.
All right, Vince. Okay.
But Dormy lives, though. What is
I mean, Dormy's still in it.
That's a very strong play by Dormy, but Vince is just...
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, that's a bit of a foolish move from me. Forgetting that...
My God.
I forgot that Vince was unpredictable.
Yeah, yeah, that's
But
just...
there's the unpredictability coming into play. Like, what was that?
Just being able to,
Like,
wow
is
the
well
crowd.
done from us, but we're still here thinking about it.
It's just all about the wow factor when it comes to being a player like Vince, and Dormy's just
Yeah, and
here
Vince
to
is
play.
gonna be able to continue this. Dormy
Washington.
was so close to getting something there.
Dormy has another good setup right here.
On the verge of topping out Vince, but just not quite, man.
Yeah, pumping a lot of effort to really get Vince out.
And Dormy has a nice DT, not gonna be able to get its full potential out, but still able to get something from it. But that's still a lot of garbage to deal with. Oh, what? The mishold!
Oh my God!
Oh no!
Oh, Dormy!
Oh, that's such a bad mishold! That T-spin was in, but just like, oh no, man, not like this.
Oh, I felt my heart just shatter into pieces when I saw that.
That hurt.
That is not just
That felt like a
pain.
punch to the gut. I felt all the wind knocked out of me there. But Dormy's gonna be able to take a point back.
Oh, that was not
kind of
just...
the point that he rightfully deserves.
Oh, that was not just pain. That was an injury right there.
That wasn't.
Oh,
That was like a broken leg.
yeah, but Dormy
Like, that
manages to
hurt.
clean themselves up again, just back to ground. But
Oh, and Vince upstacking a little bit to follow up the opener.
Vince doing Vince things.
Yeah, has Dormy dead to rights that round. Takes another one. Yeah, Vince still in the lead, 4-1 here. Dormy is down. Whether or not he's out is a question that has yet to be answered, I think. Still have hope for Dormy, but that Elmis drop's gonna definitely slow things down a bit.
Oh, what is this setup? I was gonna say, this better not be some complicated TST continuation. Oh,
I mean, Vince does have those up his sleeve, but not everything is like that, you know.
Oh my God, Vince!
Oh, Dormy with the Omis drop!
The STSD from Vince, though. But it's not enough.
It's not enough, Dormy had an Omis drop, and I was like, there's no way that round could end like that. That's just not fair for him. Comes back. There's the DT cannon, the move that previously angered Vince, and Vince is PC looping.
But Dormy's just canceling, though.
Okay, Dormy cancels it, though, yeah.
And he's ST stacking.
And goes into ST stacking, okay.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a transition to Kaiden. That could have been a good bit of a T-stun continuation, but Dormy relies on that safety. While Vince is just building up some back-to-back.
Yep, continuing those.
Uh-oh, Vince.
Ooh.
That's a
Vince with a bit of a hole in the stack. Manages to skim down to it. Dormy using a C-spin with the garbage.
Very solid, very solid. Both of these players not in a disadvantageous spot.
Both players playing pretty solidly. No real flaws, no real like mishaps. I'm about to jinx that, but we'll see.
Yeah, it definitely seems like
Okay.
Dormy... Oh,
Dormy's slowing down a little bit, and that's not what you want to be doing against someone like Vince.
it's all about that speed factor.
Like
Vince, what is
you
this?
need to keep the speed up.
Yeah, it's not about the slowing down, it's about the speeding up.
It's like the bomb from Speed. Slow down too much, and that's kind of just the end of it, you know.
But anyways, back to it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's just a solid back and forth going on right now.
Yeah, and
But that's a
Vince-
huge spike from Vince. Vince had that on lock. Very nice.
Oh,
That's another point towards
yeah.
Vince, but that one was a pretty lengthy round. Good spike.
That looks like Vince gonna have to misdrop that TKI T-spin, but while Dormy gets to run away with
Yeah,
the
PC loop. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, keeps going. Is that gonna be enough? Oh, Dormy doesn't quite have the perfect clear.
Well, it doesn't matter anyways. Because
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Dormy's gonna be able to take it. 3 rounds, closing the gap once again. We'll have to see if Dormy can maintain this pressure, because really, Dormy kind of needs everything he can get right now, because he is at a pretty severe disadvantage.
Absolutely. It looks like Dormy playing scarily high, but Vince is playing higher. But when you're just higher, you have so much potential.
Yeah.
Oh, Dormy's not having such a good time with this matchup. 3-6 in the second set. This is just grueling. Oh, very good T-spin continuation by Vince, but Dormy having to delay and skim a bit. But Vince is just clearly down stacking just for the fun of it. Very good STSD by Dormy. And it definitely seems like Vince is just waiting. Well,
Yeah.
doesn't exactly get the PC, but he still manages to keep it clean regardless.
Yeah, nice right side well for Dormy right now, and gonna be able to transfer it to a 5-4.
Ooh.
Yeah, really able to just go with those well transfers nicely. Unfortunately, not in a good situation to maintain back-to-back, which, I mean, you kind of want that multiplier against someone like Vince. Yeah.
Yeah.
With how fast and aggressive he is, it's just, ugh.
It's rough. It really is rough. Right, Vince with the PC, color cleared though, thanks to the line of garbage. But Dormy, what is this T-spin continuation? Oh my god! Now Vince is just completely cheesed up, just looking to fix it as soon as possible, and they ever so do.
Yeah.
Dormy, he's just
Dormy's in a not in the best situation. It's definitely recoverable, but I mean, against someone like Vince, you have to recover from it fast.
oh, but look at the multiplier spike from Vince. I
Yeah,
thought that was
Vince
good.
maintaining that back-to-back, keeping the multiplier going.
What the
Oh, and those misdrops! That bad board state gives Dormy this point. Wow.
He was just one rotation off.
Yeah, one rotation off. I mean, Dormy's familiar with being one input off from being able to keep it, you know. And Vince is starting to PC loop.
Yeah, Vince has the better PCs
yeah,
in the
and-
bag. Yeah.
Dormy's down stacking wasn't enough for that.
Oh my god, both of these players love to have their points or double their points because Dormy is about 4 points behind, while Vince is he's still PC looping. But even with those kinds of garbage, it just doesn't really last long. Dormy is still putting on all of this pressure, but it's not really doing much to Vince as he knows how to cancel as much as he could.
Alright, Vince with the STSD set up, and manages to follow it nicely, sending spike after spike.
Oh, Vince cleaning up this board.
Alright.
Very solid dono by
Ooh.
Vince.
I'm not sure what Dormy was trying to go for there. But, I mean, Dormy is kind of struggling right now. Definitely, like, struggling quite a bit, actually. Like, Vince's pressure is relentless. It's just non-stop. Dormy has to do everything he can to not succumb to it.
It's just that end goal. Just that end goal is so far behind Dormy's reach that it's gonna take a miracle in order for them to just really set this into a tiebreaker in this entire match. But
It's a tall order, but it is still possible, I think.
it really is, and Dormy is just trying their
Ooh,
best.
good floating T-spin there.
Ooh,
That was a good. Like, had the T ready and was just like, okay, I'm just gonna use this. That was a good play. That was a solid play.
it's all about that preparation.
Oh,
and
Vince with the misdrops. This was the perfect time for Dormy to strike back. But I mean, Vince is gonna be able to clean it up quickly. Yeah, like, definitely seems like Dormy's best chance is when Vince has a slight
Oh,
mishap.
but the 29
Oh, but that's a huge spike! Oh! Oh, and that board state, man. Oh.
That was
Like,
absolutely.
there's a part of me that saw like a survivable like moment there, but it's just really hard when Vince continues to send garbage on top of it.
Very good spike by Dormy, being able to use that TSS in their favor, but it's not really enough to put pressure onto
And,
Vince.
look at that spike. More spiking.
Oh,
yeah, close to the top. There it is.
This is match
10-4 to Vince. Match point. This is all or nothing for Dormy. Like, and it starts with a PC. Oh, that's not the best board state to be starting with.
Yeah, they had the MS2
Like-
set up, but the Q, the
Q was just not kind at all.
that's gonna be very punishing.
Huge spike. It's very precarious for Dormy. It is very, very precarious. This is absolutely terrifying.
Oh my god, Vince trying to power stack through all of this, looking to find as many ways to secure this match to themselves. But Dormy is still holding on, but I don't think it's gonna last long.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be game.
And Dormy, one of EU's best Tetria players, is out of TWC.
Yep. That goes to Vince HD. I mean, Dormy did a really good job of like keeping Vince like on edge there. Like, definitely had a lot more pressure this second set in comparison to the previous one. But yeah, still not enough, unfortunately.
But you could definitely see the effort that was put from Dormy to really put a number onto Vince's stamina. But Vince is always keeping everything right to himself and just, you know, keeping up the pressure, the momentum, all of that, just to end the set once and for all and to move on into the bracket. But very unfortunate for Dormy. Ugh.
Yeah. With that, we have 3 of our matches out of the way. And up next is Raderis versus Ergonomics.
Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, I think out of all the matches we've seen so far, this will be the closest one yet. Based off of seeding alone, at least.
Oh boy. So,
Right.
Ritteru. We've seen their run in what was it? Bracket G? Like Group G, that's what it was. We've seen their run in Group G, and it was absolutely mind-boggling at the TWC. Just to witness an utterly gnarly losers bracket comeback run, because we've seen Ritteru play against Blorg in Group G, right, when it was happening, and the fact that Blorg took down Ritteru first, but Ritteru teared through Gladon, Dark Life, Cough Filter, and just absolutely demolished Blorg twice, and that's just a bracket story altogether. But Ergonomics,
Ergonomics is also pretty solid. Like,
absolutely, we've definitely seen them play pretty strong.
Yeah, only dropping 1 game to Tatos and 1 game to Caboozled. I mean,
keep in mind, that was an insane upset by Ergonomics, by the way, against Tatos.
Yeah, Tatos won 11 and Ergonomics won 11-9 against Tatos the second time.
It was also another gnarly, like in comparison to what we see from Ritteru. We've seen Tatos knock Ergonomics out, but Tatos gets absolutely torn by the player that they just ever so knocked to the losers. Not to mention, they've also eliminated Akma, another top player. Like, what's with these players and just going through all of these like highly seeded, like highly possible like contenders? Oh.
Yeah.
Like, and that's
Like
saying a lot.
like the qualifying seeding isn't the whole story. There's so many different tiers of like information you need to process for all of these players, and it just makes everything even more of like a mystery as to who's gonna win.
Absolutely. But, oh my god. Both of these players with their losers bracket runs able to compete against each other. This is honestly a really fun matchup.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I think this one's gonna be pretty. I think this one's gonna be pretty tight. Yeah, I think now we just wait on.
Yep. We are so waiting on Ritteru. So, I want to recap, like, since this is round of 16, let's just recap to all of the previous groups that we saw, like, in the past couple weeks. Like, even though I've already talked about Ergonomics and Ritteru's, like, gnarly losers bracket runs. Like, Ergonomics taking down Tatos and Akma, like, both highly seeded players. Ritteru just tearing through losers bracket and upsetting Blart twice. There has been some, like, insane potential on the line. I remember also seeing Pompoko upset Amber and Yida in Group B, as a matter of fact, because I never thought that it was possible. But also, I still won't talk about that Group C bracket run, though. That was... And there was also... I'm just looking for the bracket altogether. There's also, OSW's TETR, winning against Dormy twice. Similar case to Ergonomics and Ritteru. It's just, it's such a common pattern, actually.
OSW's been tearing through bracket and has to face Westel once again. There's a long storied history within the qualifier itself, really, between those two, and now it's gonna boil down to like what they have to do in the round of 16.
Yep, and we've seen a lot of people get eliminated today, so of course it's all in the matters of Ergonomics.
Only half of these people that we're going to be seeing tonight are going to be moving on. So,
right. And I think
we're going to have to see.
We are going to see who gets to take this. Ergonomics and Ritteru. I think they are going to take this for the bracket, and Ergonomics, as seen from their play, like I've said before, this matchup, I definitely love to see how this goes. But even though this is in favor of Ritteru, Ergonomics though has plenty of potential on the line.
All right. I think both players are just prepping to get a warm-up underway, but
yep. And
we will have something else to show real soon.
Definitely looks like both of these players aren't gonna do warm-up, and we're just gonna get this out of the way.
Yeah. Yep. It seems like they're gonna skip warm-up.
Alrighty. This is
just waiting for them to ready up, and hopefully we get to see that wonderful versus screen beforehand.
If production can ever supply it, hopefully.
We just need to wait for the players to get ready.
Oh.
We're waiting for the players right now.
I wonder if there's like one more thing I should really say about both of these players. I think I recall correctly if Ritteru ever played Osu as well, like with Dormy, Or I might be thinking of another player. I know.
I wouldn't have any idea.
I mean, listen, a lot of TETR players are also Osu players. I remember Myas, like, being an Osu player, and he's also another France player who happens to play a lot of Tetrio. But, but of course, definitely looks like both these players are ready, so shall we commence the versus screen, Commander?
That's not my call.
Oh, I mean to production.
We got it. Here we go.
Oh boy,
Begin.
let's get ready.
The next battle
for the end of the first half of round of 16.
Yeah, this
Ritteru versus Ergonomic.
We'll be through to the second half after this match, but Ergonomics versus Ritters. Yeah.
Can't you believe they're the only two players that have the default icons? That's so funny to
It's very funny that they have the default icons, because that makes them just, like, even more mysterious.
It's just like, you just really don't know what to expect from this.
There's also QMK, though. Like, but we all know who QMK is, surely.
Oh, absolutely. And they are in round of 16 too, so this is not going to be the first time you're going to see defaults.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's so cool to see the stat stars.
Yeah, it's such a neat little detail.
Everything about this, what you see right here, is very exciting. It's just, you really got to give it to Osk, man. Dude knows how to make some graphics.
I mean, they dev'd the game. Of course, they would make something as neat as this.
Like, I mean, you could have just kind of forgone it. You could have just done a whole lot of nothing about it. But I mean, going above and beyond with something like this is definitely not common. But without further ado, I think we're about ready to begin.
All right,
oh,
this is gonna be fun. About as close as we can get.
Ready to close the first half of the round of 16. Ergonomics versus Ritteru.
Whoa, what is that opener from Ergonomics? It definitely looks like they were trying to do Sailboat.
I think they missed just a bit of a misdrop there.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. But Ritteru playing it relatively clean at the moment. This is a pretty solid setup for Ritteru. Ergonomics has plenty of garbage, but...
Ergonomics just... Yeah, Ergo's just cleaning that up.
Ooh!
But a huge spike from Ritteru.
That is some...
Oh! Did we not? Oop!
Someone...
Warm up? DC.
Wait.
Oh, there was a DC, it seems. Huh?
Oh no, Ritteru disconnected. This is our first... This is our first DC cannon in round of 16. That's awkward.
Okay, it was a DC. That was not. That was not a lobby error. That was just a disconnect.
We definitely need to ask Ritteru what happened.
It was probably just some. I think it just seemed like some awkward circumstances, but.
You wanna know what happened? I think they might have refreshed on accident, because Tetro does run off of Chromium. Or, what was it? Like the same framework that Discord has. So, obviously, you can refresh it. So they might have refreshed on accident.
I'm not sure. I don't really think it matters all that much.
Yeah, Electron, that's what I'm thinking of. Oh dear.
Okay, seems like we're just gonna be restarting. We're gonna just be running the whole match back.
Right. So even though it was like one round above, we can make this an exception because I don't think that was intentional. It was one round though, so this could be fine. So let's just start from the top. Start from the top. Take two.
Run it back. Let's start this over.
All right. We can definitely wait to see if both players are in fact ready to make sure that nothing bad ever happens. Alright, Ergonomics calling for a restart. And looks like we're gonna get this underway once again.
All right. Complete restart, it seems.
Just waiting game. Hope everyone has patience. I apologize for this inconvenience, or we like to apologize.
All right, here we go again. Running it back.
We're running it back. Take two. Ritter versus Ergonomics.
For real this time.
For real. That's my favorite Tyler the Creator song.
For real.
Either way, let's get
go.
this anyway. Alright, Ergonomics with the SDPC stick spin.
Ew, stick spin.
Okay, biased.
Interesting gambit, but we'll go with it.
But Ergonomics with the
solid 22 spike from Ergo there.
Very good follow up. Ritteru has very good weight by Ergonomics though. Does in fact get the 16 spike.
Playing a bit patiently. Nice clean stack from Ergo here. Ritteru is close to the top, but
I missed
that's gonna be too much for them to handle. Ergo takes the first point in this totally legitimate first take. Well, what happened previously does not matter, and Ergo immediately goes back into stick spin, except I think there's a bit of a misdraw.
Oh, very good patience from Ritteru being able to downstack and send a pretty good double-digit spike out of that. Ergo over here, looking pretty rough.
Oh, yeah. Ritteru able to bounce back from that, able to just top him out there.
Ooh, very good opener by Ergonomics. Ritteru looking to play rather cleanly. 6-3 compared to 9-0 from both players. It looks like Ergonomics.
Yeah, Ergo is doing a lot more downstacking, but I mean, Ritteru has the ammunition to just fire back, send some garbage. Look at that, 16 spike already. The back-to-back multiplier definitely working in their favor, taking another point very quickly.
This is another good strong lead for Ritteru. Not exactly too strong, but still pretty sizable for what they have to offer. Ergo is very good mini continuation by Ergo. Ritteru is setting up some strong back-to-back. Actually, both of these players are almost pretty even, but Ergo breaks back-to-back. Ritteru has so much potential for damage right here, but has to break it, unfortunately. But pulls it up.
Oh, look at that! That was a solid spike from Ritteru.
That is some solid damage sent to Ergo, but Ergo is not exactly down just yet.
Ergo manages to deal with it, is kind of just, going with the flow here. Gonna be able to deal with this garbage, gonna try and find a counter.
And Ritteru over here having to skim a lot through all of this cheese, while Ergo is just making all of these That is an amazing overhang by Ergo, being able to complete that TST, barely making it out alive, having to break back-to-back, unfortunately, but both these players fairly even. This can go either way. Uh-oh. Ergonomics having to struggle with a bit of height difference here, but they still managed to clean themselves up. Ooh. Ritteru on the ropes. Good color clear. Definitely seems like Ritteru is keeping it comfy. Very good 12 spike.
Yeah. Ooh, Ergonomics, on the ropes there. Ritteru taking another point.
That is so unfortunate for Ergonomics. Just when they had just 1 point ahead, but now they're just starting to really struggle a bit. Trying to do stick spin once again to see if they could really make this potential comeback possible, and definitely seems like it's paying off.
Yeah. We're just gonna have to see if this can be consistent.
Well, Ergonomics does have the board for it, but chooses the TKI in comparison to
TKI into LST here.
Ooh. I really like Ergonomics.
And Rodero's just going for a solid 6-3.
Really? Oh, and keeping it at a decent tempo. Very beautiful focus by Ergonomics.
Ergonomics gonna be able to keep that that pace going. But
Oh.
ooh, that's a awkward
That's-
board state, and with a lot of incoming garbage, that might be too much to handle. Yep.
That is very unfortunate for ergonomics. They had it, all the effort put into it, but just one bit of a slip up could really snowball pretty bad. Ritteru had the PC, but chooses not to rely on it. Definitely seems like Ritteru wants to keep it safe instead of just being bursted back by Ergo.
Ergonomics at the ready, kind of dealing with this.
Yeah, this is so
Ooh,
much
that
damage.
is very close to the top. Yeah, that's too much to handle. Like, it's just, like... Ritteru is definitely going more for, like, just definitely on the aggressive end here this time around. And ergonomics, Ergo definitely has the the ability to deal with it. It's just things aren't working out in their favor quite as well as they'd hope.
Very good donut by Ritteru. Being able to downstack through all of that. None of these players in a very, very tense spot, but Ergo, in comparison, though, just gonna have to really fight for what they have, but it's just not enough.
Very precarious. Yeah, just doesn't have the right pieces to deal with it. Unfortunately, gonna have to top out essentially no matter what in that situation. Ugly P sequence.
Ergonomics
Alright.
transitioning into the 6-3. Very good floating by Ritteru.
Yeah,
Fairly solid.
there's a lot of garbage on
Ooh.
Ergo's board.
Oh, but the missed.
Ooh, that S-miss drop. That could be.
Not exactly
That could
bad.
have been. That could have been Ergo's chance to counter though, and doesn't seem. Yeah, Ergo wasn't able to capitalize on it in time.
Ritteru is really enjoying themselves with this kind of pressure, being able to just send
Yeah.
so many downstacks all together, and Ergo is just not really having a good time with that sort of thing. Oh, but that
Ooh,
floating
and
setup
look at
for
that,
Ritteru!
floating on top of a fractal. That's a load of damage. That's gonna be coming in.
Not just a load of damage, but a load of
Yeah,
clean.
that's that was just so much at once.
Oh my god, that's what you love to
Ritter-
see.
All right.
Cool. Very good from Ritteru. Gonna be able to kick up that back-to-back, same with ergonomics, but Ritteru!
Yep. Ritteru just keeps on going. Like, had essentially just method stacking going on over on that over on their board.
Also, I do want to point out, according from chat, we've been seeing a lot of no PCs in relation to Ritteru. I guess Ritteru doesn't really prefer the kind of PC mentality. I mean, they choose.
I mean, you don't really need. I mean, you don't always need a perfect clear.
Of course not, but
Like,
especially in this current timeline where damage and speed is at its best, you're definitely gonna need it. But Ritteru was just playing it, as classic as they could. Very good color clear too by Ritteru. Ergonomics has,
and it's not like ergonomics is doing the same thing back. So
yeah, definitely looks like both
It
these
does-
players want to keep it safe.
we'll have to see later down the line
Who
if
knows?
Ritteru sticks with that mentality. But right now, like, there are no PCs necessary. We're in an Apple store.
Oh, but the 22
Ooh.
down stack from Ergonomics.
Ergonomics manages to get a solid down stack and spikes Ritteru on top of the line. On top of the.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
I'm just
Look at-
looking at chat, but either way, Ritteru over here is looking really solid with these T-spins, and Ergonomics just... Oh, Ergonomics had the C-spin, but chooses for safety, but it's not enough! Oh.
All
That's
right.
set
Yeah,
point.
Ritteru on set point. This is the first set.
Oh my god. Both of these players not going for PC. Pretty good, pretty good. I feel like Ergonomics had a missed one as well, but doesn't really care about it. Well, Ritteru has a pretty good setup over here. This 5-4 coming from both of these players.
5-4. Nice floating on top of it. Huge 20 spike.
That's so beautiful, though.
Yeah, keeps it going. Ergonomics is gonna have to do a lot to get out of this, and singles aren't gonna be enough.
Oh, very good fix by Ergonomics. Gonna try to keep it as flat as possible. They're being pressured with so much clean. Ritaro on the urge of getting a 24,
Oh, yeah.
but it doesn't
That's gonna
matter.
be the first set.
Oh, that
Oh
was
my goodness.
that was dirty. That
Yeah,
was,
a lot of dirty plays from Ritteru there. Ergonomics was able to get a few games in, but like I don't. It was definitely like Ritteru was definitely playing much more aggressively.
it's just that was some solid effort from Ergonomics to try to play it to the best that they can, but Ritteru's efficiency has been insane. But Ergonomics doesn't have he does have 2 more chances to turn this around.
Really, only one more chance. Can't really let up another set now. Can they?
I mean, you just may never know what's gonna happen. Who knows if Ergonomics has this boost of confidence? Who knows?
Like, whatever it is, like Ergonomics needs to pull out something for the next set because that first set was a little rough for them, especially with how big of an APM difference there was.
Absolutely, and
we're jumping right into it. Second one, potentially match point for Ritteru.
And both these players going for hints of freestyle. Ergonomics choosing to focus on a no opener strat. Ritteru, I think, might have gone for oh god, but that misdrop from
Oh, Ergonomics, yeah, starting out pretty solid with a good down stack.
Oh, very good counter attack from Ritteru too.
Yeah. Yeah, Ergonomics is definitely focusing more on just down stacking.
Oh, this is looking mighty spicy for Ritteru. Has the fractal open. Ergonomics has another floating and and another T-spin in advance earlier, but they still need to do something with the rest of their board. A very good amount of damage from Ergonomics. He's
Oh yeah, Ritteru is close to the top here. Gonna be able to find a down stack though. That counter spike is definitely gonna be ugly for Ergonomics to deal with. Manages to still get through it though. Not at the end of...
Oh, that was a very clean play by Ergonomics. Back to the floor while Ritteru has so much garbage.
Oh, and that Z-Miss drop's definitely not going to help things either.
Yeah, it's gonna be a change of plans right here, and Ergonomics is just starting to play for skims and cleanliness because they are playing pretty flat, and the down stack too, and the multiplier. Ooh, decent damage to Ritteru.
Man, Ergonomics is gonna be Ergonomics' survival this round is definitely a huge improvement over the last set. Gonna be able to take the first point. Let's just see if they can manage to keep that up for the rest of this set. Going straight into LST.
Ooh, Ritteru with the my god!
Ooh, Ritteru with a counter. Oh, that was a huge counter spike. 28.
But it's not enough to kill Ergo.
Yeah, it's not an... Ergonomics is learning the whole survival game. But I mean, as I said before, and I'll say again, survival isn't enough. Gonna have to keep it up a lot more.
And considering it's all about trying to see who makes the biggest mistake, it's really all in the player's hands and just in comparison. Very good cut copy by Ritteru though.
Yep.
But they're still pretty high. Ergonomics really needs to fix this up ASAP. And they ever so do.
Yep.
This is
Ritteru's board's looking a bit awkward, but manages to clean it up fairly nicely.
Another cut
Still has a
copy
lot.
from Ritteru.
Lots of cut copies. I'm gonna just keep maintaining those Those constant double T-spins. Ooh,
but
ergonomics close to the top. Yep, just has that little bit more. Just needed a little bit more time to be able to downstack from that, but no, Ritteru's gonna take that point. Putting them on the board, evening it out 1-1.
Ergonomics over here looking pretty strong with that 5-4. Ritteru with that 9-0 is really starting to show a lot of height here. Doesn't go for the T-spin though. That is interesting. While Ergonomics has a pretty strong back-to-back chain, getting to the double digits already.
Yeah. Oh my God, Ritteru being a bit relentless. Good back-to-back. That was a huge spike. Really unexpected, honestly. Like, that kind of just came last second. Like, perfect time for Ergonomics to top out.
There's the PC from Ergonomics. But Ritteru with the mechanical T-spin, it's just not having it, and Ergo is just flustered.
Ooh, yeah, Ergo has a lot of downstacking to do and just does not have the room to do it. Ritteru is going to take the lead and start running away with it.
And now I know why Ritteru doesn't PC. Look what that does to Ergonomics. And Ergonomics trying to do stick spin once again. Oh, bit of a tank right there. Very solid by Ergo. You don't see that a lot with stick spin.
Keeping it going.
Good multiplier spike and Dono by Ergonomics. This is a very solid chain.
Yeah, solid 22 spike. Ergonomics is gonna start taking it back. Good stuff, good stuff.
Stick spin to stick win, as we also say in the community, and Ergonomics is...
Never mind.
I was gonna say, don't go on a prolong rant, I'll say so, my commando. What? Anyways, back to the match.
Ritteru here is... I'm just doing 7-2. I thought it was LST, but... Oh! Ritteru? Huh?
Ritteru?
What were those inputs? What happened?
What?
Huh?
Did their soft drop key just stick? What happened?
What happened that round? That is a very good question.
And
Nice
Ergo,
floating piece.
oh, that's some solid damage.
But okay, Ritteru looks okay this round. Seemed to be just a bit of a mishap before.
Oh, Ritteru has a pretty good floating setup. Ergo is pretty much in trouble if they don't get down far enough. But definitely looks like they're wanting to make it out just
I think Ergonomics is hesitating a little bit too much.
Oh, very good survival by them,
Just
though.
barely makes it out. Bit lucky to make it out, honestly. But, I mean...
Oh my god.
If you make it out, you make it out.
You hear those sounds and they're just so threatening, but Ritteru isn't doing much.
Yeah, like the top out warning is there, and it's just very scary.
Very good patience by Ergonomics, being able to wait to see when to strike. And Ergonomics is still keeping up the pressure. It's all about that timing that makes it matter the most, but Ritteru, very solid cut copy into 26 spike, that's enough damage, and the funneling is...
Ooh, Ergonomics just doesn't have it! Ritteru is gonna take the lead once again.
Oh.
But, I mean, we might see a bit of a back and forth here. There's some stick spin.
Would it be fun
for all
if
of
we get
those
the game
who
free?
are into that.
Very good combo.
Ritteru almost topped out there, but has a nice clean 4-5. Gonna get a huge 21 spike. Yeah. Oh, that counter was perfect for Ritteru to go through. Ugh.
Oh god, that was grueling. But
and Ergonomics starting with the perfect clears.
Oh, very good follow-up by Ritteru. Ergonomics, but the J misdrop from Ritteru. It's same when, speaking of misdrops, Ergonomics has it with the
there's awkward S. Can try to salvage it. I mean, kinda does, but that definitely ruins the efficiency, and that L misdrop does not help either. That could actually
Retro!
Ooh, just
Doesn't in fact take it.
that was so lucky for ergonomics. That was very lucky for ergonomics. But I mean, that's not going to be enough anyways.
Yeah, Ritteru just saw the board and just sped up either way. They want to secure that round either way. Alright, definitely looks like Ritteru setting up fairly clean with this back-to-back chain. Ergonomics doing it for themselves, clearly in the lead. But Ritteru has a bit more damage to spend.
Yeah. T-spin double.
And another one. Another one. Another one.
Things weren't looking too hot for ergonomics that round. Ritteru is running away with the lead once again. Ergonomics has to kind of step it up now. If they want to see like a chance of another set, you know.
Oh, but Ritteru with the misdrops though.
Yeah. This is the start of the comeback for Ergo. Surely.
Definitely could take this into game 3, but it really has to depend on what kind of momentum both of these players want. Which clearly, Ritteru is having a clearly having a good time with this kind of pace, but just may never know.
Yeah, Ritteru keeping up a solid back-to-back. Yeah, that was just relentless from Ritteru. Like, seriously.
Ergo with the TKI. Ritteru.
Yeah. Ergo, I think is going to be following that up with LST.
Oh, very solid.
Oh, but that's a lot. That's a huge spike. Ergo has to do something else here.
Very good tank by Ritteru. While Ergonomics is looking pretty fast with this board, but Ritteru is in fact faster, but still trying to take a bit of time to see what works best. And Ergonomics is just playing fairly flat.
Yeah.
Oh, very solid 21 spike by Ritteru.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. Ergo's definitely picking up the speed, picking up the aggression. That's a good time to be getting a burst of speed and efficiency. Could be seeing a comeback here. Uh-oh. Oh, not quite a two-line PC.
Yeah, not really. Ergonomics is just keeping up this, I thought this was gonna be an M cross that Ergonomics was gonna make.
Nope.
Oh,
Those things are a little hard. Those things are a little awkward.
Very good.
Ritteru has a nice floating.
Very good down stack to count to 4 from Ergonomics earlier. Transition into a...
Alright, 8-1.
Oh.
Alright, manages to mitigate the damage from that stack and just has a nice clean well to stick with it. Of course, already going through it as we speak. Players are just so fast. Oh, nice combo leading to a small 16 spike from Ritteru there.
Oh, very good 10 spike as well from Ergonomics. Ritteru is...
Unfortunately, back-to-back is gone.
Yep.
But Ritteru keeping that back-to-back going. Up to
10, up to 11, up to 12, up to 13. Oh my god.
Yeah, oh my god, that multiplier is definitely going to... That's gonna mess with Ergonomics for sure, yeah.
Was Ritteru down... Was Ritteru just hard dropping quickly for BM points? Oh my god. They knew they had the round going, so they just downstacked anyways, like in random places.
I think that was just a misdrop.
That could be a
Ooh, Ergonomics is close to... Ugh.
Oh, both these players playing pretty clean, but Ritteru has to fix this really uneven board. They just need to get that height difference that they so want. But that misdrop is costly.
Misdrop, that was just not an opportune moment to have that. It's bad.
And of course, the folks at home, this is our first nice round of 16. And ergonomics miss dropping sticks then. That's what you love to see.
Double nice.
And
Ooh.
Ridoroo over here. Oh,
Good Kaidan from ergonomic. Ooh, 23, pretty solid.
yeah. Oh, I love that TSS continuation from Ergo. That's easy enough to maintain back-to-back, but not for long.
Ergonomics definitely has a bit of the offensive here, but Ridoroo has a chance to just immediately retaliate. Nice fractal from Ridoroo. Ergonomics starting to downstack a bit more.
Oh, Ergonomics looking to skim just a bit. While
Yeah.
Ridoroo is looking to play this flat, but they're just so cheesed up.
Ooh, that Z miss drop! That's
Oh,
that's gonna slow things down significantly. And yeah, look at Ridoroo taking advantage of that. Ergonomics is gonna be able to bounce back pretty quickly, but yeah, that might be a bit much.
Oh, 14 spike
Ergonomics
from
keeps it
Ergo.
going, and yeah, Ridoroo's board state was not looking great. Gives Ergonomics another point, slowly closing that gap, 7-9. Just 4 more for Ergonomics to tie this up.
Oh my god. Ridoroo just has the round on their belt, but they just really need 2 more to secure the set. But they're just being flung on by Ergonomics.
Yeah, Ridoroo's just misdropping too much. Ergonomics is about to tie this up.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ridoroo is just struggling just a bit. We might be able to get a game 3 if this
Ridoroo
keeps
might
it
be
up.
getting a bit nervous.
Yeah.
That might be what's going on.
Oh, Ergo's playing pretty high.
Oh,
but
look
they're
at
pretty
that,
okay.
31. That was it.
But
Big
Ridoroo keeps
stuff
the
from
momentum
Ridoroo.
going.
Oh my goodness, Ridoroo. No mercy. Match point. Holy smoke.
That
31
would've
to
been-
23. That was a hefty attack.
Oh my god, Ergo has 3 more chances to really get into game 3, but with the momentum that Ridoroo is going,
Ergo has to do this now.
it's a
Ridoroo has a bit of breathing room, but that's not going to be too much. And so close to the top, that's not going to be enough.
That's going to be it.
Ergonomics fought hard that round, but you know, Ridoroo takes this set and the match.
Oh my god, Ergonomics.
Oh my goodness.
Shattering
Look at
and
that.
falling out of the tournament, and Ridoroo,
Oh,
one of the many losers bracket demons of this tournament, moves on. Holy moly. Oh.
yeah, Ridoroo coming back. Like, that was just like a see. Yeah, Ridoroo had so much to come back from, like all the way in losers bracket in Group G, and then getting the reset on Blarg, and now, you know,
Taking it on Ergonomics.
taking it away from Ergonomics with just a lot of aggressive force. And well, Ridoroo's going to be facing Diao, and that's going to be like one of the first confirmed matches of the top 8. That'll be happening tomorrow. Diao versus Ridoroo. That is definitely a way to follow up this match, is by facing Diao. But well, that's just how brackets are, you know.
Yep. Oh god.
Oh man,
What a first half.
Yeah, a wild set of rounds this first half. It's nutty.
I think I just saw pure blood on stream, dude. That was just those matches for those that lost is just it was so unfortunate, but at the same time they really had their all, and that's what matters in a tournament like this with a lot of community funded money on the line. So seeing this first half gives some pretty strong first impressions for a lot of us, even at home, even to those who are still volunteering and making this tournament happen. So either way, this is GG's for the first half of round of 16.
Yeah.
with Promo, Diao, Ritteru, and Vince moving on to quarterfinals.
Yep.
Top 8. And we do have
And we have plenty more. Yeah. I mean, we still have more coming up soon. I mean, up next is going to be the match I'm looking forward to most, OSW versus Westel. But first, we're going to be having a short intermission. There's going to be a change of commentators, and we're also got to get the match analysts in.
Yep.
For now, for now, that's it from us. But
absolutely. Now,
short, we'll be following it up with Cowbow and Bad Goblin, which you guys should definitely be familiar with at this point.
Absolutely. And of course, to those at home, don't go anywhere. We still have plenty more Tetrio coming up later. Soon enough. This has been a very fun vlog for me, and God, it was really fun commenting with your Commando. This was fun.
Yeah, we saw some really good matches, and well, there's a wild second half going on.
Cannot wait for the Battle of Destroyers, cannot wait for the Battle of Destroyers, which I say I'm gonna take my tie off for this. Just close enough.
All right. I think with that we can head over to intermission. Stay tuned.
I can't take this tie off.
Stay tuned for more of the TWC.
And we are back with the TETR World Championship. My name is Cowbell, and I'm super happy to be here for the top 16, and I'm here with my co-commentator, Bad Goblin.
What is up? I'm super stoked to be here for the round of 16. We have already had some absolutely wild matches, and it is only going to get better from here. And in fact, one of my personal favorite matches is up next.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of stuff in the chat about some certain mishaps with players, but not to worry, we will get all of our matches going. But we have decided to move up Westel versus OSW. Very hype, as Bad Goblin said. I can expect some real great things from both of these players tonight, and we have seen both of them doing very well in their matches previously. So I'm really ready to see some lines being sent here. How about you, Bad Goblin?
Absolutely. And now, to get into the history of this match, these are not two players who have never met before. These are not two players who are only getting this opportunity because they're in the round of 16 of TETR World Championships. In fact, these are two players who have played many times in the past, and OSW has, his words, identified Westel as a bracket demon. So do not let the seeds deceive you. This can go any way, and either way, it is sure to be an absolute blast.
Absolutely, and as we have seen before with previous matches, you really need a lot of consistency for this top 16 because you can't just win one first to 11, you have to win 2 of them. So we will truly be seeing who the better player is tonight in these matches here. I am I am stoked. It seems like OSW has left the room. Oh, they're back. There we go. They were getting ready. Vince in chat says, what does OSW stand for? Well, the O stands for his incredible offense. The S is for his unmatched speed. And, oh my god, people are spamming though. And the W is for the W he's about to take. Alright. We love to see it. Copy pastas in the chat. Perfect.
Little known OSW fact, it actually stands for 1 second wait, which describes what happens when OSW makes a misdrop at any point in the match. That's actually a bit of trivia there.
Oh man.
Here, what other trivia can we dredge up here? I believe we had the docs somewhere. Oh, that's right. Okay, Westel plays on a Mac keyboard, a default Mac keyboard. You heard us right. It's not some fancy tricked out mechanical keyboard with switches. No, it is a Mac keyboard. That is that is crazy. I don't know how Westel does it, but you know what? As someone that went from SS to X in a year, that's you know, wouldn't expect any less. Oh, and
Absolutely.
seeing we are going into the warm-up here. Oh my gosh, I did not expect that one.
And hey, OSW responding in kind, not in terms of the game, but with the fact that he also has a $17 keyboard. So this is truly the clash of the technological prowess here. And not only that, you mentioned the fact that Westel has come from being SS only a year ago, and they're matched only by a player like OSW in terms of such a meteoric rise. We've seen OSW success in majors, not just in Tetrio, but in many stackers throughout the year, and they have seemed unstoppable recently, only getting better and better and far from peaking. But speaking of peaking, I am excited to take a peek at our set that's about to get started.
This was definitely not the peak here. That was just the warm-up here. Westel taking a pretty quick lead with a very huge 30 spike. But we were going to see the actual game come in here. Yeah, a lot is on the line here. Not only have these players had to qualify through a truly arduous journey of a lot of qualifying tournaments with really, really big names, but they've also fought their way up to the top 16 here. That is definitely no small feat here, and anyone who's walking away from this is going to know that they put their absolute best effort for this tournament. So,
absolutely. Yeah. Westel having come from playing Vince twice and OSW playing Dorami twice to run back the Group E in a bracket reset win to move in on winner's side. So we'll have to see who can prove that they are the one who should move on as the rising star into the top 8 of Tetrio World Championships.
Absolutely. Well, you know what I can guarantee? We are going to see some huge stacks. We're going to see building back-to-back, and we're going to see players sending some attacks here. Honestly, only the best for the Tetrio World Championship here is allowed, and we're ready for it.
Yeah, and it really makes you think, if this is only top 16, how good is it gonna get? You'll have to stay tuned to find out.
Absolutely. Tomorrow, we will be finishing up the Tetrio World Championship. Truly a long journey, but the journey is about to begin here for these two players, Westel versus OSW. And also, as we can see, this huge transition made by Osk. This is fantastic work, not just the characters, but all the art and the designs. Huge shout out to Osk for creating all this for us.
Absolutely. This is all completely custom from scratch character art based off of the designs that you all saw in the promotional posters and things like that. And this is just such an incredible display of not only the players' ridiculous stat stars, by the way. Have you taken a look at Westel's? But also how far they have come and what they have done to be here today. They both deserve the win here, but unfortunately, only one can take it.
Really, honestly, I think the only thing that is going to be as fire as that transition is going to be the actual gameplay. Truly. And speaking of the gameplay, we are going to be getting into it here with the first round of Westel versus OSW. Let's go. Alright, Westel going with a quick PCO here, but opting not to take PC, building up instead. Going for a little bit of macro play, trying to build up and get some early back-to-back against OSW right here.
Absolutely. OSW, known to be a player who sends huge spikes, so it is very important for Westel to get something started, and get something started they do, starting off this match with a 1-0 lead over OSW.
Yeah, Westel could be aware that OSW has the potential to send a large attack and perhaps trying to stride in order to mitigate that. A big C-spin coming up from Westell though, right off the opener, but OSW still alive even after Westell's PC here. Not gonna find the second in time, but building up instead for a very nice C-spin on Westell's side.
Absolutely. Westell's decision making is nearly unrivaled in not only how unexpected it is, but how tough it is to deal with, but OSW proving it is far from impossible as he builds up a ton of back-to-back in order to bring it up to 1-1.
Both players do not want to lose the early lead here. Tying up Westell, going for a huge 16 spike, and OSW's misdrops do not look like they're able to come out of this one alive. Yeah, Westell definitely going for these early pressure, quick spikes, trying to win the round without letting OSW play the game too much.
Yeah, we know that Westell is a self-proclaimed dot cannon fanatic, and we can see why. Almost 6 PPS of pure opener goodness, and that is going to do wonders for getting a head start on the APM early into the round. So it's going to put the ball in OSW's court, and OSW is currently balling out, bringing it up to 2-2 with a great spike that unfortunately left Westell with a rough spot for that T-piece, which topped him out.
Both players going with a TKI, matching each other for now. It seems like OSW is the one with a little bit more garbage, but that does give them an opportunity to spike back real hard here. Westell the one pushed to the top, utilizing the queen here, going down to the bottom of the board, but both players are still alive and kicking. OSW kicking pretty hard though with this back-to-back 12, but canceling it to fix their board state here.
Absolutely, and speaking of kicks, a great fix coming out from Westell there, but makes a misdrop just as quickly once more. OSW fixing up some misdrops of their own, and actually we've gotten a rare pause in the high APM there, and unfortunately that pause was all the time Westell needed to stack up a huge spike, and OSW misdropping that eyepiece was proving fatal in that round. Starting off this one though, we can see that OSW now is the one sending over the C-spin. An unfortunate misdrop on Westell's side has cost them the opener phase of the round, but we'll have to see what that converts to in the main mid-game. OSW looking a bit shaky at the moment, making a lot of misdrops, but finds a great combo in order to survive, gets the multiplier out of it as well, and now these players are pretty even apart from their back-to-back.
I will say those misdrop fixes from OSW in the down stacking was completely ridiculous, and they're showing that they're still in this game regardless of how many mistakes they make. Truly, only the last line sense matters in a game kind of like this. But speaking of line set, 16 spike from Westell, but OSW is still alive, going through this, trying to downstack in time, and barely making it out in time.
Wow, great counting to 4 from OSW, but again, these misdrops are proving so detrimental to getting a handle on this match. Westell is just being given so much time, and time is not something you can afford to give up playing a player like Westell, but he unfortunately misdrops the T there off of that strange floating eye overhang that he had set up. Would have proven very, very tough for OSW to deal with, so that is going to be another lease on life there that OSW will have to take and run with. And speaking of run, OSW starting to run away with this match. 8 back-to-back and a 25 spike will allow him to bring it to the finish line.
That was absolutely ridiculous. You'd think that OSW was on MasterChef with how much they were cooking that round there. But going into the next one though, new round, new game. OSW going for a pretty nice C-spin here while Westell goes for the PC into DPC, second PC again. But a misdrop is going to completely halt their pressure, and OSW takes the chance to capitalize and take the lead in the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Jigsaw inverses in the TETR World Championship going to get its due destruction at the moment, and OSW not going to allow this DPC looping to get in the way of taking rounds. Really, really doing a great job of handling the opener excellently. And right now, there's an insane amount of APM being transferred back and forth. 37 spike from Westell, and even OSW's insane amount of pressure was nothing compared to that massive spike being sent over. And once again, it is tied up. This has been such a close match.
Absolutely. Bad Goblin, what do you think is going to be the main deciding factor between these two players for who gets the edge in this game?
Honestly, I think the deciding factor is going to be nerves. These are two momentum-based players, and if they are keeping their cool and having a handle on the decision and the placements that they're making, they can both absolutely go wild. But if they're playing shaky, the opponent is not going to let that slide, and that can make all the difference in a match like this. As we can see right there, OSW making one misdrop and Westell taking and running with it.
A big factor in these games as well is back-to-back. As we know, the TETR back-to-back multiplier scales exponentially based on the number of back-to-back they have. So both these players are going to be trying to build as high of a number as they can while they play here. Speaking of back-to-back though, Westel and OSW both matching back-to-back here with 5, 6, 7, 8 for Westel into a huge STSD. Unfortunately, it seems to have misheld the T, or misrotated, sorry, and halting the progress for now.
Yeah, a bit of macro came out there from OSW, deciding to wait and accept some of the clean garbage, knowing that he was a little bit down on the speed, but unfortunately had to break back-to-back anyway, and Westel had to do no such thing as he takes the first 2-point lead of this match, bringing it up to 6-4.
Yeah, truly a close match. Oh, but Westel could be... Oh, never mind. Wasn't in trouble. That was just dot cannon setup. My bad. Going for some crazy setups, as Westel normally does, into a 12 down stack, but OSW is completely clean. Both players utilizing clean to the best of their ability, but both seem to be canceling out from each other.
Yeah, not a lot of clean garbage ending up on either player's board here, and that is not for lack of sending. They are just doing such a great job of keeping up the pressure that neither really has any time to actually receive garbage. That's that no pass-through environment coming in clutch here, and you know what else is coming in clutch? That 20 spike on the down stack from OSW in order to bring it up to 6-5, an incredible find there.
Yeah, very unfortunate misdrop from Westel. Wasn't able to find a Westel fix, I will say, but this round, I'm sure they're going to be coming back. They do not want to lose their lead here. Westel really showing that, though. With this back-to-back, OSW looking very clean, and another misdrop from Westel means that OSW has tied up the game, sending over a message to Westel that it is not over.
Absolutely. OSW has not let Westel get away with any of these greedy setups. Went for a TST tower there and paid the price, but we'll have to see if they will pay the price for this opener gaming. It's not looking like it right now, because this is 5.6 PPS. 300 plus APM, insane amounts of pressure, and even OSW's insane APM is not going to hold up to that kind of assault. 7-6 Westel.
Yeah, speaking of Westel, though, waiting to tank the garbage for the dot cannon, sending over to to OSW here. We have very, very intelligent play. Love to see when players utilizing the macro play for their game to accept or tank lines, or cancel lines. Speaking of canceling lines, though, seems like Westel is going to have to try to cancel out of OSW's relentless assault here.
Oh my god, he did it again. He built another TST tower and not going to get punished for that one, but not going to do much damage with it either. And honestly, these players are sitting in a pretty even spot at the moment, but OSW has a great opportunity to build up some back-to-back here. Makes the T misdrop, though, and that's going to bring any sending at all to a halt, as well as that round. Again, OSW's misdrops seem to be holding him back in this match, a little bit unsure of himself, and that is making all the difference here. Westel doing a great job of capitalizing at every possible opportunity to take a round.
Yeah, speaking of taking rounds, though, both these players building up to try and take a round here. Seems like neither player is in quite a position to kill just yet. OSW's big power stack doesn't seem to send too much to Westel except for a little bit of cheese, which Westel clears out very efficiently here. OSW's misdrop not looking great for them. Westel punishing immediately with a 16 spike. OSW trying to cancel, but they're not able to in time. And Westel's lead grows only a little bit bigger round by round. And they only need 2 more to take this set.
Absolutely. You've got to wonder, how does OSW reset these nerves? What does he do to lock in?
It seems like Westel is going to be locking in a L for them here, as OSW takes the W for a much-needed round win.
Absolutely. OSW, a proud Floridian, looking to take the East W and the West L in this match. And speaking of L, though, OSW may be awaiting one very shortly off of this misdrop faced against the DPC. And yeah, that is going to be 10-7 match point in set 1 for Westel.
I say Westel's PCs are absolutely disgusting, and it's not like they do it every time, so OSW does not know when to expect them. Very good plays from Westel here. Speaking of Westel, building up back-to-back, OSW push onto the defensive here, but trying to build up enough back-to-back to return the lines that they're being sent right now.
But it seems that OSW may have to return to a loss once more, but no, finds an amazing combo out. But will it be enough to survive? OSW once again finding the combo there, bursting, going as fast as he can, and Westel unfortunately messes up the conversion there. Not going to be able to find the kill, and in fact, it is OSW who will be taking that round, not out of it yet, bringing it up to 8-10.
Yeah, OSW's really fighting hard to hit this deuce here, but especially with this MS2 here, but Westel goes for the PC, not going to get the second one due to an unfortunate misdrop, and OSW hitting the immediate punish, unable to catch Westel though, who was strided out of the misdrop fix here.
Yeah, but OSW greening a bit too much for this back-to-back is going to cost him set number 1. And that is going to be 1-0 Westel.
Absolutely stellar gameplay from both players. But back to what you said before, Bad Goblin, what do you think the deciding factor in this game was for Westel?
I think the difference was that Westel was so clean on the conversions, just absolutely, the stack was so clean you could air it on Nickelodeon. It was wild how Westel maintained the back-to-back through thick and thin, always keeping an eye on when the opportunity to spike would arise and capitalizing at any chance he got in order to always punish OSW for those misdrops, because misdropping is only one side of the equation. You can misdrop as many times as you want, but it's going to be the onus of your opponent to punish you, and it's going to be the onus of OSW to get back into this match.
Absolutely. Speaking of the match, though, we're getting into it now. Both players going for a little bit of setups here. Westel seems to have misdropped yet again, but able to fix their board state for a little bit here,
Something I'm noticing immediately is that OSW is absolutely playing faster than in the first set. Now, we saw that 35 spike come out from Westel, and just as quickly, we saw it disappear. OSW has changed around his strategy, and now he is trying to maintain back-to-back rather than spiking, and so far, it's been going really well. Westel, unfortunately, making some rough misdrops. OSW not in a great place to capitalize, still gets a multiplier, but Westel was able to wait it out and survive to another spike, and manages to reverse that round and bring it up to 1-0 once more.
Yeah, OSW is definitely on the defensive that time, regardless of their speed. We're going to have to see if they're going to fight for the offensive or continue to try and play safe. Oh, OSW definitely needs to play safe after this MS2 misdrop. Catastrophic on their board, and they're not able to get out in time as Westel takes another quick game for 2-0 lead. This is not looking good for OSW. Definitely needs a lot of rounds here if they want to bring back the momentum.
Absolutely. You need to find some way to change up how you're thinking, how you're approaching the game if you are OSW in this very moment. And that change very well could be taking a round here, but they've got to get the spike off first. And unfortunately, that misdrop is once more going to prove fatal. And we can see that Westel is kind of just staying solid, a sort of reversal from what we normally expect from Westel, but it has proven brutally efficient in this match as OSW is sort of dooming himself so far.
Yeah, speaking of dooming, it seems like both players trying to reach the doom of their opponent here, but not really able to find a way yet. OSW type on the board, sending a lot of attack over to Westel, and Westel's unfortunate T placement means they are not able to spit it in to cancel in time. OSW finally on the board here, a much needed point for OSW fans out there.
Absolutely, and hey, I know I'm one of them, and if you are in chat as one of them, you need to represent, you need to show your support for these players, and we know that OSW needs it now more than ever, down 4-1 after some unfortunate misdrops. Both of these players seem a little bit shaky here, but OSW so far has been having a little more of the troubling tremors than Westel.
Yeah, truly an understandable moment to have a lot of nerves here. Top 16 of the TETR World Championships, nothing to laugh at. Just like how this back-to-back 10 from Westel is nothing to laugh at either. OSW completely pushed to the defensive if they're able to... Oh no! Westel's huge misdrop means that OSW is able to find a punish. I will say the defensive capabilities of OSW in that round were very, very well done. And they're finally taking another point that is much needed.
Absolutely. OSW proving here that while they may be a little bit rough at the moment, they are far from out of it and not a player to be underestimated by any means here. We know that OSW can make crazier comebacks than this, and it will be a matter of finding Westel's weakness and capitalizing. But hey, speaking of capitalizing, Westel capitalizing on some rough stacking decisions from OSW here, but OSW still keeping this back-to-back despite it all, has to break it there on the downstack combo, and now it's Westel who's trying to send over so much pressure, but unfortunately not going to find the kill at that moment.
Yeah, speaking of the kill, Westel going for the kill with this 14 spike. OSW, very nice downstack combo, but they're gonna need another one if they want to live, and they're not able to find it in time. Westel's back-to-back 14 is absolutely ridiculous in the APM, and OSW was not able to handle it that round. Bad Goblin, how do you think OSW can adapt to find the counter for this pressure from Westel?
I think that OSW, honestly, needs to take a moment. Deep breath, in, out. And then put on an absolutely insane piece of music to just lock in. Because if there is anything that can get you back into a match that you know you can win, it's gonna be the vibes. And OSW on Immaculate Vibes is a very different player from OSW on mediocre music. So
Absolutely
I think that's
well
honestly
said.
the change that's to be made.
Yeah, but speaking of music, we're going to be hearing the sound of back-to-back here as Westell starts building a back-to-back 5, and that is the magic number to take it from 5 to 6 for Westell. OSW falling behind a little bit, but they are not out of the game yet, as it is a first to 11. A lot bigger than most games that you're used to.
Absolutely. And now OSW has a great opportunity, makes an unfortunate misdrop there, and Westell sending so much instantaneously, the power stacking at above 5 PPS going crazy, but unfortunately makes a misdrop of his own there, and that's going to give OSW a chance to survive and thrive in this round, and more than that, find a way down. And now OSW is doing the spiking, and oh, an unfortunate misdrop for him, looking for the way out, not quite going to find it at this moment. And that is going to be 7-2 in favor of Westell. OSW likely taking a moment there, resetting and trying to lock in to make this comeback happen that we know that he can make.
Absolutely. I will say I loved the Kaidons from Westell in the 9-0 stack earlier, allowing them to send lines without needing to cancel. But speaking of canceling, OSW going to need to do some canceling from this huge 14 spike, 9-24 spike from Westell, and OSW's completely pushed to the top of the board with no way down. Oh my god, this is absolutely crazy. OSW has a massive mountain to climb back from if they want to take this game.
Absolutely, but hey, speaking of mountains, the stack is looking a little bit jagged on Westell's side. This LST not the cleanest it's ever been, and that could give OSW a chance to survive here, and survive he does with that 18 combo on the down stack all the way back down, but Westell responds in kind, a 14 on the reversal, and these players are pretty evenly matched at the moment. The only difference is that Westell's yellow number is looking a lot smaller than OSW's, and that is 10 back-to-back. So tough to deal with. 12, and the spikes just keep on coming. OSW looking like the inflation stat of the US government, how he's spiking right now, but Westell's survival unrivaled at the moment, just keeping it cool, keeping it collected, not making a single misdrop, and in fact,
the TSC tower from Westell is ridiculous. Oh my god. I have to say, Bad Gilbin, if your jokes on commentary were setups, you would be the Westell, honestly. This is phenomenal. Yeah. What else is phenomenal is the stick spin from Westell. Actually, it was a little bit of a misdrop, but fixing it pretty well, building up instead. Oh, huge misdrops from Westell, and OSW taking the round here. Yeah, that was very unfortunate, but still a sizable lead from Westell means they can probably relax, as they also have a game on top of OSW at the moment.
Absolutely, and Westell looking to send this player down to a fresh West Hell at the moment, and they are doing just that 9-3, a very different story from what we saw in match number 1, and Westell looking to make it only one game away. OSW finds a miracle down stack, but even that is not enough to survive more than 5 PPS of pure back-to-back, and it is 10-3. It is now or never for OSW. Can he do it?
OSW doing the MS2 though. Going for the C-spin as fast as they can. 18 spike to Westell, but Westell has the cancel, able to bring it to a pretty even board state between both players. OSW does have a bit more garbage to capitalize on, but a misdrop means they're gonna have to stride real hard out of this. Yeah, Westell building up, going for a little bit of upstack here. OSW still in a safe spot, trying to capitalize though.
Yeah, and OSW having not the best stack, but staying alive in this match, but that is not enough to defeat a player like Westell, who is going to pour the pressure on much longer than you can outlast it. And that is Westell's win over OSW, proving that the run back is possible, and the Westell has become the West W.
Honestly, I couldn't have said it better myself, Bad Goblin. Spectacular gameplay from both players regardless, but I believe we are going to be moving on to our analysts real soon.
Yeah, and you know, normally we don't have an analyst, and we still don't have one. In fact, we have 2. Let's give it up for Benext and Skyfire.
Edge, what the heck is this cam setup?
We're all here. Let's go.
We're all here! Okay, everyone's on stream. Hey guys, we are here for analysis, double analysis today. And coming into this match, let's talk about the actual match now. Since we are here as analysts, we did expect a stride battle of the highest level. And this is absolutely what we got. These are two of the fastest players in the world, straight up. And their offense and survivability are simply the best at times. But with high peaks comes abysmal lows, and with great speed comes great volatility.
Oh, that is very true. And now we can get into some of the specifics about Ben's epic story. So first of all, what I have to say about both players' playstyles, they're basically the same playstyle. Both of them are what you'd consider striders in a way, where you see them going very fast, and you can definitely see on the stats page that Westo has a tremendous advantage in PPS. But the most important thing that we started noticing throughout the match was the burst speed difference. OSW can burst around like 4.5 to 5 PPS. But Westo can go even faster. He can burst 5.5 PPS. Now that half a PPS difference, it may not seem like a lot, but if you're as efficient as these players, half a PPS adds like 30, 40, 50 APM overall. And if both players have a similar amount of efficiency, eventually the person that's faster is going to gradually get that advantage.
A little bit of macro play,
trying to build up, OSW was actually doing a pretty good job being able to manage that garbage until Westo started incorporating a lot of cheese into his gameplay.
So it is very important for Westo to get something started and get something started they do starting off this match.
Completely ridiculous. So quickly
and it's showing that they're still in this game regardless of how many mistakes they make.
It didn't really do much at
only
all.
the last line sense matters in the game kind of like this. But speaking of line set, 16 spike from Westo, but OSW is still alive, going through this, trying to down.
He may have slower stats overall, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he's completely screwed. But the biggest factor, I would say, other than I would explain the misdrops, but what causes the misdrops is going to be not only nerves, but actually, you know what? It's just nerves. It's just that rather than just being attorney nerves, it's also the fact that Westo himself is incredibly intimidating. If you're a Westo and you're fighting against someone who is so unpredictable, so volatile, and if you're with Westo, he never stops. And if you stop, that's an advantage for him. And then in your mind, you could be like, oh man, I have to keep striding. But then everything I do, it feels like it's not working, and it feels so easy to give up. But the thing is, you can't give up against someone like Westo because you still have to. Because if you do manage to get that win condition, which is being able to group your attacks together at once, then you do have a chance of punishing Westo whenever he misdrops or whenever he commits too hard. Already, it's very difficult to break through that defense because what's Tetrio's pass-through window? It's not pass-through, but it does take around a third of a second for garbage to come over. During that time, Westo completes a lot of pieces. But if you group attacks together, like OSW had quite a few times, then you can definitely see that there were times where he could break through. Now, my win condition for OSW is, first of all, we did see it later in the set. He started becoming more focused on not giving up, and I really liked that. He was having the courage to face Westo, and that was very admirable. The second thing is, reducing misdrops, because other than the mechanical inconsistency from OSW, Westo has actually gotten a lot more consistent over the many tourneys, and which is pretty cool to see that you can actually control 5 PPS like that. And then finally, if he can somehow be able to cancel all that garbage, turn it to count to 4, and be able to squeeze out the greed as much as possible, then it might be possible for him to catch Westo off guard. That is my analysis for this match.
We did expect that it would be a close match. They both have really good back-to-back, but Westo spikes bigger, like you said. He groups his attacks more. But in the end, in a confidence-based match, whoever's more confident is going to win, and tonight it was Westo. With that, we will be going to the warm-up of our next match, so back to our comms.
Honestly, gotta say, you guys are even better than the last analyst we had. I didn't think it'd be topped, but it was, so thank you very much for that. But what we are going to be getting into is Fortisum versus Firestorm in the warm-up right here.
Yeah, an interesting thing to think about in this match is while we saw some blazing speed and amazing spikes from our last match, this is one where macro play is everything. Firestorm is a player who is very, very aware of the pressure they are putting out, and they are always ready to accept, not just send. Meanwhile, Fort is a player who we know has the opener gaming X factor, but we are not sure how well they can do against Firestorm's insane pressure and awareness. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt.
Yeah, speaking of adapting, as some of us know here, one of these two players was a little bit late to their match here. Fortisum actually biked 12 kilometers to make it to this match. 12 kilometers. That is absolutely ridiculous. That's higher than any spike that we've seen so far. But regardless of perhaps the physical exertion, we know for a fact that Fortisum is going to be not just biking, but also spiking for this match here. They are ready to play.
Absolutely, and hey, I am ready to see this amazing match, and you know, if you want to support some amazing matches like this, then you can head over to our exclamation point prize pool to drop some donations of your own, much like the T-Spins we are sure to see here very shortly, because these events are only made possible through the support of viewers like you, and we cannot express enough how much we thank any contributions we receive, regardless of if they put the number at a funny one or not.
Absolutely, Bad Goblin. Yeah, these tournaments run because of the people, all of you in chat, or anyone who has donated. We appreciate you so, so, so much here at TWC. But yeah, before we get into the match, Bad Goblin, what are your thoughts on both of these players? What do you think we can expect?
Now, what I expect is that Firestorm will find a way to figure out the weakness in Fort's playstyle. What I'm not sure about is how much they'll be able to exploit it, because Fortisum is a player who we know has the capacity to more than keep up with Firestorm. They can play very, very fast and very efficiently in the main verses as well as in the opening. Now, Firestorm may be able to discover some key weakness, but discovering it isn't enough. You need to be able to capitalize. And the question is Fortisum going to give Firestorm a window to do that or not?
Absolutely, Bad Goblin. Yeah, before the game, I was in a call with FS, actually, and I asked them, hey, FS, what's your playstyle? And they just said, bad, messy, sloppy. And I was like, what? What do you mean? What?
I'm sort of
so
just like Firestorm in a way, you know? We both have that playstyle. I can't really think of any key difference that would separate us, honestly.
Yeah,
hey,
absolutely nothing. No rank, no numbers, no badges.
Absolutely not. But hey, what I can think of is how insane these stat triangles are. Some wild APP over on Fort's side, absolutely reaching the very what of the graph there. But Firestorm's looking much more balanced, just an all-around professional in every sense of the word. Very, very much a tough opponent to beat.
I think both of these are definitely tough. Regardless of just stats, they're also very, very close in seed as well. So, it doesn't seem like either player has a huge advantage over the other at the moment.
Alright, so we'll have to see how this match plays out. This is sure to be a good one, so let's get into it. This is the next round of 16 match, Fortisum 2 versus Firestorm.
Alright, getting into it, Fortisum going with an SDPC here. Going to hit the PC, not going to DPC, instead opting to take a different kind of PC here. That was unexpected there, and Fort takes an early lead over Firestorm here.
And hey, that's proof right there that Firestorm's going to be the one who has to adapt in this match. Now, Firestorm, we know, can make those changes, and we already saw that they have opted for a much slower playstyle going into just round 2. Such a quick change is insane to see, but we know that that's just one of the things that makes Firestorm such a threat. They are very, very aware not just of how they're playing, but of how you are, and they will find a way around that. But hey, in the meantime, Fort is finding a way around 250 APM right now. Some absolutely insane stats and some absolutely insane sends coming out, and now it is 2-0 already.
Yeah, Firestorm going for this stick spin here, while Fort waits with a huge plonk for the PC, opting not to take it actually, and Firestorm immediately punishes off of that, spiking out Fortism. Holy crap! Yeah, sometimes the macro play doesn't always work out for you, as we saw here. Firestorm quick punish on the board now.
Yeah, and we know that, again, Firestorm going to be a master of macro in their own right, and now they are going to have to deal with so much clean garbage on the board, and deal with it they do, dealing with Fortism 2 in the process and tying it up.
Well, it makes sense that Fort is a professional swimmer because they were swimming in those lines there. But time to see who will swim and who will float as they go into the next round here. Fort, very nice STSD. Keeping back-to-back, Firestorm push to the top of the board. Doesn't seem like they have the down stack to get out of this in time, and Fort takes a quick lead for 3-2.
Absolutely, and hey, we know that it is sink or swim in this set. Only one player can move on to the top 8 of the TETR World Championships. There's so much on the line right now, and neither of these players can afford to make mistakes. That is why we see those cautious playstyles. That is why we see these waits to accept. That is why we see macro play playing such a key part in sets like these, and that is an amazing, amazing thing to see. Whereas with some other sets, you just have like a sort of stat battle. Here, it's less of a fight and more of a chess match.
I was gonna say chess, absolutely. But we'll see who the king of this match is gonna be. Firestorm seems to be going for it. A huge back-to-back 16. Fortism on the defensive here. Does have a combo to escape, but Firestorm push to the top, canceling their back-to-back and their pressure as Fort is now on the offensive.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely loving these waits from both players. The timing is going absolutely wild right now, and it has been doing them both wonders for getting either a ton of cheese onto the board, like we're seeing right now with Fort to Firestorm, or for timing a spike expertly, like we have seen Firestorm do to Fort. Both players putting their absolute A game on in terms of screen watching, and it has been an absolute delight to see. You can tell that these are players who know that they are playing a multiplayer game, Blitzer or otherwise.
Absolutely. Firestorm needs to find this cancel here, and they do in time actually pretty well. Both players at an even board state at the bottom of the board, trying to build a back-to-back. Firestorm push to the top of the board. Fort on the defensive now. 20 spike from Firestorm, and Fort is trying to build up a huge spike of their own to counteract Firestorm's offense.
Yeah, but speaking of counteracting, gonna need some counting to act out against this pressure here, and finds the counting to Fort to open up the well. Fortism starting the 6-3 pressure up, and this is going to be so tough for FS to deal with. One piece off getting the T piece there, but still manages to get a 7 combo out into the multiplier, and FS is living another day. Fortism looking a little bit cheesed up at the moment, but managing to keep this pressure on enough that they will not be spiked out to the top.
Yeah, Firestorm trying to bring Fort up there though. The Fort's board is looking very, very clean. Back-to-back 6. Firestorm is not looking as safe as they were before. Fort still not breaking the back-to-back, but as soon as I said that they did, both players trying to fix up their board states. Firestorm sends over a huge spike over to Fort, but Fort still continues to live for another day.
Yeah, and hey, there we go. There's again the wait, and it is being put to great efficacy here, and what a rough eye misdrop on Firestorm's side. That is so unfortunate to see. You've got to be aware and do that kick just in case that you get pushed up at just the wrong time. And hey, that was a rough way to lose a round, and that can be tough on the mental. We're gonna have to see if that has a big effect on Firestorm or if they're able to recover instantly. And judging by this match, it is seeming like it could have an effect on the scoreboard. It is 10 back-to-back right now, 11, 12 on Fortism's side.
Yeah, some big T-spins from Firestorm, though, means that they're able to cancel just in time with a very nice downstack combo to boot, as well as Fort continues on the pressure. Firestorm not in too much trouble with a super clean spike board here. Fort waiting to accept, taking a lot of lines here, breaking back-to-back, unfortunately, putting both players at an even board state yet again, continuing to fight on. Firestorm fighting with this big 16 spike. Fort being pushed up, but not in too much danger with a clean stack at the moment.
Yeah, and hey, speaking of clean, FS going to need to try and clean up the misdrops here. It's been a bit rough, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they're going to get the kill there, even with this 11 back-to-back on the LST shape. They do hold the back-to-back for a little longer, and wow, the counting to 4s have been incredible, but not incredible enough to stop that spike from Fortism to take it to 5-2.
It's phenomenal how pros are able to use their board states in order to get huge amounts of APM. As we saw the Fort, just a little bit of a clean stack was able to completely top out Firestorm from just a couple of chained attacks here. Speaking of chained attacks, though, both players sending over T-spins from both sides, canceling each other out, but Fort seems to have received a little bit more of the cheese compared to Firestorm, who's a pretty clean stack at the moment.
These players are truly the embodiment of the only way to win is not to play. They are timing whenever possible. Why would I upstack when you can do my upstacking for me? And we can see how useful it is as Firestorm brings it down with a 10 back-to-back spike. 3-5.
It really goes to show that doing nothing is actually doing something sometimes, even if it might not be completely evident to an average eye. Oh, what huge 6-spin cancel from Firestorm, but it is not enough to counteract the 4.4 PPS attack of Fortism here.
Absolutely. We've seen that these players are really, really good at timing, and what that means is that defense becomes so crucial, and the defense against this PC looping is going to be really tough here. Still going with the loop, FS still surviving. Not broken yet, but FS going to need to find a way back in this match. The back-to-back is coming online, even if the PCs aren't. And FS still surviving through all of that expert play and expert survival there, going to allow FS to stay in this match, or if nothing else, a little bit longer. Gets the TST there, and we are seeing the back-to-back start to build again and again on Fort's board, but that has not been enough so far. But that spike might be 22 coming out from Fortism, but no, FS still unfazed at the moment, going to build up some back-to-back of their own, and again looking for the C-spin there. Going to find it, but a little bit risky, forced to break back-to-back as a result, and they do even out the board here, and they bring it back to a pretty even spot.
A 28 spike from Firestorm means that they're getting a much-needed point here, 4-6, a little bit behind, but FS is not out of this game just yet, for sure, showing that they have the potential to fight back.
Oh, and here we go, the DPC
but
loop.
it's not enough. The stick spin a little bit too late, and Fortism's pressure is way too much with, I believe, 3 PCs, taking it 7-4.
Wow, the ability to even win with opener against Firestorm cannot be overstated. Such an impressive feat from Fortism, but now it is Firestorm doing the PCing, not going to find the kill there, but Fort going to have to do a little bit of downstacking there and not a lot of upstacking of that back-to-back. Speaking of back-to-back, though, has to break it there on the downstack, but Fort will live a little bit longer. Not much, though, as Firestorm follows up with another spike. Not falling out of this match yet, keeping it close within 2 points at every turn. But speaking of turn, it is definitely Firestorm's turn to adapt as they've been going back and forth, because now Fortism is once again coming in with the DPC. This is Roblox doors with this opener gaming. This is ridiculous. 8-5 Fortism.
That is not real, Bad Girl. You did not just say that. Anyway, speaking of Unreal, it seems like Firestorm's Unreal DT Cannon sending out to Fortism, but Fort has a very nice cancel, keeping them in the game. Man, I'm still reeling from that one. Oh my god.
I'd like to give a disclaimer. I cleared that one with production beforehand. That was a legal phrase, and I will not be fired for it. At least I'm pretty sure. But hey, speaking of fired, Firestorm is firing off these insane attacks right now. 9 back-to-back online immediately. 11 now not being broken, and they waited, but unfortunately we're receiving too much garbage to hold on to it there. They've got great garbage now, though, and this is going to be a powerful 3-6 stack that is going to be very, very tough for Fort to deal with. They've got this LST-like shape online, looking for the count to 4. They find it, and they find the spike down, and Fortism forced to break the back-to-back that they had.
Yeah, Fortism breaking back-to-back, but going to a very nice STSD here, continuing on the pressure, and Firestorm's looking a little bit too cheesed for their liking here. Seems to fix it pretty well here, kind of waiting to accept and cancel Fortism's attack. Fort, on the other hand, back-to-back 8, looking to continue the pressure, though, with a back-to-back 10. Firestorm at the top of the board, a little bit of a misdrop, and it seems like Fort going for the punish and going to find it, taking 9-5 for Fortism 2 here.
Yeah, and this is so rough for Firestorm, sort of making the adaptations necessary, but for not some AI opponent, you cannot just expect them to idly sit by as you clearly wait for these attacks. In fact, they will be sending it over faster and harder than you can deal with, and it is now match pointed set number 1 for Fortisum 2.
Firestorm's definitely shaking in their boots here. They really need some offensive pressure if they want to take it from Fort. Oh, but speaking of offensive pressure, seems like Fort's going to be putting on that pressure. Unfortunately, breaking their back-to-back, but seems to be starting to build it up pretty quickly right now. Yeah, Firestorm looking to find a back-to-back 6. Fortisum super clean board. Receiving a huge spike from Firestorm, but able to continue fighting on here. Firestorm not looking too much on the offense here. Both players thinking really hard, clearly. And seems like Firestorm's going to have to think about this attack. Back-to-back 8, seeing they're able to continue it into back-to-back 11. Huge STSD. Very nice iFix from Firestorm. Wouldn't have spun otherwise. And Fort is going to be on the defensive still, even though Firestorm has broken their back-to-back at the moment.
Yeah, but hey, broken does not mean that it can never be fixed up, and this is a great chance to do some fixing, but unfortunately, going to need to fix that misdrop before they fix anything else, and that is going to be set number 1 in Fortisum's favor. 11-5, a commanding lead going in to set number 2.
Yeah, I will say, from my call with Firestorm before this match, they do have some copium coming to this match because they were working on a lot of schoolwork and have not been playing that much Tetrio. So,
I mean, on the one hand, I absolutely respect and appreciate that. On the other hand, Fortisum biked 12 kilometers before playing this match, so you kind of got to hold that.
Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Both of these players have some reasonable reasons to be losing sets, but Fort showing that the biking is absolutely no problem. It was simply the warm-up for this amazing game here. 11-5. What do you think we're going to be seeing from Firestorm to counteract Fort's play for the next round, Bad Goblin?
For starters, I think we're going to see Firestorm trying to be more defensive. A lot of the time, they have been timing their spikes really well, but unfortunately, they haven't been doing so well on the defensive end. Fortisum has been timing just as hard, and that has been costing FS dearly in these games, not really able to survive the amount of pressure that, the amount of spikes that Fortisum is sending, and just not really able to endure and keep a clean stack at the same time. Definitely a very difficult thing to do, not exactly an easy feat to accomplish against a player as powerful in the APM front as Fortisum, but it's what FS has got to do if they want a shot of reaching the top 8 of Tetrio World Championship.
It seems like Fortisum's way to reach the top 8 is going to be playing Roblox, because apparently they just stopped playing in chat. Interesting play, but we'll have to see how it works out for them.
All right. And speaking of interesting play, an interesting play by Fort, taking the TSS instead of the TSD on that STSD, and unfortunately not going to get too much off of it, but still great awareness to opt for that and get a larger spike out of it. And now, speaking of spiking, Firestorm looking to do a little bit of spiking of his own with that 16 off of the combo, but speaking of combo, right back, Fortisum responding in kind with a 12 on the down stack, and neither player is able to gain too much traction in terms of sending the opponent to the top, both just finding a way to cancel off the newly incoming garbage and get through the old.
Yeah, Firestorm doing a really good job of canceling Fort. As you said, it seems like they're trying to play a little bit more defensively, but it could also be the garbage they've been receiving. Speaking of garbage though, Fortisum setting up too much garbage for Firestorm to handle, and they're going to be on the backhand as Fort takes the lead in a much needed match for the first round. Firestorm TK versus Fort's PC going into the second one. Let's see if Fort can find the third for the DPC, and they do! They hit it! Firestorm at the top of the board needs to downstack here, finding a best way they can. Very nice downstack combo, mitigating the garbage sent from Fort, who on their side has misdropped, trying to find a way out though.
I need to acknowledge the fact that Fortisum just pulled off 72 pieces of practice setups in the Tetrio World Championship, and that's absolutely ridiculous. And what's even more ridiculous is that not only did that not kill, they lost the round afterwards because Firestorm survived that, found the downstack, and found the follow-up spike to kill.
Honestly, phenomenal gameplay as we've been seeing the entire tournament, and these players are definitely not here to disappoint, with a lot of attack and back-to-back to boot here. Speaking of back-to-back though, Fortisum trying to build it up here, Big spike sent over to Firestorm, who is completely clean, ready to send over some attacks of their own. Fort gets pushed up here. Little bit of misdrop. Firestorm looking to find the punish off of this 9-0, and they do with a back-to-back ×6, taking a lead for the game. Just 1 point, nothing huge, but probably huge for Firestorm's mental right here.
Absolutely. You need a lead if you lost by that much in the previous set. And hey, Firestorm not just taking the lead, but extending it here, or at least trying to force to cancel out of that STSD, but still finding a great combo down, and that's going to allow them to survive this volley of spikes. But 7 back-to-back and then a spike is going to be enough for Firestorm to answer back with a spike of their own. And that will mean that neither player has any amount of back-to-back going into the mid-game here. We have 4 coming online, but just as quickly disappears due to that misdrop from Firestorm, and the round disappears along with it. 2-2 as Fort ties it up.
Very brutal. Surely Firestorm is feeling a lot of nerves here. Down a set, and they really, really need every game they can get here. Must be tough, but hopefully they're able to focus just in time for the comeback to happen right here. It is still tied. But what is not tied is the back-to-back between the players. Firestorm with a back-to-back 6, and Fort is on the defensive, trying to spin the T, but it is stuck on the Z-piece there, and Firestorm takes the lead for the game so far. Fort typing in chat, clearly upset with that misdrop. Very unfortunate play, but they're ready to come back from that.
Yeah, we know that the setup wizardry is immense on both of these players. Fortism knowing so many continuations and knowing how you can apply that knowledge to future games, and oh my god, not going to know how to survive that large of a spike coming out from Firestorm there. An insane amount of damage being sent over all at once with that double TSD, double quad. Very, very easy to take the W with that.
Yeah, oh my god, Firestorm's huge STMB caves sending over some early pressure to Fort means that Firestorm is going to be up 5-2 with a 3-point lead here. Very nice, very nice.
Alright, and hey, I don't want to say it, but it kind of looks like they're getting fired up. Because they are playing hot right now, and frankly, they're kind of cooking.
Oh, and a storm of lines being sent over to Fortism, but Fortism spikes right back with a 25 spike, and Firestorm is unable to handle that huge attack right back to them.
Here we go, 5-3. Firestorm still maintaining this lead, but will it last? I like how both of them wanted to accept, and eventually for just like, alright, I'll send it over. That's a very, very funny result of both players paying attention to the macro with such detail. And hey, speaking of macro, going to take some macro from Firestorm to get out of this position. Finds a down stack there, finds another combo, doing a great job of cheesing up while he's down, or while they're down rather, and that is going to mean that they have some back-to-back online here, trying to do some sending of their own, but holds the T by accident, and that is going to be very, very rough for the APM front. And now it is Firestorm once again on the defensive. Wow, but that 8 combo will do wonders for a defense.
And a 20 combo for Fortism doing wonders for their offense here. Oh my god. But Firestorm's still able to live with a miraculous cancel here. Both these players doing a great job with garbage management, not wanting to receive too much cheese or too much clean at the same time. Truly shows the power of their macro play. And Firestorm, 24 spike to Fort. Fort trying to cancel but unable to cope with the pressure. And Firestorm taking the lead, continuing their lead, sorry, as it's 6-3 in the game.
Alright, place your bets now. Are we seeing it? We are seeing it from Firestorm. The foretold in legend 6-3-6-3 has come out, but how will it fare against the PC loop? Well, the answer is it won't have to because the PC loop is immediately broken. But hey, how will it fare in the mid game is another story, and that story seems to involve a lot of back-to-back. But will it be enough as Fort responds in kind with a bunch of back-to-back coming into that spike? The answer is no.
Yeah, very unfortunate from Firestorm. They had really nice setups, but unfortunately just not quite able to continue the pressure as Fortism was able to escape and counter spike here. Seen that a lot in these games. Both of these players really need to find that one attack that is going to top out the other player. Fortism's hoping that this one isn't going to be the one for them as they cancel very, very close. Firestorm putting on the pressure, 24 spike, canceling the back-to-back at the end, but the multiplier was still in effect, meaning that Fort was taking a lot more lines than they were able to handle right there.
That was a ridiculous statistic. That was an absurd amount of APM. An absolutely wild level of sending coming out from Firestorm, and once more, but that time Fort was ready to accept and cancel, and they were also ready to send off this floating here that's going to do wonders for preserving the back-to-back, and there we go, the count to 4 coming out, and now Fort is all the way back down and has a great opportunity, but right as I say
the
that,
TST tower from Firestorm is ridiculous. Oh my god. Fort still alive though, not able to punish the greedy TST Tower, and Firestorm rewarded for their greed as they take the game 8-4. Take the round, sorry. That was ridiculous. Honestly, I don't remember how many times TST Towers worked here, but it's honestly, it pays off sometimes. It pays off.
Absolutely insane to see the level of stacking where a TST tower is somehow a clean resolution, and not only that, it gets the kill. That is an absolutely wild find from Firestorm, and they're going to need more of that if they want to bring it to set number 3. It is 8-4 right now. They are 3 points away from bringing it to a tiebreaker in this best of 3 here, but Fort does not want that to happen. They want to close it out here and now, and they can do that if they can make the comeback. That cheese is going to be a great way to start it off.
Yeah, Bad Goblin, how do you think that Firestorm's defense is working out for their favor in this game so far?
I think it's been going great, honestly. We know that Firestorm has the lead, but more than that, we can see that so many of these huge spikes, like right now, that Fortism is sending with so much back-to-back is being nullified. Firestorm is ready to accept and ready to send back to the other way, but that's an unfortunate Z misdrop, and that is going to cost Firestorm that round. Only one mistake can be so deadly at this level of play, and that is going to be 5-8. Fortism, while down, far from out of it.
Oh no, huge misdrops on Firestorm's board. Fort noticing, going for the punish as fast as they can, but Firestorm doing a fantastic job of down stacking and able to take it out. I should take some notes from my own Tetra League games, that's what I'm saying. Firestorm going for some back-to-back, building up attack on their side. Fort not really in a place to pressure at all, trying to fix up their board and go for some attacks of their own, but it seems like Firestorm is going to be ahead in that department for now.
Absolutely, but hey, speaking of being ahead, Firestorm ahead in the back-to-back as well at the moment. Forced to break it though, right as I say that, bit of commentator's curse coming in. And now, speaking of curse, Fortism looking to lay some absolutely cursed spins on the board, makes the floating, and keeps the back-to-back with that TSS find. Amazing stuff there. Back-to-back times 6 is online right now, and Firestorm's stack is not the cleanest it's ever been. They do find a great combo out though, and that is going to be a great way for Firestorm to get back in and get the kill out.
Firestorm absolutely needs these rounds, and they are taking them in stride, quite literally and figuratively. Truly well played, and they only need 2 more to tie up this set here. Fortism not willing to let that happen though, going for second PC into third, not quite gonna find the third one, but Firestorm has some ridiculous T-spin setups here to counter Fortism's attacks for now.
Yeah, converted the broken fractal off of the garbage into a new fractal on top of that. Looking like a mean girl, how they spin the T for real. But they're also looking to be an absolute mean clean APM machine right now. This is a ridiculous downstack find, and they have no garbage from being all the way at the top. And Fort is looking very cheesed up.
Yeah, Firestorm's in the position to punish here. Let's see what they're going to do. Building up back-to-back of 5, looking for more T-spins. Fort needs to find either a cancel or a way to break Firestorm's back-to-back, which they actually have while I was talking, unfortunately. Commentator's curse, you would say. But neither player in too much danger right now. Trying to just send back and forth, building up their attack, looking to find enough pressure in order to top out their opponent. Seems like Firestorm's way is going to be building back-to-back here. But canceling just to fix up the board state, playing really safe and defensive.
Ooh, and I am loving this clean stacking coming out from Firestorm. So clean right now. Opens up the well too. But for responding in kind here, and that pushes Firestorm all the way up to the top, but not enough to break the back-to-back, and that proved to be lethal, and it is now match point for Firestorm. How the turns have tabled here. 10-5, one side has become 10-5 the other in the second set. And we're even seeing some opener gaming coming out from Firestorm here. Not going to get the kill with it though, and that is going to mean that in the mid game, Fort has a great opportunity to utilize this clean garbage.
Yeah, speaking of clean garbage, though, Fort's board was so clean. They're absolutely RNG garbage straight down the middle. And that means that they were able to utilize it very well for some spikes, taking a much needed round for Fort. Firestorm definitely wants to close this out with this stick spin here. Just need one more round to win this. But Fort's all clear, completely canceled from Firestorm. Firestorm sending over some ridiculous APM, but completely halted from this big misdrop. Finding a very, very nice downstack combo out and sending over to Fort, who is in a pretty decent state to send back though.
Yeah, Firestorm there managed to convert that washing machine back into the T-spin it had broken in the first place. Expert play, and now Fort is going to need to somehow break this fractal back-to-back. The TSS coming out as well, 11 back-to-back for the 11th point, and Firestorm takes the second set, which means we will be going to a tiebreaker.
Honestly, wonderful gameplay from Firestorm, adapting very, very well to Fortisum's APM there, finding some nicely timed cancels, some perfect downstack combos, and honestly just trying to outplay Fort right here. Not just out APMing, but outplaying. Truly, the strategy from top level Tetrio is something that we don't always get to see, as we see some players just sending APM or just trying to play defensive. We see Firestorm thinking, using the mental game, and getting ahead of their opponent.
Absolutely. Offense isn't everything, and it is insane to see how well these players have mastered the art of using the opponent's sends against them. We know that they can convert off clean garbage. We know that they can keep back-to-back in the most dire of situations, but more than that, they've demonstrated the immense ability to convert what should have been a completely lost position back into not only a down stack, but pressure as they convert back into an upstack from there. The flow that these players have is absolutely wild, and I'm very excited to see it in our final match.
Absolutely. Getting into this match here, Firestorm versus Fort in the final round here. This is going to decide it all right now. Okay, Fort building up a bit of back-to-back real quick here. It seems like Firestorm needs to cancel. Yes, unexpected attack from Fort. Means the Firestorm's at the top of the board trying to find a way down at the moment.
Yeah, and honestly, it is amazing to see how they have sent spikes, not only in the sense that they send their attacks all at once, but in the sense that when they send an attack, they are going to start sending. It's a trigger. It switches them from doing offense and doing defense. And that is amazing to see in terms of applying pressure, because a lot of times players will send just one or two attacks, and these players know that that is not going to be enough to stop each other. But hey, they are both just getting started.
Absolutely. Speaking of getting started though, Firestorm getting started with his back-to-back 7, setting with a Fort. Seems like Firestorm is going to be in the driver's seat, as Fort is completely on the defensive from Firestorm's APM here. Firestorm continuing out the pressure. 23 spike with a back-to-back 15 is completely disgusting, and they are on the board, tying up the game here.
And hey, it is 1-1, and this can go either way. We know that these are two players who are very, very evenly matched, and it is going to be about who can press the advantage the most, who can actually develop a lead in this set. And it might be Firestorm with a 28 spike. Fort manages to find the down stack at the very top, but it's not going to be enough to survive the onslaught that was Firestorm's APM there. 9 back-to-back online in order to bring it up to 2-1, taking the lead.
Absolutely, and as a reminder, the loser of this is going to be out of the tournament. A lot of stakes are on the line, and Fort, knowing the stakes, going for a quick PC punish to Firestorm and tying up the game 2-2. This is neck and neck with both players, chat. Who is going to win this? We're going to have to see here. Firestorm going with a nice TKI, accepting the garbage. Continuing some back-to-back, Fortisum's 22 spike to Firestorm is a lot too much from the handle. Some quick pressure is a little bit too much for Firestorm. And it seems like Fort is going to be putting on the pressure a little bit harder for this game.
Absolutely, and contrary to what we saw in the previous set of players, there are no nerves to be seen here. It is an escape room how they're locked in. This is wild to see. No misdrops on either side, but that is going to be more than enough of a hesitation for Fort to take that to 4-2, and what was a lead in Firestorm's favor has suddenly turned on its head and could be extended even further if they don't do something about this DPC coming in from Fort.
Yeah, huge PC with the garbage from Fortisum, and Firestorm pushed the top, but not out yet, somehow staying alive against all odds to continue sending pressure back to Fortisum. They have truly spectacular gameplay from both players, not only finding the PCs, but able to cancel them on the other side here. Speaking of canceling, Firestorm definitely needs to cancel his back-to-back 7 from Fortisum here, coming out real hard. Fortisum's 16 spikes still has a lot of clean. Firestorm's garbage bar reaching the top of the board, and the garbage soon follows, and Fort takes their 5th round in the game.
That was insane maintainment of that back-to-back there. The floating on top of the garbage that wouldn't interfere with getting the quad off as a follow-up was expertly set up by Fort there, and they are proving that they are no slouch in the mid-game. But that said, their opener is certainly a threat in and of itself. And hey, it is going to be rough for Firestorm to deal with, but they are dealing with it expertly right now. 10 back-to-back online, another TSD quad there, 14 back-to-back. Truly the Beethoven of the back-to-back at the moment, and they are cooking up a symphony of suffering for Fortisum. At the top makes an eye misdrop, so rough, but Firestorm not ready to punish. Gets the clean garbage, gets a spike off, but Fort's still living just barely, so cheesed up at the top.
Yeah, both these players trying so hard to topple the other player, but not able to find just that one line that they need. It seems like Fortisum's going to find it, just to say that though, with a back-to-back 3 and almost 4 PPS, that is going to be enough to take an even bigger lead over Firestorm. Firestorm, on the other hand, really needs these rounds before it starts swinging too heavily in Fort's favor.
Absolutely. And hey, speaking of favor, an unfavorable misdrop there came out from Fortisum for just a moment, but another one follows it up, but they convert it into a T-spin. But will it be enough? I am not sure, and the answer is no. 11 back-to-back, and that will be 3-6 Firestorm Fortisum. Are we going to see what we saw in set 1 with the 3-6 stack coming out? I'm not quite sure, but
unfortunately
it looks like we're seeing the opener emerge, and that is how you know it is the tiebreaker set. There is no time for funny business. You have got to get in and get it done, and get it done Firestorm does, bringing it up to 4-6.
The sticks were spinning as well as the T's, and that means Firestorm pushing hard with the opener to take a round that they really needed. Seems like both players going for the PCO here, and they're gonna both find it, but Fort is gonna be the one that completely receives the garbage for that round.
Yeah,
Firestorm building up here, trying to find some attack.
May have been looking for the PC there, but not going to find anything except a whole board full of clean garbage, courtesy of one Fortisum 2. They managed to cancel it out, and they're looking for the down stack here, not able to find the multiplier at that moment. And Fortisum is starting to find some back-to-back on their side of the board. They are already at time 7, finds the TSS there to get the TSD off in the future, but Firestorm was, again, this defensive strategy, utilizing it to its fullest extent, and they managed to survive that amount of pressure, and now they are in the driver's seat of this round.
Yeah, Fortisum doing a very nice job of canceling though. Firestorm keeping up the back-to-back, definitely did not want to break it, as Fort is at the top of the board, prime time for punish, but Fortisum's barely able to stay alive with a huge cancel, but it is not enough for Firestorm's back-to-back 13. Almost tying up the game with a 5-6 for Fortisum, though.
Absolutely, and Firestorm has clearly taken back the momentum. Fort had such a big lead going in, and this is going to be so rough. But Firestorm manages to survive even the 2-line PC, and as I was saying, the momentum that they have gotten in this past comeback has been immense, and we can see that it is doing wonders for their APM right now. 22 spike, 8 back-to-back, and they tie it up 6-6. This is Firestorm's chance to take the lead.
Yeah, the LST stacking from Firestorm was absolutely ridiculous, and what they needed to tie up the game. It seems like it's PCO versus SDPC, and PCO is going to be landing first from Firestorm. Fortisum going with a little bit of a combo down stack. Very nice, setting it back to Firestorm, who is at a pretty even board state for both players. Yeah, no one's really too cheesed up right now, trying to find any kind of edge over their opponent, looking for any attacks, any back-to-backs they can find, and it seems like both players are going to be waiting for now.
Yeah, and again, despite the fact that these players are giving it their absolute all when they are sending, that does not mean they are doing any less in the defense department, and we know that they are expertly navigating between sending and waiting, and here we go. It is Firestorm's turn on the former here, was looking for the floating, not going to find it. That SP's too far away to cycle. Cycle they do, though, a bit greedy, and they have to convert into a combo there in order to stay alive. Manages to do that, gets the multiplier into another, was looking for the TSD quad, not going to find it there, but they do have this nice stack that's gotten them all the way down, and Fort does not have any back-to-back to their name.
Yeah, both these players really trying to manage the garbage on their boards. Don't want to receive too much, but at the right time, if you receive garbage, it's going to be absolutely huge. Speaking of huge spike from Firestorm, 21 to Fortisum, but Fort cancels almost all of it, and they are in the position to fight back right now with a little bit of a downstack combo. Seems like Fort didn't really get as much as they'd like to from that attack, but it is okay. Both players still in the game, fighting hard with each other.
Absolutely. And hey, Fort right now getting an absolutely insane back-to-back chain off. It's at ×9 already, and that's going to open up the well with a ×10. Breaks it in a huge spike, but Firestorm had a huge spike of their own that they responded with, but unfortunately, they also had a misdrop, and the momentum, just like that, has turned on its head as Fortism retakes the lead.
Yeah, both players that round really greeting for that back-to-back. I'm wondering if we're going to see a shift in playstyles from the players as they continue into the game with a little bit more offense, possibly. Speaking of offense, though, PC from Fort sending over to Firestorm, a lot of attack, and it seems like Firestorm has a huge downstack to Fort, but Fort able to cancel almost all of it. Spike stack of their own, Fortism going to push back against Firestorm's APM. Firestorm on the other hand, back-to-back 5 online, looking to find a little bit more attack, but unable to, and canceling out to save their board state for the moment.
Absolutely, and hey, speaking of save, Fortism going to have to save that T-piece for later as they did not have the overhang ready at the moment. They do manage to open up the well once more here, looking for the counting to 4, but opt for the multiplier instead, and here we go. This is exactly where Fort wants to be, sitting on a ton of clean garbage that you are not ready to defend against, and that is going to be 8-6 Fortism's favor.
These rounds are going to be absolutely monumental for these players because they really need to hit these. Every round they inch closer towards the end of the game, and those matches are going to matter more for mental. But what really matters here is Fort's huge PC into the second, looping with the the SDPC, hitting another one, going into DPC here, I believe, but unable to find the next PC, and Firestorm's able to still stay alive, but just barely from Fort's relentless attacks. Speaking of that, though, it seems like Firestorm's time is up, and Fort finds the punish with a back-to-back 6, taking it to a very nice score.
We have hit our second nice of the night. We even get the nice from Fort in chat. And here we go. That nice is not so nice if you are Firestorm right now, because what that represents is Fortism only 2 points away from moving on to top 8 without you, and Fort proving how badly they want to do just that with a huge spike that brings it to match point in Fortism's favor.
Firestorm needs to find some kind of way out of this, whether that's sending more offense or more defense, or just playing better. They have to find this right here and right now. This is their last chance. Fortism going for his huge C-spin attack. Firestorm pushed up to the top of the board. They don't have an eyepiece. Fortism taking the game for the top 16 TETR World Championships. Fantastic gameplay from both players. It seems like storms were in the forecast, but Fortism came prepared with an umbrella and with their bicycle, pedaling their way to victory for this game. Holy.
Absolutely, and it was pedal to the metal for sure. They did not stop with the engine, as they absolutely turned it up to 11 with the sends.
Biker, I hardly even know her, Bad Goblin. That was some fantastic matches that we just saw. And I really hope that all you in chat and everyone watching at home had as much fun as we did commentating these matches.
Absolutely. I had to take off my sweater. I was burning up in there, probably from that firestorm, or maybe it was just from how heated things were getting in the booth because I was having an absolute blast commentating with you, Cowbow. So glad to have had this opportunity, but don't go anywhere yet. You have yet to hear the best of the set, and that's exactly why we've got our two analysts, Ben XT and Skyfire, here to explain exactly what we just witnessed.
A little bit of...
Oops, I was muted. This was an accident. Anyways, Fort is actually just like a swimmer because his gameplay is just super fluid. He's adaptable to all kinds of situations. It's so unpredictable and dictated the pace throughout the first set, taking Firestorm out of their comfort zone. Second set, Firestorm warmed up, playing significantly more confidently throughout the set. And their signature pressure and consistency just started sweeping Fort off his feet, and it felt like Fort just could not catch a break. But finally, all that consistency just came back to bite Firestorm, really, and Fort managed to take back the initiative and catch Firestorm off guard.
Yeah, certainly, that is quite the story that you've made. And honestly, I agree with all that, because let's go into the specifics about what has happened during the match. I think there's a lot of adapting that's been going on, but on both sides actually, it's very cool to see how both players end up adapting, because certainly in the first set, FS being a little bit rusty and macro ends up playing a lot more predictably. You notice that in the first set, they send a lot of single attacks, which is stuff like Tetris's T-spins. They send it one at a time. And that's enough pressure for Fort to perhaps not be relaxed, but be relaxed enough so that they can sort of be able to gauge the situation, decide when to time, and then try to punish with a big spike. And that first set, we saw a lot of that. That's why Fort could take the big initiative. With the opener, it takes a huge number of rounds, surprisingly, because he's able to continue it. He's able to continue his mid-game from the opener, so it deals a similar amount of pressure. And that is scary. That is one of the biggest things that you'd want to be able to do if you are an opener main. To be able to make your mid-game just as strong as your opener, just because of all the clean garbage that you get. So I'd say FS would need to be able to adapt to of whether their opener is going to be strong enough to compensate for its DPC. Now the second set was quite interesting because FS actually was adapting. We saw a lot more spikes, sort of doubling their pressure, and it definitely caught Fort off guard. Being able to chain spikes together, it made a big difference in the outcome. That's why we ended up seeing FS winning. They're being more confident about how they play. You saw a lot less hesitations, and overall it was a great showing of how Firestorm played. In the third set, it seems to be an even bigger enhancement of that. But the one thing that was missing that Firestorm really needed was the fact that they kept upstacking without an I piece, without a T piece. I talked about it in the previous set, pockets of vulnerability. It's those moments you build a setup and you still need to cycle for that I piece or T piece. If you don't have that, that's when you can get spiked. And Fort, managing to gauge the situation, stayed calm, realized that, okay, he's going to play defensively for now. And then when the moment was right, he's going to upstack, he's going to punish, and just tank. And then we saw so many rounds being taken from that, not only just in the opener, but also in the mid game. And so at the end of the day, it was both players trying to adapt to each other. But we saw Fort being the one who ended up on top. And honestly, I think that's quite the beautiful story.
Mm-hmm. Love to see these players adapt throughout the set. Such good gameplay, honestly, and they just kept heating up throughout the set. Like, we definitely saw some nerves at the beginning, but as we kept going, they just really heated up, and the match quality got better and better. Fort in general, I think, does spike a bit better than Firestorm, because Firestorm always just has that back-to-back going, and that's very consistent. And I think Fort was able to prepare for that as he started adapting to Firestorm's attacks.
Yeah, certainly. It makes me think of whether Firestorm was necessarily trying to just build up the back-to-back first before spiking, but if anything, they should have been spiking to begin with, because the spikes can lead to other spikes, especially when you have back-to-back, and that's probably the easiest way to get 30 damage. But we didn't really see it that often in the first set, and overall, with Fort's better proficiency at that sort of stuff and being less rusty, it really shows that Fort has sort of adapted to the Tetrio meta, and which is pretty nice to see overall.
With that, I believe we will be going into a break. Next up will be Tagai and QMK. Good stuff, Firestorm. Good stuff, Fort. Thank you for playing, and well played, GG's Firestorm.
Absolutely. And hey,
all right.
While it is the end of our comms block, we had an absolute blast. No, I'm not going to say it on comms here today. And for all the nonsense I said, I would like to give some honorable mentions. I would like to give an honorable mention to Crusading with all these Imperial crosses. I'd like to give an honorable mention to the Picasso of the placements. I'd like to give an honorable mention to the Michelangelo of the misdrops. I'd like to give an honorable mention to the misdrop could OS trouble you. That set didn't go long enough that I got to use it, but you know. And of course, I'd like to give an honorable mention to the final line I didn't get to use, looking like Sesame Street Dracula, how they just keep counting to 4.
No way, dude. You cooked all of that before this? That's absolutely ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Came in here with a freaking script that he started reading off. Okay, they were good bars, but bro.
Please.
I
Can't
honestly,
take this.
I'm glad you didn't tell me beforehand because, like, anyways, back to the transition we're supposed to be doing. Back Goblin and I, super happy to be here for TWC. I hope you all enjoyed it. We will be passing on the torch though to Azura and Quick and Smart for the next match after the break. But until then, this is Cowbow signing out.
Have a good night.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to day one of the round of 16 TETR World Championship. And we have two more matches left here. We have, starting off, it's going to be QMK versus Togaya. What do you think about this matchup, Azura?
I think this one's interesting because I know how fast Togaya is, and I know QMK, I mean, infamous for down stacking, but also, like, still really solid at everything else as well. You kind of have to be at this level. You kind of have to be, like, just versatile and willing to outlast your opponent, willing to be able to beat your opponent in any way necessary.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. I haven't seen these two play very often against each other, especially since Togaya doesn't enter too many tournaments. But like their play styles are definitely very clashing. So I think it's definitely going to be up to if Togaya can pressure enough or if QMK can just outlast with the down stacking. But I mean, once again, this is a best of 3 sets, so it's definitely going to be a long battle for both of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I like seeing close matchups in this like sort of format because then you get to see like 3 times the match if they end up hitting tiebreaker.
Yeah, I'm really excited. We saw that one Firestorm versus Fort matchup. I cried a little when Firestorm did end up losing, but I mean Fort did a great job there, so congrats to them. And we'll see more of them tomorrow as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll be in the top 8, along with a lot of these competitors. Everyone that you see here that's still not grayed out has a chance of making it. Some of these players have already fought their way in. We only have 2 more matches left here. We're reaching the final stretch of today, and then tomorrow we'll have the final day. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, I am hyped for some of the matches that are coming up, but I mean, stay tuned tonight. We still got Togaya and QMK, like I mentioned, and then after that is Caboozled v Blarg, which is going to be a battle for sure. Those 2 players are some of the toughest, like strongest opponents in this top 16, so it's going to be a fierce one.
Absolutely, these 2 are very explosive. They're both going to be like very offensive going into that set. I'm really excited to watch as well. Like Cap, I don't know how.
I'm excited to commentate. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, before that, we have Togaya and QMK getting into this warm up here.
Yeah, I don't think we do show the warm ups here on stream, but I mean, looks like both players so far starting a little bit slow. We'll see if they start to build up soon.
Yeah, that's what the warm-up is for. And, very quick one, we're going to be getting into the action really, really soon.
Oh, and one thing I want to point out before we get started, if Edge is able to show the 2 characters that QMK and Togaya has, I think you guys will find one of them to be, I mean, both of them are sick, but one of them is especially sick. I can explain later the backstory behind it, and okay, we'll Edge will show it to us later, but yeah, just you wait. That's gonna be you guys are gonna be shocked when you see it.
Yeah, we're gonna see it during the matchup screen, and both of them are gonna be very, very cool. Shoutouts to the art here. That's really nice, especially like Oz making the outlines as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen all of them so far, and it's been amazing. And then I think some of the players that made it to top 8 are going to have other characters that you'll get a chance to see tomorrow as well. So stay tuned for that.
Absolutely, yeah. There's still more to be seen. Yeah, we're getting started here. Get ready for the next battle. God, this matchup screen is so cool. Togaya and QMK. You can see QMK has a bit more of a defensive star, whereas Togaya is pretty balanced, actually. A little bit more on that speedy side compared to that efficiency, but that's alright. Still a top player.
I mean, yeah, they're both definitely cracked. I think the seeding might be off, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think Togaya was seed 4. Togaya was actually the lowest player to qualify for top 16. They only entered one tournament to actually get into the top 64 and then proceeded to make top 16. So definitely a sleeper player in terms of their seeding, but definitely not someone you want to be messed with. I mean, if you can make top 16, then you're a terrifying player to begin with.
Absolutely, yeah. Not only making top 16, but making it from that like position. It's like a power move to kind of just like play a few tournaments, place really highly, and then just hop in.
Not only was it a few tournaments, it was one tournament, and it was the last major there was. So they literally had no room. If they didn't place second, I don't think they would have qualified. Maybe if they placed third, but I mean it would have been extremely like tight regardless. So I mean they showed off that tournament, and they're gonna show off tonight as well.
Absolutely, yeah. What a performance to make it all the way here. Like going from playing a single tournament to having like art drawn of you is wild. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think we just need a moment here to get started.
Very soon. All right. This is gonna be really exciting. Togaya and QMK. Like Togaya, especially, like I know like the Latam stream, shout out to our partners over there. They're definitely gonna pop off for him.
Yeah, I saw them make an announcement earlier cheering for Togaya, so I mean it's time to see what they're about. And obviously we haven't been talking about QMK enough. They're obviously cracked, have been a top player for probably nearly a decade at this point, I would say. They've just been on it for so long, and obviously someone you don't want to mess with either.
Absolutely. He's just such a long-standing competitor, someone who you just see everywhere, like from the start, from the beginning, almost. Definitely from the beginning of Tetrio, even before then.
I mean, yeah, they managed to win a Jestrus Cup, I believe, before like Tetria was like even out of Imtev, if available at all. So like they've been on it for years at this point, and we're about to see them go for it again, and looks like we're starting this matchup.
Yeah, let's get into things here. I think the interesting thing is, like, this is one of those bags you'd think you'd have like an SDPC or something, but these are two players who don't do that sort of thing. They're just playing fundamentals right now.
Yeah, looks like Gyumpe, he started with a misdrop there at the beginning, didn't manage to fix it. Togaya not able to actually pressure enough to get the kill, but now it looks like Togaya getting such a nice spike there, and Gyumpe not ready with the down stack, and Togaya with a quick win.
Yeah, I think both these players are fairly down stack heavy, at least in that first round. We'll see how that changes as the set goes on. QMK going with the all clear there. Maybe changing things up immediately.
I do know QMK has practiced those PCs before, so they do have it in their repertoire. Still a little bit surprising to see, but I mean, they managed to get through it here, and now they're trying to build that back-to-back to pressure Togaya. Togaya just trying to downstack a little bit here, not able to build up their own chain, but on the other end, QMK is forced to break out of theirs, as they did not have the cleanest board state to continue.
Absolutely. We're seeing a lot of strong pressure from both players here. Very, very strong offensive round. Togaya going into this LST here makes it down to that garbage well as well, but QMK is going to employ that timing. Very good at that. And neither player is really in danger right now.
I mean, but as you say that, Togaya is starting to get that pressure up. QMK does find the down stack, and Togaya getting a little greedy at the top there to not find a way out, and QMK ties it back up. Yeah, Togaya just could not get the kill, and QMK, if you let them live for a second, they will make their way down.
Absolutely. Very, very good at that. Oh, and also really good at dealing with those like huge spikes, as Togaya is known to do here. Like Togaya is trying to build up this back-to-back chain, but QMK is just going to be able to survive as always. Just so strong at that. And yeah, absolutely able to outlast Togaya's back-to-back.
Yeah, I think as long as QMK can last long enough for Togaya to miss up, which they have been doing semi-frequently at this point, then they can actually get out. And right now they're trying to get out of this Togaya pressure. Togaya, again, once miss-shopping, like we just said, and QMK able to survive even though they were in a really difficult spot. And now Togaya, the one being sent up as QMK starts to build that back-to-back.
Absolutely. Oh, gets a little bit of a combo there going into that Tetris. Going to start clearing down that well, gets down to the garbage. Togaya is sent far too high up to continue there with a couple of unfortunate misdrops. QMK is going to take the lead.
Yeah, I feel like just pretty even set so far. I feel like Togaya has not been as aggressive as I was expecting, but it is still the start of the set here. I mean, as I say that, they go for that 4.7 PPS burst right here, keeping that back-to-back strong right now. QMK is able to have their own chain, but still a little bit behind. Does make it to such a clean well to actually spike up Togaya, but Togaya still keeping this 15 back-to-back going here, forced to break it out as QMK sends another spike.
That's wild, and that fractal is kind of crazy, going into the combo right after to tack on a little extra cheese there. But QMK is going to cancel it. That top
they are forced to down stack a little bit in the meantime, but looks like Togaya was not in a position to actually start some more pressure, and once again it let QMK get out of that tough spot, and with that Togaya is the one sitting at the top, but such a clean down stack to make it down to the bottom. Now QMK is the one trying to down stack and not able to down stack fast enough as Togaya builds a nice 4 back-to-back chain to tie it right back up here.
Yeah, it's an even game yet again. I think these rounds, even though they're like so offensive, they're like they're still lasting a fair amount of time here.
Yeah, I think both of these players just have a really good ability to survive a lot of difficult situations. I know Togaya relies a lot more on speed in that regard, but QMK is a master of efficiency and can make their way out of nearly anything, and we can see that so far. They have been playing beautifully. But right now it is Togaya that is starting to pressure here, does have that 4 back-to-back chain built, and has such a clean well to work with. QMK trying to find any way down, does get a nice combo to get through it, but Togaya is still pressuring until their back-to-back does break.
This pressure is wild from Togaya, but yeah, QMK is playing really, really well against it here. Just gonna make perfect use of that garbage, perfectly time everything, and even though like Togaya has been trying so hard to just close out the game here, QMK is just saying no.
Yeah, I just feel like at almost no point is he in a bad situation, but never mind. Togaya looked at my face, spat at it, and just sent QMK 50 lines at once.
What a wild sequence there, and that's what you need to kill QMK, honestly. Like, QMK is not gonna die without something crazy. And we're gonna be able to see that here. Oh,
yeah,
QMK!
Yeah, that offense, don't mess around. They know how to bring it just as well. And again, tied up, these players are just keeping it close.
Yeah, just going so quickly here, switching things up every now and then to kind of interrupt the rhythm of your opponent. It's wild.
You can see that QMK speed up. Looks like they do slow down a little bit here to break that back-to-back. Togaya not stopping with that speed, though, still bursting at 3.7, starting to get that back-to-back chain, but looks like they didn't have a clean enough forward state to keep it for long. Do still followed up with such a nice 27 spike there. QMK forced to downstack through a bit of cheese that they got sent, but still makes it all the way down super nicely, while Togaya now dealing with so many misdrops at the top, cannot find a way out. And QMK again taking the lead here.
these piece placements are so nice from QMK. That is crazy. Like, just the way they can, like, down stack, and he can also, like, just get so much pressure off of it, too. Just at the same time accomplishing both goals here. Absolutely crazy, and just keeps making it happen here. Gonna start pressuring a little bit. This back-to-back X11, yeah, Togaya also building up some, but that misdrop on the T-spin overhang is not what you want to see. Tries to burst out of it, but can't quite make it out. QMK is going to close it out.
Yeah, and with that, QMK taking the first 2-point lead of the set here. Obviously, we are still not even at the halfway point, so Togaya can make it back. They are trying to now with this PC, unable to get the second one as they do misdrop. Does give QMK the opportunity to send a huge spike here. If they had another eyepiece, they could have gotten the mid-game PC themselves, but Togaya looks like they don't care. Starting to speed up here, sending so much, and QMK cheesed up. Could not make their way through, and Togaya inching closer to bringing it back to tied.
Yeah, absolutely. Going so quick right now. Trying for this LST now. Togaya is just pressuring QMK. We see this like complete pause, and the PC comes out. QMK can't time that.
Yeah, it's hard to time a PC when you're already at height 18, and with that, Togaya brings it back to even here. Looks like momentum starting to be in their favor, and they get another PC to follow up here. QMK, though, seems fine, making their way down. Gets that mid-game MKO setup to keep it going here, but Togaya is not stopping. 8 back-to-back here. QMK trying to defend through it all and does such a nice job, but Togaya is still continuing with this pressure. Non-stop, endless barrage of attacks, and QMK struggling to make their way down, but finally able to break Togaya's back-to-back and survive till another day.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the survival here from both players is absolutely crazy, and it just keeps on happening. They both try to like pressure each other out, but it just no one wants to die yet. It seems like QMK is really high up, but Togaya doesn't quite have the finishing blow. Gets that multiplier a little bit late though. QMK pausing on the top of that misdrop.
Yeah, that was so costly. They had such a nice down stack to follow it, but just one mistake there, especially at the top. That's what cost you games, and Togaya taking back the lead here.
Yeah, for sure. Now trying to keep that lead going with this LST here. Keeps it up, keeps up the height difference here. Is just gonna keep sending these attacks. And QMK is being sent up really high. Counter spikes, almost clears down that well, but gets a little bit of a misdrop. Can clear it out anyways. Is fast enough to do so. But Togaya is still going for this back-to-back. Still keeps it going here. Just more damage.
QMK! That's survival!
It looks like QMK just isn't phased at all. It just looks like another day in the park for this guy. He's just gonna keep on sending here. Goes to 11 spike, and oh no, QMK is just gonna knock out Togaya there, tying it all the way back up.
That was 270 APM by Togaya, but QMK was like, no, thank you, I do not care, and still takes that win there. Keeping it close once again here, and starting this round with the pressure themselves there. Togaya is the one forced to find a down stack, does make it down, but QMK sending another massive spike, immediately sending Togaya back to the top. It is just so much pressure going on in this game right now. Looks like QMK finally breaking their back-to-back, giving Togaya a little bit of room to finally breathe.
Absolutely. There's so much pressure going on in this set, but neither player is really sent up like super high, at least right now. It's crazy. They both just cancel out, even with all of this damage, though Togaya with some misdrops now is gonna have to spend some time clearing that up. But QMK isn't in a position to immediately start pressuring, and Togaya is almost basically completely out at this point, just has a little bit of cheese to deal with, but that is no issue here. Oh, that misdrop yet again!
Yeah, continues it with
another
misdrop. can't fix it. Kyunpei again taking the lead. It's literally just switching back and forth. One person has the lead, then the other just wins. What is it, 2 in a row to regain the lead? It's just so back and forth right now. This is a nail biter so far. I feel like it's going to come down to the wire at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. This is really close. If there was deuce here, that would go wild.
It would go forever, but thankfully we do not have to deal with that tonight. But that is even more pressure for the players because they don't have that room if they tie it up at 10-10. And right now, Togaya is struggling at the top here, trying to get the win. Does find a down stack there, sends a huge spike to Kyunpei, but Kyunpei with such a clean board, able to make their way through it. Sitting back at the bottom, but Togaya with more and more spikes back to back there. Kyunpei looked like, I don't know if that was a mistake, but that was such a clean donation to keep that back to back, and they're still going with it. Might be forced to break it here. Yeah, but Togaya is sitting at the top there. Now they're the ones trying to down stack, and it's just so back and forth by both of these players.
Both of these players like always have an escape option if they're sent up as well. Just make sure to like stay safe. Even if you like build like a setup up there, you always have a way out. That's what you need to in order to survive, or else you get just spiked out. And neither of these players are getting spiked out. Mainly it's due to like misdrops that they get topped out here. But they're just both playing so well. Both have such a control over the game. They're just both going so... It's wild. Even with these like misdrops from Togaya.
Yeah, I mean... Their ability to downstack, even misdrops they can fix, but looks like Kyunpei looked like they got a little too greedy at the top, and Togaya took advantage there, bringing it back to even. I feel like I've said that for the 15th time this set, even though we haven't had that many ties, but it does not matter here, folks, right now. Togaya here starting to pressure Kyunpei, looked like not ready for that attack there, and once again, Togaya getting a win there when Kyunpei was not prepared, taking the lead back.
And yet again, like a broken record, we're back to yet another person taking the lead. Togaya takes the all clear there, isn't able to follow it up before Kyunpei gets almost all the way down. Is just going to use up that clean garbage in order to kind of cancel out here. Gotta play it safe at this point, because like one mistake and you're gone, you're out of here. Both these players are going to be able to take advantage of that really, really well.
And yeah, looks like right now Togaya is the one dealing with these misdrops as they do manage to fix it, get back to the clean, but immediately followed up with another misdrop. It looks like Kyunpei not in the best position to get the kill, but they do start such a clean back-to-back chain and have that 6 combo with the perfect well here. Togaya just bursting to make their way out, barely surviving that onslaught, but Kyunpei still has that back-to-back, continuing this pressure here, while Togaya tries to make their way out as they misdrop, trying to find the spin, does get the combo to barely blue, but still not enough. There are 19 back-to-back by Kyunpei to tie it off. Oh my goodness.
Yet again, another, we're at first to 3 now. It just keeps going down for both of these players. That's absolutely wild how close this set just is. They're just both so evenly matched. It just keeps going back to even, and right now it's up to these players to fix that. Oh, but Togaya with so much back-to-back, Kyunpei almost has to accept it all, but is able to find a cancel just in time.
Oh, but misheld there! Oh my goodness, that's so sad. Yeah, and with that, Togaya taking back the lead, now only 2 away from winning this first set here. Kyunpei losing that wiggle room that they had the previous round, but still they are playing so well right now. Have a great well to work with here. Get a nice combo of 14 to send some cheese to Togaya, but looks like Togaya just gets down through it immediately, and now Kyunpei is the one trying to downstack.
Yeah, looks like Togaya now trying to continue this back-to-back here, but QMK is also very ready to accept. Tries that counter spike, sends off all of that garbage, but Togaya is not in a position to fall over just yet. Is gonna try to counter spike here, and QMK with that misdrop at the top, and Togaya is suddenly at a 2-point lead here, about to take this first set in this first of 3. There's 2 more of these. 2 more of these insanely close nail-biter sets.
Oh, and then Togaya starting the round off with the PC. QMK does find the combo to make their way down, but again, they need to win 3 in a row here if they want to win, and that Omish drop they just made isn't helping, but looks like Togaya not in a position to kill. QMK just trying to find any sort of down stack, getting sent to the top here. Does make it back down to the queen, but in the meantime, Togaya did get the chance to pressure, but couldn't maintain that back for long, and now is getting spiked up by QMK, and QMK, he takes it there, 1 away from tying it back up.
Oh, this is absolutely still anyone's game. QMK could come from behind and just take it all, and behind is, by the way, a 2-point difference. Like, that's how close this is. What a set. So QMK greeting a little too much, and that decision is going to cost him this first set here of the TETR World Championship. Top 16.
What a performance by both of them. That was every round was just so clean. It was just minor mistakes that cost them. And yeah, with that, Togaya taking the first one. But I mean, with how these rounds are going, QMK definitely has a chance of actually winning the second one. It's just if they can pull it out and get the dub.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. This is definitely a scenario where that can happen with how close both of these players are. Wow. That's crazy. And yeah, Togaya playing at 0.7 PPS faster this entire set.
Yeah, I like the speed gap does make sense, but the fact that QMK was able to deal with it so well for so many games is just a testament to their ability to downstack through all of that clean and get the wins when Togaya does make any mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. You can absolutely point out like any mistake. Like there's always gonna be like a single mistake that like causes the top out here, and QMK is great at taking advantage of that. Going into the second set now. Getting into it. Both these players upstacking. Togaya building this perfect clear into 6-3, or rather like this perfect clear setup into Fractal. It's fine. Something you
Does
see.
Get a huge combo to send to QMK, but QMK downstacks through it in time, but Togaya follows it up with a nice spike there. Togaya does make their way down, but again, Togaya has that back-to-back going right now, does break out of it to send a little bit of cheese, but QMK making it down so fast that it does not matter whatsoever. That 22 spike did not send anything to QMK at all here, and we're back to a pretty neutral position at this point.
Yeah, QMK very carefully going down, timing his attacks a little bit to make it through, while Togaya is still just playing so quickly. Just a little bit more pausing in this game, but it's okay. Both these players are going to be very smart about it here. And QMK building up a lot of forecasted overhangs, going to get that 17 multiplier there, going to try to just keep Togaya under pressure. Togaya isn't faltering though.
Yeah, they are working with a lot of clean here. Do have a bit of cheese under that. Forced to break back-to-back to get out of it. QMK ready with a massive spike on the other side there. Sends 20, but Togaya bursting so fast they canceled nearly all of it. QMK not able to keep a back-to-back chain going after that. Do send a nice spike to follow it up, but Togaya, again, just making it down so fast. It's just, they are just down-stacking so quickly. I swear, they're getting whiplash from it, but it does not matter. They're still working through it. And right now, QMK trying to survive this nice spike by Togaya here. Gets sent all the way to the top. Misdrops the LP's not able to fix it in time. Togaya taking that first game.
Again, that like one mistake causes the end of QMK here. Just have to stay solid the entire time, otherwise you're just gone. And oh, speaking of mistakes, that misdrop on the opener from QMK. Though QMK is able to make it out this time. It is fairly early on, and we're back to even. Back to a normal board state. QMK has a lot of clean to work with now. Is going to be very smart about it. Tries to just stay slow, stay calm. Uses that clean to kind of cancel out.
keeping that back-to-back so well. Two really nice donations in that middle of that upstack. Still keeping it going, barely canceling that spike by Togaya. Does survive it, but can't keep back-to-back any longer there. Does try to go for donation, but chooses to go again. Chooses not to do it for better judgment, and that sends Togaya all the way up to the top. But both of them sitting so high up at this point, both just trying to make their way down while spiking the other up. But looks like neither of them did top out from it, and now both of them sitting at the bottom, starting to build back-to-back up once again.
Yeah, absolutely. QMK is going to work with this 8-1 to make this back-to-back happen, but is just going to go down and cancel it out. Cleans up the board. Togaya now with this big counter spike here. That's going to almost be it for QMK. Gets the Tetris down to try to cancel, but just can't quite make it out anyways. Getting sent so much there, Togaya just keeps the pressure going. What a wild few games. Togaya yet again taking the first game here, or the first two games. Starting up a very quick lead at the start. Oh, and looks like Togaya going for this Imperial Cross, but in the time that it takes him to set it up, QMK is all the way out now. Gonna be all the way down. Even like the time it takes to set something cool up is time that your opponent can use to just survive. But this time Togaya isn't gonna give QMK that opportunity, and Togaya is up 3-0 on QMK now.
Yeah, and with that, I feel like the momentum is just favoring Togaya here. QMK might be a little bit tired out after that previous set, and I mean, it was such a long set, completely understandable, but looks like Togaya now taking advantage here. Immediately starting with that pressure this round, QMK is able to survive it here, but Togaya again following it up with more back-to-back. Still not done here. Just going with so much pressure at this point. It's very hard for even QMK to keep up.
Absolutely, yeah. And it looks like Togaya is still back-to-back in here. Near the top of the board, though, does have to start canceling out. Starts down stacking a little bit here, and is able to make it out. Going to build up this T-spin, it is really risky, but Togaya is able to make it, and even though QMK has been trying to pressure here, Togaya is going to be able to make it. And now, yeah, both of these players here, a bit of waiting from QMK and trying to counter spike here, but Togaya just has the pressure to just completely cancel out. And right now, they're just both so even. Both of them misdrop, but Togaya fixes it. Now QMK has to after that spike, but is going to be able to.
Yeah, I feel like both of these players starting to tire out a bit here. They're definitely misdropping a lot more than that previous set, making a lot more mistakes. It does give each other the opportunity to survive. And right now we can see QMK is surviving super well, down stacking with that 4 back-to-back here, but Togaya ready with an STSD on the other side to cancel all of that attack, and now QMK breaks out of that back-to-back, and we're back to even here. Togaya trying to find a way to build some back-to-back, but QMK finding that PC does not care about Togaya's back-to-back dreams, and almost taking care of it. Togaya still surviving there. I was not expecting that survival. QMK not able to get that killing blow, and Togaya with such a clean board right now to keep it going.
This is so clutch. Both of these players are just surviving from the brink of death and just still going. Melts through that cheese, even under pressure, just going to solve that so quickly. There's just not an issue. Right now, neither of these players are going to fold. They're both so low, even after all of that damage, all of that pressure from earlier in the round. But it looks like QMK now trying to build up something. Going to use that garbage, goes for the spike. But
as we keep progressing, we're approaching that margin time, and the spikes are only going to get bigger. I don't think we've had a single margin time these previous two sets so far, even though both of these players have been playing so well. And with that, we can see QMK did have that 7 back-to-back, but forced to break out of it. Now trying to deal with that gravity as they down stack. Not the cleanest board, but do make their way down. In the meantime, Togaya has been building up that back-to-back, does misdrop and breaks out of it, and now gets sent a huge spike. He's up so much by QMK right now. just trying to find any way to get through this. These cannot do it in time. QMK finally taking their first win in the book. What a round to do so.
Wow, that round was just so long. It felt like either player could have bowed out at any point there, but in the end, it's going to come down to that final misdrop there, that final mistake. Just like so many of the rounds before. And, alright, Togaya is speeding up, and that speed up is enough to take it. Togaya building up a solid lead this time around. This momentum just keeps building and building and building and building.
Yeah, even with that previous 3+ minute long round that they lost, it did not matter. They just followed up with a quick win and might get another one here. Sends a massive spike. QMK barely able to cancel all of that, making it back down. But Togaya continuing this speed right now does build up a back-to-back chain, not enough to kill. QMK does get out of it. In the meantime, does have a nice donation to change wells there, but not able to keep it going for very long. And now both of them, again, sitting at the bottom of the boards, trying to find any way to start this back-to-back again.
Yeah, and looks like QMK is in a great position to start doing so. This board state is wonderful, and QMK is going to start stacking up some back-to-back. Togaya, though, is all the way down. There's no garbage. There's a man-made stack to the maximum, and that's going to do it. Another game to Togaya, just continues riding it. Just continues riding the wave. It's 5-1 now.
Yeah, looks like Togaya just figured out some of that secret sauce, because they are not stopping right now. QMK not able to get anything cooking at this point. And yeah, they're just struggling to get even a single win at this point. Togaya playing so well, just down stacking any spike being sent. And right now, QMK trying to get that back-to-back ping going. Does have a spike ready here, but again, forced to break out of it as Togaya sends way too much. Even though Togaya does misdrop a little bit here, follows it up with such a clean fix. And now trying to get the finishing blow, but QMK just making it down so well.
Wow. Just absolutely incredible play here. And Togaya with the all clear, but QMK is unfazed this time around. Isn't gonna fall to it. And it's just all the way at the bottom, building up this back-to-back X11 now. I think QMK's skills and timing definitely show when it comes to just building up this back-to-back and keeping it going, and then just playing the slow and steady race. QMK is going to take this round with that efficient sequence.
Yeah, that was like 220 APM at like low 3 PPS. So impressive by QMK. That's the efficiency that you come to see from them. And I mean, it worked out, finally getting their second win. They absolutely needed that to keep it close here. But immediately starting this round with a difficult board state, Togaya ready with the pressure here. QMK just in the down stack mindset right now, trying to find any way out and not able to do it. And once again, Togaya able to win a quick one to follow it up. I feel like even though QMK gets so many long rounded wins, Togaya follows it up with a quick, fast win to even it back up, and QMK cannot do anything with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Just can't get any like momentum going right now. Togaya just cannot be stopped. And we'll see if Togaya can ride this all the way to top 8. Right now, looking like it with that 27, and QMK is being sent up. Does have them out here and is able to make it down. Togaya doesn't quite get the kill, but it is really, really close. And QMK is getting put in danger a lot. But QMK now is in a great position to start fighting back a little bit more. Does skim a little bit to fix that misdrop, but is going to keep this pressure going. Togaya, though, isn't in any danger at all, and QMK just has to look to set up for a better position here. Is going to be able to clean things up yet again. Needs to start getting this back-to-back chain going, and QMK is going to be able to, though is going to skim out now, losing at times 8, loses that attack bonus there that QMK has been using to take a lot of these rounds. And Togaya is just not stopping with the speed, just keeps the pressure going no matter what.
Yeah, I just feel like Togaya is just abusing their speed to get so many wins. And right now, Kyumke is dealing with a bit of that tease that Togaya sent using that speed advantage. And in the meantime, Togaya has been trying to build back-to-back, not able to maintain it for very long. Yeah, Kyumke able to downstack and just immediately send back here, forcing Togaya out of that back-to-back. And at this point here, Kyumke is the one with such a clean well to work with here. Yeah, gets such a massive spike.
Oh, but it's not enough to kill, and Togaya now is going to use all that garbage against QMK, but isn't able to use it efficiently enough for it to kill. We're just back to even yet again. That's absolutely wild. Togaya building up some donations at the top now. This height difference, this 35 spike, QMK is out of there. Oh my. Even
yeah, we
with
got
like
production in the background saying "damn" as well. That's when you know it's impressive.
That's wild, yeah. QMK had like such a clean board too, but just was spiked out before he could get the chance to use it. And yeah.
You cannot get the kill if you're dead there, and that's what happened to QMK. Now at this point, 5 points behind here, trying to find any way to kill, but Togaya following that up with a massive spike, sending a lot of cheese, and then another spike to follow it up there. Now bringing it to 8-2, only 3 away from taking it. They just started rolling at the set, and they cannot be stopped at this point. QMK struggling to do anything to compete with this speed.
This is ridiculous. Yeah, Togaya just keeps taking advantage of that speed for sure, and is going to try to keep it going here, playing at 4 PPS here compared to QMK's 2.8. The difference is absolutely wild, and it's really, really difficult to fight. QMK has to put everything into making sure every single piece placement is as efficient as possible, taking his time to make sure that he just times perfectly here. But at some point, Togaya is just going to quickly spike out.
Yeah, just that relentless pressure by Togaya is just so hard to compete against, even if you're someone like QMK. That speed advantage has been so useful for them. And right now they send up that Trinity into another Trinity follow-up. Those Bishop, they're not even hitting me, Togaya!
Togaya!
What are you doing?
Togaya!
That was the Zerg flop of all time. That was ridiculous.
The PCs for both players, Togaya getting it off of the garbage Tetris there, but QMK is gonna counter spike it. Oh, the spike there, 17. QMK has
Togaya's still alive. Oh my goodness.
There, even with like the perfect board, the pressure from QMK or Togaya just had the speed to get out, and it's not gonna happen forever though. QMK is gonna take it. It's 8-4
getting 2
now.
in a row there. Yeah, that's what they really needed. Maybe Togaya getting a little greedy that 2 rounds ago, but now QMK looks like they might start to build momentum with these 2 wins in a row here. Oh, immediately followed up with a miss shot. I should not have spoke there. Togaya getting a huge back-to-back chain, getting another win, 2 away from moving on to top 8.
Oh no, yeah, that is not a misdrop you want to see, and yeah, Togaya has just been running away with it this set, even after how close the first one was. It's absolutely crazy. Oh, but these misdrops there, QMK is going to take a point back.
Yeah, they are misdropping a bit more these last couple of rounds, maybe getting fatigued at this point with, I feel like it's been like over 30 rounds in a row, basically. QMK still has a massive uphill battle, though. Mm-hmm. Yeah, playing with such a speed deficit. Togaya getting this back-to-back chain built so fast right now. QMK just forced to downstack through all of it as they keep getting pressured more and more up. And Togaya with the perfect well.
Oh my, this well is so good. Togaya just keeps it going. 300
APM for 30 seconds to bring it to match point. What do you do against that?
You just collapse, apparently. Even if you're QMK, someone who's known for surviving, he can survive so much, but Togaya is just pressuring so ridiculously much. The set is wild. It's absolutely speechless right now. Looks like QMK is trying to counter spike a little bit. And
yeah, has that back-to-back chain going right now, trying to get any wins in the book. They have no more room to work with. Just survived that spike by Togaya, but now Togaya has the chance to build that back-to-back here. Is up to 5 at this point, keeping it going. Kumke just trying to downstack now as Togaya continues this relentless pressure that has gotten them so many wins in a row. And right now they're starting to build it up here. Immediately breaks out of it, not able to keep it for much longer. Kumke does live and has their own back-to-back chain they're trying to build. Togaya now the one trying to downstack through all of this pressure.
yeah, and now Togaya has to use up that eyepiece. That is death, and QMK is going to start closing this gap a little bit. It's 10-6, only a 4-game gap, which, considering how close these players are, if QMK can get some momentum going, this could also reach a tiebreaker. So we can't get ahead of ourselves. There's still a lot to go, and QMK with an unfortunate misdrop.
Yeah, and look at Togaya already with such a massive spike there. QMK gets the perfect double Tetris to clear all of it there. So nicely done, but Togaya is not stopping here. Gets a 4 combo into so much cheese being sent to QMK. Now they're trying to downstack through all of it here as Togaya is building up that back-to-back. Starting to speed up again here, but follows it up with that S misshop into T misshop. Lets QMK get out of that pressure.
Yeah, and Togaya now just clearing through those misdrops with 4.2 PPS here is going to have that speed advantage to make it out. And looking like right now Togaya is in a position to start back-to-backing here. Gets down to that well, that is really, really good for him. But QMK is going to start going back here. Counter spikes a little bit, is going to be alive. The set is so good. Togaya now going for this LST a little bit, going to cancel out of that back-to-back chain though. QMK now is starting to build up some pressure, and this could be it with a couple of misdrops from Togaya, and there's no eyepiece in sight. QMK keeps the set going, isn't gonna fall over yet, even though we're still on match point here.
Yeah, that was just such a clean set by QMK. They did start to speed up there and got that 11 back-to-back, but immediately into this next round, looks like they go for PCs. Togaya does get the second one, maybe a little bit risky as they get sent to the top, but do make it back down to the clean well. In the meantime, QMK just downstacking to the bottom as well, and now both of them dealing with clean wells as they start to build some back-to-back here.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like QMK has the perfect board to keep this back-to-back going, whereas Togaya is just getting it started here. QMK can cancel out so much with just one send now, and is going to try to close it out with that bit of combo at the end, but Togaya is able to get out, surviving even at the top of the board there, and now QMK is out of here with an unfortunate board say hesitates just a little too long, and that is game.
Yeah, that ending was so dramatic. QMK nearly had the kill. Togaya was at the top, nearly dead, but they managed to find the out as QMK makes a mistake, and with that, Togaya takes it, moving on to top 8. What a performance by both of them. QMK was struggling at the start there, but I mean, they brought it back so well near the end there, just barely not enough. And with that, Togaya wins 2 sets and moves on to top 8. Amazing performance by them.
Wild.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, if you look at Togaya's character, we're about to show you what they got that inspiration from. When I first saw it, I thought it was hilarious. Yeah, they got it from this Thug Bunny picture. That was their inspiration, and it is one of the most badass things I've ever seen, and they showed it off with their gameplay tonight. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, that gun isn't just for show, folks.
Yeah, people were questioning it earlier in the chat, and that is why. That is why, folks.
Yeah, Analyst, you have anything to say about that crazy set?
I mean, that's definitely inspiration from the art, but from the gameplay as well, I think we can see why they both have weapons in their art, because we definitely went to the trenches with this one. This is the very epitome, the very definition of guerrilla warfare in our favorite black stacking game. These are by far the longest sets we've seen so far. We've totaled over 40 minutes across these two sets, guys. It was truly the battle of the two immovable objects. And like, it feels like QMK flips a switch and goes God mode whenever he plays top players. Even though he started to lose steam on the second set, as did Togaya, anyone would be tired playing like this for so long. It's especially exhausting trying to keep up Togaya, especially as Togaya started stepping on his offense, but QMK never gave up until that saddest choke of his life.
That's quite the story, and now let's get into what has happened in this match, and which is a lot, and you've already explained this is quite the mental battle. Because for QMK, it feels like every match is a mental battle when everyone bursts about full PPS faster than you. But I think if we were to go and start nitpicking on the actual gameplay, we could think of it like a battle of wind conditions. We think of Togaya, we think the fast speed. There's a lot of potential for a lot of big attacks, and we definitely got to see that throughout the sets. Now we have QMK, who's trying to outlast him with mechanical consistency in general, trying to do a lot of judgment of whether he's greeting too much or not. Funny thing, I'd say that QMK is actually playing too defensively, and it sounds kind of stupid because some of you might think, okay, well, it's Togaya we're talking about. He's going a one full PPS faster than QMK in terms of burst speed, and Togaya always has a lot of clean garbage, so why is he playing so defensively? Isn't he justified to do so? But the thing is that when Togaya doesn't really have much clean garbage, then that's when QMK can actually start attacking. And there's actually QMK can actually squeeze out so much more B2B sometimes, but ends up skimming for a combo multiplier, and that ends up sort of losing the chance that he gets to be able to punish Togaya. And I know that he has that ability in him because round 17, when it was 10-6, QMK, the god of efficiency, was trying to focus on back-to-backing Togaya all players, and it was working out. It was a very slow process, but he started getting so much more back-to-back and started being very considerate about how he tanked Togaya's clean, began to be like, okay, I'm going to keep spiking, I'm going to keep spiking, I'm going to tank, I'm going to keep spiking. It's an infinite spiking until Togaya either misdrops or runs out of steam, and this is where QMK really shines from that mechanical consistency. If he can get into that situation more commonly, I think that he could actually beat Togaya. Unfortunately, that is not what happened because there are some things that QMK actually did wrong, and things that Togaya did, well, right. First of all, ignoring that trinity that's on screen, the biggest thing, I mean, that kind of leads into what Togaya's been doing, where QMK trying to APM spam tends to send a lot of free garbage to Togaya, and Togaya, eventually learning to adapt to this, starts to do a lot of power stacks that even QMK can't handle because QMK is just too low on the board. He uses too much of his garbage, and if Togaya always has a full screen spike, how is 10 damage gonna cancel everything? And let's see, I think that's one thing, honestly, but I think that's probably the main gist of everything for the most part. He could greed harder. But now I think maybe it's time that we start moving on to an interesting match that might be a complete opposite of what we were expecting, which is going to be Caboozled Pie versus Blarg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A fun match.
Yeah, that's one it's going to be a fun one for sure. Right now they're playing the warm-up, and you can see both of them are immediately so aggressive off the bat. Well, you guys can't see, but I can see it, and they're going off at this moment.
If you want aggression, this is the set for that. Both of these players are going to be really, really good at cleaning things up and just pressuring when needs to be. Cab, infamous for the DPC Blitz World record at one point, but is now just super, super strong at versus. And we have Blarg, who's been an offensive mainstay. Super flashy playstyle. You see a lot of really cool setups. Just super efficient. Absolutely a top threat here. Both of these players would be able to take out basically 99% of the other people here. It's gonna be really exciting. Really looking forward to this one for sure.
And yeah, just a reminder, folks, this is going to be the last opportunity for players to make top 16. These are the last two players fighting for a spot here. And I mean, what two players, like, what else can you say? These players have absolutely been dominating the scene for so long at this point. And Blarg, I feel like they are the favorite going into this, but Caboozled is one of only 5 people that actually ever managed to win a TWC tournament major. So, I mean, they definitely have the chops to bring in a W for themselves. It's just if they can do it 2 times in a row.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll be getting into things here. I get to see the renders, the art here. Oh man, I mean, I'm really excited. We're hopping in.
Get ready for the next battle, folks.
Oh, I'm ready. I am
You're
so ready.
I'm ready. We're all ready here.
Blarg rushing forward, Cab with that anime, all according to plans there. I like the profile picture in the shadow, by the way. That's a really cool detail.
It's a nice touch. Shout out for Osk for, I mean, all of these graphics. I mean, the amazing, just beautiful job by them. Just huge major shout outs for everything they've done for this tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. Man, Cab has his profile picture behind him like it's a stand, I swear.
We'll see if it gives them that boost they need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
And with that, let's get started, folks. Final sets of top 16.
Yeah.
What is set to end it? I will say these two, again, amazing players.
Mm-hmm. This is going to be a fast one to kick things off or to end things out here. Definitely like something you'd see like in like grand finals of some tournaments. Like both these players are just so good. And already Blarg with just a huge spike at the start here, and this back-to-back chain does not stop. But Cap with great survival.
Oh my goodness! Still alive even after that. So Blarg not able to get the killing blow. Caboozled still forced to downstack with so much cheese on their board now. But that was an amazing survival in itself at the beginning. Blarg again continuing another back-to-back chain, trying to get the kill, but Caboozled sitting at the bottom as Blarg does make that misdrop. They're able to fix it, but forced to break out of that back-to-back. And yeah, I'm just so impressed Caboozled even got out of that for that. I was so expecting them to die. But right now they are forced to try and downstack here.
This cheese is really deadly for Cab, just having to play under so much, but is also melting through it, though Blarg has the time to keep pressuring and is going to take that first round with back-to-back X7 after all of that cheese. Blarg has a really sound strategy going into this, the classic, like cheese them up and then spike them out.
Yeah, usually I expect just a lot of clean from Blarg, but I mean, so far that first round it worked so well for them, and they get a huge 27 spike there, following it up with such a clean welts to take their second game there, because Caboozled looked like they made a misshot with that J piece trying to get the downstack. Unfortunately, that did cost them that round, but following it up, Caboozled gets the 2-line PC. Blarg does get it as well here, but Caboozled ready with another PC, starting to get the loop going here as Blarg tries to find a way to stop them from going, and they are able to do so just in time here, sending a massive spike to Caboozled.
Absolutely, yeah. Looks like Blarg is starting to send some damage back, though. Waiting a lot right now just to send at the perfect timing. Cab is just hesitating a little too much here, unable to find a good solve, and Blarg is going to take it yet again.
Yeah, that's already such 3 fast wins after that previous round where a lot of games were going for a long time. This is definitely a change of pace. These players are just going so fast, and Caboozold's struggling a little bit at the start here as Blarg is playing super well with their pressure, but right now both of them do have back-to-back chains built. Forced out of it,
Oh, is
Did Blarg almost have the PC there? They do get it!
Is gonna follow up with another one, and Cab does have the clean well there to protect himself. Is gonna be able to start sending back a lot more now. This pressure is crazy, going for this donation with the S piece, but Blarg is going to be okay, even after all of that. Both players are still alive, even after like all of those PCs, all of those T-spins. Neither player is even high up at this point.
Yeah, that was very critical survival by both of them to get through all of that. Blarg right now struggling to get that S piece, and it just took too long, and Caboozled took advantage, getting the spike in time to get the kill and get their first win on the board.
Yeah, that's a great punish from Cab there. Might be... Hopefully Blarg isn't nervous at this point. There's a chance, but... Either way, is just gonna shake it off, and in the situation,
apparently not. They are not nervous. Get that mid-game PC, but Caboozled seems like they don't care about it whatsoever here. Keeping that back-to-back chain here, reading to keep it going here. Waste that TP Sports to break out of it as they deal with so much garbage there. Blarg finally forcing them to break out of it, and now they're the ones trying to start getting that pressure going here with that clean well they have. A misdrop there sent to the top by Caboozled, but Caboozled also has a misdrop there, not able to find the combo out. Blarg taking another win there.
Absolutely, and now Blarg is just keeping the momentum going. What a round. There's a bit of a misdrop there. It doesn't matter. Blarg just makes it into an instant donation there. Cancels out of that 9-0 almost immediately. Is going to be completely fine. Though Cab right now is just slowing down a little bit, trying to time there and deal with all of the pressure that Blarg is going to output here. Look at this damage, back-to-back X14, and Cab is just playing off of this clean garbage. His life depends on it right now. And
Blarg does misdrop there.
Wait,
still keeping that back-to-back though. Oh, does follow it up with another misdrop. Does force them to break out of it. Amazing survival by Caboozled to get out of that. Now Blarg's the one in a little bit of a tricky situation. Does find a nice down stack in the meantime, but Caboozled has such a clean well to work with and gets the double misdrop there. Does find the combo out. Oh my goodness, what a survival there.
You look at that board, you take one glance, you think they're immediately dead, but Cab, he's just going to make it out anyways. And the set just continues on still, though Cab with those misdrops are deadly at the end there. That is really unfortunate.
Yeah, even after such a clean survival, just following it up with a few more misdrops, and again, that cost them, and at this point, Blarg is building up a strong lead here, gets the PC into the two-line PC, Caboozled getting another misdrop at the top there, trying to find any way to downstack through it, but not able to get to the well time, and Blarg up 6-1 at this point, running away with it.
Yeah, you can use up that eye sometimes, you can like slow down to think sometimes, but if you do both, and at that situation, you're just gone. Blarg is going to take advantage of that immediately. And now, Cab with this misdrop at the start is not going to have a solve out, especially with that pressure from Blarg. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Another quick round. And Blarg is well on his way to taking this first set here. Already took the Tetra League round, in theory.
Yeah, I just feel like Caboozled just misdropping a little too much. And once, right as I say it, they misdrop again here. Not sure if that's a commentator's curse, but it does not matter for Blarg. They get another win here, 3 away from taking this first set in such a dominant fashion. Caboozled needs to figure out how to handle these misdrops because it's cost them so many games. They are trying to PC here to start. And it looks like Blarg with the misdrop there, Caboozled finally getting a second win on the board because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. What a wild game there. Cab is going to be able to take it quickly. Goes for the DPC this time around, and Blarg is not ready in that situation, unfortunately. Builds up for a T-piece that is just a little too late, and Cab takes another round here.
Yeah, those opener wins definitely helping out Caboozled at this point. Looks like they're not able to get the PCs to continue this round. Now it's up to if they can get a win in the mid game here. They are sending nice pressure to Blarg, but Blarg has such a clean well that they're able to cancel basically all of it. And now Caboozold's the one trying to downstack as Blarg builds this back-to-back here.
Ooh, that donation is really nice from Cab there to stay alive for a little longer. Gets that well, is going to be completely alive here. Blarg right now probably just looking for a good board to just start pressuring. And that donation is really nice. The 20 spike there follows up with the Tetris from the well. Cab is kind of on the ropes, but is going to make it out. And it looks like Blarg has so much back-to-back ready. This 37 in Cab, even with like that messy board, is still going to be alive and is going to make it all the way down. Both of these players here.
Yeah, amazing back-to-back by both of them right now. Caboozle keeping it going with this pressure. Blarg getting sent up a little bit. Does find a nice combo down here. Caboozle just trying to keep that back-to-back going. Does have the LST ready here. Trying to greet as much as they can. Do get the donation into the 32 spike. Blarg still able to downsec through all of that. Caboozle continuing this back-to-back. Gets the 15 back-to-back win to take it.
Oh my god, and that is just enough. Cab with a misdrop there. If Blarg survived just a little bit longer, I think Cab probably would have had to reset to neutral there. But he didn't, and right now we're just seeing another round. But Blarg is going to quickly melt through that PC as Cab misdrops. That's not what you want to see. You don't want to misdrop right after you send off a PC unless you get counter-spiked to the ceiling and beyond. Sent through the roof.
Yeah, with that, Blarg only 2 away from taking it here. But Caboozle does not care, gets the PC to start here, sending Blarg up so high. They are able to downstack, so clean it through it, but Caboozle continuing with this onslaught of pressure, not stopping, gets the back-to-back chain, now starting to try and do some ST, not able to continue it for very long, as Blarg is the one trying to downstack with so much pressure being sent at them.
Absolutely, yeah, and now Cab has an interesting board to start pressuring off of, does clean it up a little bit, but not before Blarg gets out. Blarg just takes that little window of time to make it out, but Cab is going to be able to back-to-back, is going to be able to start building this up now. Gets to X9 here in this chain, but not before Blarg is also making it out. Cab has to cancel out of that back-to-back chain, and Blarg, even after accepting so much, is still completely fine. Great timing and survival on his part there. And oh, that misdrop on that J-piece is really bad at the top, especially. Blarg is going to take it to match point for this first set here.
Yeah, and Caboozle, even though they're just pressuring so well, they make a single misdrop and it just costs them. And right now they start that opener with the misdrop, giving Blarg the opportunity to send a massive spike. Caboozle does get down through all of it in time, managing to counter spike Blarg. Now they're the ones trying to defend against all of this pressure. Caboozle is sending, but they're not able to. And Caboozle taking another round here, still fighting for their lives to take this first set.
Yeah, now it's 5-10. And yeah, these players just don't show any signs of stopping here. Looks like Cab still waiting a little bit here, even while Blarg is also sending off so much. Going to just be so efficient, and that's that first set complete. Blarg takes it.
Yeah, what a strong performance there. I feel like Caboozle played so well on the other end, but again, they just had too many misdrops, like we've mentioned before, and a lot of rounds they lost to that. I mean, they definitely have the opportunity to get some wins. If they can start to misdrop a little bit less the second set, they definitely have the chance. But right now, Blarg is going into that second set with so much momentum.
Absolutely, yeah. This momentum is very strong for Blarg. But we'll see what happens. We'll see if Cab can clutch up a little more, take some more sets here. After all, it's like 5-11. It's not like, this is not a sweep by any means. Cab fought really, really hard throughout this entire set, and we'll get to see that even more in the next one.
Yeah, especially on the latter half. If you look at the stats here, Caboozle did get 4 of those wins, while Blarg only got 3. So, I mean, if Caboozle is able to keep up some of those wins that they got at the end there, they definitely have an opportunity. But again, Blarg seemingly unstoppable, going 200 APM average here, 3.8 PPS, playing so well. They're going to need to pull out everything they can to actually clutch out this second set.
Yeah, for sure, because Blarg is just such a menace. It is really, really hard to... It's really hard to take this guy down. But all right, into the next game we go here.
Potentially the last one for top 16 if Blarg does get it.
Yeah, it's time. Going into this first set now with some perfect clears. Blarg is going to send off all of that damage at the start here with a super clean stack. Going to keep sending, but Cav right now does have a clean board to make it out. He's just playing off of this garbage like his life depends on it, because it really does. And Blarg with that misdrop, Cav stays solid throughout that entire first round to secure it.
Yeah, they just amazing down stacking, sending at the right moments to cancel everything they need. And with that, Blarg making a mistake, and it cost them. And right now, Caboozled going for these PCs here, sending Blarg to the top. Caboozled still keeping it going here. Blarg barely surviving, but Caboozled is not done. Does hesitate for a moment, but still is able to get it just in time. Caboozled starting the round with 2 quick wins here. Definitely favoring them to start.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a bit of a reversal here. We'll see if Cap can keep it going. Really hope he does. And looks like this LST just keeps on going. But Blarg is able to make it through, going to start counter spiking with this conversion. Cap with the misdrop, but it's really unfortunate. And getting every skim possible, but just barely not quick enough to make it out. Blarg is going to take his first game of this set. Here.
Yeah, who knew a 35 spike would kill, but I mean, it got it done there. Caboozled now starting this round again with some PCs, not able to get the third one off there as Blarg starts to build a nice spike there, not able to keep back-to-back, does get a nice combo there. Caboozled look like they have very little on their board to deal with, though, as Blarg trying to build back-to-back, has the perfect well with it. Now Caboozled's in the defensive position, forced to downstack, does make that J-Mish drop, trying to find a combo out, barely gets to it in time. Blarg not able to get the killing blow here, as they are forced to downstack.
Cav scoring all the donations he possibly can off the stack, and Blarg is just saying no. Blarg is completely fine, going to send it all back. 29 there, and Cav can't handle it, unfortunately. And just like that, it's tied again.
Yeah, Blarg bringing it back to even here. They are not letting Caboozled run away with that at the start. Both of them going for that PC. Looks like Caboozled got a second one to actually send to Blarg when they only got one there, but they're not able to keep it going. And now we're into this mid game here. Both of them are building those back-to-back chains. Looks like Blarg just has the cleaner board to work with as Caboozled misdrops. Getting sent so high up from Blarg. Looks like it wasn't able to kill, and Blarg did break out of that back-to-back to try and get it done.
Yeah, excellent survival. Looks like Blarg is building up the back-to-back yet again. Speeding up, gets the DT there. Cav is going to be able to skim off to that garbage well, and it looks like Blarg needs just a bit more to take it. Though this back-to-back chain is just going to keep stacking higher and higher, and if Cav doesn't interrupt it soon, things could get really hairy. It's X16 now. Blarg is just sending so much, and Cav is surviving, but can he make it through is the question. And it looks like...
Oh, yeah, what a donation! That was ridiculous, and now they're the ones with the back-to-back 11 here. Blarg the one on the defensive, trying to find a way to stop it. They finally get it cleared, and Caboozled immediately following that up with the misdrop there. Now he's trying to find a downstack through all of this cheese as Blarg starts to build a nice spike here.
Yeah, but Cav has back-to-back yet again. Blarg is being sent up pretty high this time around. Has to take a few skims. Doesn't have the opportunity to build anything of his own just yet. Cav has a lot of damage coming through here, and that's going to clear it out. Is going to take the lead again.
I think that was like 3 or 4, like over 10 back-to-back chains in that one round alone. Both of them playing so well right now, keeping it going. But right now, Blarg starting the round with a misdrop here, immediately getting sent out from Caboozled's LST, and now Caboozled back with a 2-point lead here.
Yeah, the tables are kind of flipping this time around. Looks like Cav is garnering some momentum here, and is going to be able to take that donation there. Keeps it really clean right now. going to just start sending a lot. Good 16, but Blarg has great timing to stay alive there, and is going to start pressuring with a bit of ST here. Blarg is just still sending, still keeps going here, and Cab unfortunately just can't get out in time. Blarg just keeps that back-to-back going.
Yeah, even though they had a rough board there, Blarg did manage to clutch that win in time, almost tying it right back up here. But right now, Kaboozled starting this round with that strong back-to-back. Blarg, he's struggling a little bit more to get anything going, does make it down to the clean with a nice combo, sends so much cheese to Kaboozled, but Kaboozled down stacking that just as quickly. He seems to be out of it at this point here, and now both of them basically sitting at the bottom of the board. Blarg, he seems to be timing now with this back-to-back, trying to keep it going, does misdrop that L piece though, trying to fix it in any way he can, and gets to the clean well in time to start trying to pressure some more.
Great donation to Blarg from Blarg to clear it out there, ties it right back up, doesn't let Cab gain a major lead at all right now, just right on his tail. And now going for the TKI PC there, Blarg is going to be able to cancel it out, of course. Gets the double Tetris there to kind of even things up. That misdrop on the L isn't what you want to see, but at this stage isn't too deadly. Looks like right now Blarg has a little bit of cheese and Cab is just trying to take advantage of it, trying to pressure Blarg out, and that misdrop is bad. Blarg has a lot of damage to take, but is able to take it, but not for long. Cab is able to clear it out, closing it out, brings it to 5-4 here.
Yeah, so far, Cab still the only one to have the lead in this set, and I mean, with how they're playing so far, they're doing so well. Misdropping a lot less than the previous rounds. Looked like they were able to fix that shakiness, and right now they're showing it, playing so well. They do destroy their board a little bit, trying to maintain their back-to-back. Get it into the C-spin, perfect well combo. What was that? I was not expecting them to maintain their back-to-back, do that, but with that, they get a 2-point lead here with such a clean finish.
What is going on? And yeah, looks like Cab builds up the Imperial Cross now, but Blarg is going to have the clean garbage here to take advantage. Gets the counter spike here. Cab fighting for his life right now, trying to just speed up and use up all this clean garbage, but Blarg not going to give Cab the chance at the top, and Blarg is able to close it out, brings it closer here. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, wow, indeed. Kaboozled just a little too greedy at the top there, but with that, Blarg, again, making sure the set is still close here, not letting Kaboozled run away with it at this point. And right now, Kaboozled misdropping at the start there, but looked like they were able to fix it very cleanly. And now they're timing here, as Blarg has some misdrops of their own, getting sent to the top. He's trying to find any downstack he can, does make it down a little bit, but it might not be enough, and it is not, as Kaboozled continuing with that pressure. Again, getting that 2-point lead here, almost near the end of this set at this point. Only needs 4 more to tie it back in terms of sets.
Yeah, absolutely. This just Cab is gaining a lot of momentum here, and even though he has to skim there, he's still in a pretty solid spot. Is going to be able to go down here. Blarg is sending so much, and Cab just unfortunately just stuck in a bad spot, has the wrong pieces to get out of that one, and Blarg is going to take it back.
Yeah, just they hesitated for just a moment too long, and Blarg took advantage there. Such nice bursts. I mean, both of these players, they pressure at the right moments and get those kills. And right now, speaking of pressure, you can see Kaboozled going for it. 5.7 PPS right now, still going 300 APM. Blarg trying to find a downstack. Kaboozled does break out of it with a misdrop there, and gives Blarg the opportunity to live here, and now it might be Blarg's chance to try and pressure here.
Yeah, absolutely. Cab had a great donation going into there. Just keeps taking those donations. Really, really efficient. Blarg right now is just having to deal with it. Is able to, and just, yeah, not able to build up a back-to-back right now. Cab is keeping Blarg pressured, which is not something you hear very often. It feels like right now Blarg is just trying to play for his life.
It's the roles are reversed. I mean, Kaboozle's still going at 4.5 PPS here, finally getting sent some cheese at this point as Blarg starts to get their back-to-back going for the first time this game, and they might get the kill. Do not. Kaboozle barely surviving. Now Blarg dealing with some cheese on their board, forced to downstack out of it, and this might be Kaboozle's opportunity to build another back-to-back chain. Looks like they choose not to continue it to try and get down a little bit, but they followed up with such a nice spike there.
Absolutely. Looks like Cab has a cut copy now to try to protect himself here. Blarg is going to have some clean garbage there to work with after waiting a little bit. Has to accept all of that from Cab, and that little bit of extra pressure. Blarg has the protection there, just barely able to close it out. Cab is trying to speed up, trying to pressure and take it, and he does.
What an absurd! That was 240 APM for 4.3 PPS for like a minute and a half by Kaboozle. That's the type of wins you need there. That's what it takes. Right now, Kaboozle immediately starting this round with PCs, not able to keep it going as Blarg does send a little bit. Now Blarg, they do send a massive spike, and Kaboozle with the I-miss drop there does fix it. Still trying to find a down stack though. Bolted up with the I-miss drop, but still surviving here.
Great skims to stay afloat, and Cab is going to be able to Shichiku here. Sets up another T-spin off of it, of course. Is going to be able to continue with the spike down, but Blarg right now is okay. Is going to be able to manage. Takes a bit of combo to try and protect himself here. Now, both players have a little bit of cheese, but it's definitely manageable. Blarg is upstacking a ton. Gets that spike, but Cab is going to be able to stay alive here now. Both of these players just going at it back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, looks like both of them back down to even here, but Blarg follows it up with a massive spike. Kaboozle barely taking it to survive. Does destroy their board a little bit. Not able to find the out in time as Blarg keeps that 10 back-to-back. He gets another win, one away from bringing it back to even.
Yeah, Blarg is not letting Cab rest on his laurels here. This is just non-stop pressure. Speaking of non-stop pressure, though, Cab goes for the DPC, but unfortunately can't quite keep it going. Blarg is going to be able to start pressuring now, starts counter-spiking this 14, but Cab is able to barely stay alive, barely has the opportunity to get the
but can't. Oh my goodness! That was crazy survival by Cab. I thought they had the out, but unfortunately holding there did cost them. And now it's again tied right back up here. Kaboozle starting the round with a PC, not able to get the second one, and Blarg makes it down to the bottom of their board. Looks like they're just trying to time here Kaboozle's pressure at this point. And now both of them sitting at the bottom. He does have that back-to-back chain that he wants to try and continue here as Blarg just trying to downstack through that pressure.
Absolutely, yeah. Blarg is not able to downstack that time, has an open well and just can't get down in time. Cab taking the lead this far into the set, on the verge of hitting that tiebreaker. Blarg isn't too far behind, of course, is going to be able to wait on that C-spin opener, gets a really quick bit of damage in and is going to tie it up again. It's an even game. Oh my god.
I don't think a single set has gone to this even so far, and both of these players playing so well. Kaboozle trying to get that opener win in the books, but Blarg not letting him, finds the downside just in time to get through it. Kaboozle does have that miss drop there. Trying to find a downstack now, not able to. Blarg taking their first lead of the set at match point. Kaboozle needing to win 2 in a row here if they want any opportunity to make top 8.
This is such a scary spot to be in. You've made it this far, but Blarg can just take one more game here. Tries for the DPC. Cab is able to keep it going for a fairly long time, but isn't able to close it out. And now Blarg is sending in so much. Cab needs to survive here. Like his life depends on it, and it does.
The L piece tries to place the L piece in time, but does not work out. And with that, Blarg takes it, moving on to top 8. What a ridiculous performance by both of them. It's crazy that Kaboozle does not make top 8 with a performance like that. Yeah, both of them averaging over 200. Kaboozle 214, and still that's not enough. Oh my goodness, I am out of breath with that.
What? Jeez. That is ridiculous. What a performance.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
let's see that analysis. Let's see what we got to say about that, because that was absurd.
We just watched, bro! What was that? Like, we watched two freaking immovable objects earlier, yeah? We watched QMK versus Takaya. It was in the trenches. It was one of the most grueling matches of all time. Just now, though, we witnessed a spectacle of a completely separate spectrum. The two unstoppable objects duking it out at full force. Like, oh my goodness, it feels like Cap wasn't warmed up at the beginning. Like, he got some points in with the openers and sheer stacking intuition, but then he dropped most of them from misshopping and Black was able to close it out. We, like, in the first set, right, we had some highlights, but holy crap, in the second set, Cap turned it up. That entire set was a highlight reel, and honestly, that's what it will take to defeat Blarg. He took Blarg to the absolute limit, absolutely nice try, but Blarg's consistency is simply out of this world. What will it take to defeat Blarg?
That's a good question. What would take to beat Blarg? First of all, to explain that, or maybe something to explain beforehand, I have been given permission by staff to use my one F-word pass for this one moment, because when I was watching this match, and I was going absolute bonkers about how Cap was playing. And when Blarg had immense back-to-back a perfect well, people would think, okay, you should downstep. But you know what Cap did? And he tried to match the pace. He was going the same speed and eventually overwhelming him. And then when I was looking at that, I was like, what the fuck was that? And my mind was just completely blew out of my mind because the biggest thing about Cab is his incredible precision of being able to read to the millimeter. You see him being at the top of his board, he's going to be building such a big setup because it's going to be worth it. He's played so many times of Tetrio. He's able to adapt to power stacks. I don't even have the words for it. He can do anything. And throughout this entire match, it was so crazy because we know Blarg. We know that top 5 player. He's known for incredible T-spins, incredible back-to-back. It's just... But then you see Caboozled Pie here. Sure, he was a little rusty mechanically at the beginning, but then halfway through the match, he started out-pressuring Blarg. What kind of madness is that? Someone who can out-pressure someone that is in the top 5. You know, and when you look at every single match and you're like, why is he 1 APP? No, he's over 1 APP. It's stupid. He has the advantage in the opener game. He has the advantage in the mid game. The one thing that he makes mistakes on is whenever he makes occasional misjudgments. And that may be occasionally overstacking to focus on trying to do back-to-back. But to be honest, if you're going that speed, then like, how do you not focus so hard on back-to-back? And occasionally there are the rounds where Blarg will time out Caboozled because he is definitely too tunnel vision on back-to-back sometimes. But overall, I am shocked to see this sort of a match. I did not expect that going into it. Honestly, I thought the Blarg would take a lot more rounds a lot more quickly. But then what Cab did was already beyond my expectations, and I'm proud to say that you all were here to watch this. And we commentators, we analysts, everyone here we're here to watch such a beautiful moment in history.
Freaking out-pressuring Blarg. What? Exactly.
That's not a sequence of words you hear ever. I am very glad I was there for that. Holy.
I mean, we don't usually get to talk about Blarg's survival, but Cab was going so damn hard that Blarg was struggling to keep up, and I have just said another brand new sentence just now.
You never see that. That's just not something that happened.
Really? It's just.
Actually, a match that gives you chills down your spine.
Oh, if there was anyone who deserved to move on to the next round, it would be Cab. But unfortunately, we are single elim with this tournament, and Cab is out of the tournament. But oh my god, did he work hard to keep himself in. That's incredibly well played. That's some of the best play I've seen in Tetrio, just period.
Can't even call it a gameplay amazing. It's just disgustingly good. It's like, I mean, there's like amazing, and then he just takes it to the next level beyond, and it's just, I don't know a better word other than absurd. I can't help but like laugh at what we just saw.
I think you have something for us, Edge.
Okay, so, all right, not to alarm you guys, but someone just donated $1,000 to the prize pool. And by that, I mean literally someone. What? That is their username on Matcherino. So someone, if you're out there watching the stream, thank you so much. That is our second $1,000 donation of TWC. Shouts to Interrobank for the first one. We are now at $3,885.12 for the players. You know how crazy that is?
I mean, the players deserve it with a performance like that. Just to make top 8, yeah, absolutely.
This is by far the biggest prize pool of the year, so I just want to thank you all so much. Everyone who's donated so far, we have some more donations to read, but just, man, the community coming together for TWC, making an event of this size possible. $3,000. That's crazy, and there are still contribution codes on the Matcherino, so you can contribute for free just by clicking a button. So go check that out, and let me read off the other donos that we have here. I'm kind of flustered after that one. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, I think since we checked, I'm not sure we shouted this out. QMK bought a shirt, TWC shirt. Shoutouts to QMK, big love.
We love QMK.
We got
Amazing job
Taizago
tonight.
purchasing a TWC keychain. Sorry for cutting you off. There's so much going on.
Oh, good. It's chaos here tonight.
And then we got Matthias with the $50 donation, which brings us now up to our grand total of $3,886 now after these coupon redeems and counting. And again, just as a little bit of a reminder, if you buy a keychain, either one, the TETR or the TWC one, you're going to be entered in a raffle for this wonderful Wombo plushie. Great product here. I believe this is being shown off at some LAN events, supporting some other block stacking creators as well at the same time. So if you bought a keychain in the past or you buy one from now until the event end, when we run the raffle, you will be eligible. But I'm still just flabbergasted of the, oh my god, $3,800. Big shout outs to the anonymous donator. Again, we can't thank you enough for supporting the event, supporting the vision, as well as these players. Everyone in the top 16 is getting a portion of this payout, so you are supporting them. And yeah, before I go through the rest of the plugs, let's look at the final 8. So we're going to be seeing this tomorrow on stream, starting at 6 p.m. again with our pre-show, 7 p.m. for the matches. That's in Eastern Standard Time. And we got Promo and Blarg, Fortisim Westel, Diao Ridderu, Togaya Vince HD, I almost said Grand Finals. These could all be Grand Finals of separate events.
Yeah, that's a stacked lineup and a half for sure.
And yeah, tomorrow we will crown the winner of the TETR World Championship, only here on Puzzle Kingdom streaming live. And again, big blanket shoutouts. We're gonna have more credits at the end tomorrow. Everyone who made this possible, specifically Ozk and the TETR team. You saw these new animations that were completely rendered in-game for our versus screen. Unlike ever done before, we've never had that done directly in-game. So big shoutouts to that team and us specifically for working with us, adding functionality specifically to help make this stream an easier production. But yeah, without that, I'm gonna finish off the rest of our end of stream readings, and then we'll outro for a bit. And we have a raid coming up. I think we're gonna raid Fizzle now. We found a raid. We found one. All right. What do we got next? God, I'm even forgetting what I'm supposed to promote. Yeah, we got a LAN event with TETR featured coming up. We got Snow is Infinite. So go check this out. The Stacky Awards Community Award Show will be live in person as well here. January 7th, 2024. Tournaments on the 5th and the 6th. So come check this out. It's in Toronto, Canada. $25 if you're competing, $5 if you're spectating. You can go get your passes at start.gg/SII2024. It's going to be a great time. I'll be there. A lot of the TWC team will be here. TOs, etc.
I'll be there.
True.
If that matters.
It does matter. You're the GOAT. You and Quick, by the way, shoutouts for that commentary, as well as.
I mean, it's easy when the matches are that crazy.
Absolutely. What a wild night.
And Azura, I think tomorrow you will be running this tournament here, Team TSD's finale and absolute showdown, just before the TWC finals action starts on this stream. Go support our friends over at Team TSD. This is their final event. Final tournament. It's kind of bittersweet, but it's going to be an amazing one. TGM event. So go check that out at teamtsd.net/TGM, or I think we have a... Did we ever make, like, this absolute command? Alright, there we go. But yeah, support their final event.
For sure. I am super excited for this one. It's going to be very interesting. I think it's a very interesting experience. I really can't wait to see this one. So definitely hop in, definitely check it out. You'll have content to watch going all the way to the final day for TWC. Look forward to it. Super, super excited. Yeah. Support the tournament. You'll get... If we get to $500 on the donations, we have a documentary in the work. And if we get to 100 players, we'll do a raffle. So very, very exciting. Love to see it. Hop in. It's going to be a great one.
By the way, I have another announcement. In Invade of our boy Bad Goblin, a random guy is looking like Sesame Street Dracula with how they counted to 4, donated $223 to the prize pool, now totaling $4,110.87. Thank you so much, man. Also, your total, I believe, is also equaling $1,000. 3 people total donate $1,000 to TWC. Thank you guys so much. It means so much. From all the organizers, from the bottom of our hearts, supporting this amazing player base.
I mean, if you're gonna throw out so much support for any event, I think this is definitely the event to show.
Yeah, this is definitely the one. Good. Just like, again, we were talking about earlier, if you want any of this limited run, first officially licensed Tetrio merch, event merch, supports TWC, supports the players, supports Tetrio, go check that out. And I'm almost running out of things to promote. I promise I'm not going to try and take up too much of your time. But I think one of the final things I want to say... Oh, wait, I got 3, actually. I think we'll do 2. We'll start at the top of the next one. I have too many slides. First off, Skyfire, one of our analysts, made this amazing background track and potentially some more stuff you'll hear tomorrow, I'm hearing. It's crazy.
Perhaps.
So go check that out. You can stream the song on the PK YouTube channel, and also follow Skyfire on all of his socials. Has done an amazing job with the music. So please go check this out. Yeah, the background music you're hearing right now is completely original. Thanks to our boy Skyfire. And yeah, there's the song streaming links. Thanks to Ads for posting that in the chat. Last but not least, before I scare all you off, again, big shout outs to our presenting partner, Hitbox, for helping make this tournament and a lot of stuff this year at PK possible. Go check out their controllers at hitboxarcade.com/PK2023. This all-button controller you're seeing right here is used by a TWC qualifier, Jaden. A lot of people are starting to achieve puzzle game world records using these devices. Also amazing for fighting games, version specifically for Smash, a traditional fight stick in their cross-up product. But yeah, I mean, I could talk so much about this brand for so long. One of the first brands to support competitive modern block stacking, and I'm glad that they're sticking with us throughout the entire ride, throughout all these major events this year. Big thanks to them. Helped make a lot of stuff about all the productions from PK this year, including TWC and the TWC team's work possible. So again, thank you all so much for that. And yeah, let's let's see. I gotta figure out this. I gotta figure out the raid. I think someone who we were thinking about might have ended, unless.
No, I believe they are still live. Yeah.
Let's go.
He's still streaming, but he's not playing anymore, so I can't tell if he's about to end or not.
Well, we're giving him love anyway. Shouts to Fizzle.
Like, sure, alright. My favorite TFT content creator. Let's pay him a visit.
Favorite team fight tactics player.
I mean, I guess I agree. I don't watch it, so.
I have never played it, but show Fizzle some love.
What's the highest Tetri attorney prize pool? This one. It's this one.
Yeah, it's this one.
I think almost by a fact of more than double. Correct me if I'm wrong. So again, thank you all so much for supporting the event. Without the crowdfunding support, it's not possible. You guys are amazing. Big love to all of you, all these fans of the game, fans of the scene, fans of players supporting the event. I really, really appreciate all of you, and the whole team does. And we got one more ride for TWC. We'll see you all tomorrow. I'm not going to yap for too long. Enjoy Fizzle's stream. I'll let the commentators end it off.
Oh no, wait, he ended. He ended.
Wait,
I knew it! I told you he was ending! Oh my god. That is the most unlucky thing. Cancel.
Alright, we got someone else. Hold on.
Hell nah, hell nah. I saw he wasn't queuing. And then I was like, no, I think he's ending.
Wait, what's our backup plan? Shoot!
Do we want to raid Miryu?
Isn't he restreaming us? Is he doing something else now?
I mean, he was just in TL, it looks like.
We're gonna find someone.
Let's go! Raid him, raid him, raid him.
We're gonna find someone.
Speedrun, Mario!
Dude, my Twitch tabs are a jungle. It's a jungle in here. Just like that
Great
league
message.
jungle that we almost saw. Except
Where's
it's
Goblin's
not.
pasta? It's so far back, I didn't save it.
We're rating Miryu, who's been like financially supporting a lot of the qualifiers and stuff. You'll know this guy. All right.
Wait, there's no elephant emoji version. Okay. I mean, we can still use this.
Yeah. Here's that QMK coffee pasta. It's a bad goblin banger. And yeah, all right. Now I will stop yapping and leave it to the commentators.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. You guys have an outro? Anyone?
I mean, just stay tuned tomorrow for some more great sets.
All right. We'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you all so much. Later.